Hi, everyone. Welcome to NiceGamLii Chanel. If you find this content interesting or helpful, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss any new videos. Your support means so much to me, and it helps me create even better content. Thank you so much. Mom saw that after I still hadn't found so she made a hasty decision and arranged she wanted me to grow and choose a fiancé from the prestigious Su family. When the five Su sisters heard about, none of them were happy because in the photo I was dark-skinned and looked like a complete country. None of them wanted to marry into my household. At this moment, 3 luxury cars stopped in front. From the cars stepped out 5 elegant, beautiful women. It was truly a sight to behold. As soon as the youngest sister, Su Xiaoxiao, complained, "What a rundown. It's really dirty and hot." The fourth sister, Su Xinyan, also grumbled, "Yeah, I really can't believe Dad. How could he let a country boy choose one of us? And we even have to personally come to pick." All 5 of them looked dissatisfied. If it weren't for their father's stern, they would never have come to such a place. "All right, go knock on the door," said the eldest sister, Su Ai. Her stunning face also showed a hint of displeasure. Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward and knocked. It took half an hour before the door finally opened. The man who stood in front of them had sharp, deep and bright eyes and a demeanor more refined than theirs. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. "Hello, we're looking for Jang Yicheng. Is he here?" "I'm Jang Yicheng," I said, looking at the group before me, then lazily added, "Wait a moment. I'll go grab my luggage," and turned away. The group was surprised. "What? This is nothing like the photo Dad showed us." The photo Su's father was of Jang Yicheng when he was in his early teens. They hadn't expected that he would change so much. The second sister, Su Luoli, teased, "Do you like him? Then let him choose you as his fiancé." Su Xiaoxiao turned away. "No way! What's the use of being handsome? Aren't you just a country bumpkin?" "Really? Don't worry. I wouldn't take a liking to you. You're just a little girl who hasn't grown." A cold voice came from behind me. Then I ignored Su Xiaoxiao's shocked expression. I picked up my luggage and I got into the first car. The driver was my eldest sister, Su. There were only 2 people. I didn't say a word. I looked out the window. My heart was filled with mixed. My mother left us when I was young. My father and I lived in this small town for years. 2 months ago, my father passed away. His last wish was for me to marry a good wife. I had always known about the marriage arranged with his best. I had always been resistant, but it was my father's last wish. I could only agree to go to the Suf. We drove in silence and arrived. The car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. I followed the group of 5 into. On the sofa sat a well-dressed lady. Su Xiaoxiao complained as soon as she got home. "Mom, we're back. So exhausting." Madame Su quickly asked the maid to prepare. Then she turned her gaze to me, standing in the. She looked me up and down. She realized I wasn't as ugly and fat. On the contrary, I was quite. Madame Su sarcastically said, "You must be to marry into our Su family. You even got You really went to great lengths. This marriage was arranged by my father's. No one in the Su family approved, but we can't go against Uncle." I looked at Madame Su and said calmly, "Auntie, I didn't get plastic surgery." Madame Su snorted coldly. Then the butler appeared. He brought it into the house. Madame Su immediately said, "Oh, have the butler check its contents." I said lightly, "Auntie Su, that's my stuff." "I know it's your stuff," she replied. "That's why it should be checked. You're from a small place. Who knows if you brought anything dirty or dangerous. Isn't that right?" After speaking, Madame Su gave the butler the 5 members of the Su family leisurely. No one intended to help me. Just as the butler was about to make a move, I grabbed the suitcase back. No one is allowed to touch my belongings. Madame Su stood up, her expression showing a hint of anger. "I see. You must have something shameful in there. I have to see it today." As soon as she finished, 4 or 5 bodyguards started walking. The others put down their phones and watched. They thought I would panic and give in, but I remained calm. Just as the bodyguards were about to take my suitcase, a deep voice came from the doorway. It was Sufu who returned. He hurried over and looked at me. He asked with concern, "Yicheng, are you all right?" "I'm sorry. Uncle Su just had a meeting. I only just got back." Hearing this, I shook my head. "Uncle Su, it's fine." Uncle Su turned to Madame Su. "What are you doing? Yicheng just arrived, and you treat him like this?" Madame Su shot me a disdainful glance. "I just wanted to check if he brought anything inappropriate into our." Madame Su huffed and left a sentence before heading upstairs. Uncle Su sighed. "I'm sorry, Yicheng. Your aunt might have some misunderstandings about you. I'll explain everything to her." I shook my head, saying it's over the years, I've dealt with plenty of prejudice. Uncle Su then addressed everyone in the house. "From now on, Yicheng will be. None of you are allowed to, nor can you watch him being bullied." The 5 of them stayed silent. I thought, why does father like Jang Yicheng so much? After some polite small talk, Sufu took me to see my room. The room was spacious and bright. It was fully equipped with. "Yicheng, do you like how the room is arranged? If not, I'll have someone redo it for you." "Thank you, uncle. I like it very much." Looking at the man in front of me, I felt conflicted. I had met Sufu many times when I was young. He had always treated me well. This reminded me of my late father. Seeing my darkened expression, Sufu patted my shoulder. You must be tired from the journey. Get some rest. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. I nodded, returning to my room to unpack. After dinner, Sufu chatted with me on the sofa. He handed me a bank card. Yicheng, take this card. Tomorrow, let the 5 of them take you around. Buy whatever you like. Thank you, Uncle Su, for your but it's not necessary. As soon as I finished speaking, I noticed Madame Su's displeased expression. She sneered sarcastically. Oh, look at you. Why pretend to be noble? Didn't you come to the Su family for money? Yang Wenru. Sufu called Madame Su's name angrily. Madame Su immediately retorted, am I not telling the why yell at me? The corners of my mouth. I had no idea how I had offended this Yang. At that moment, a phone rang nearby. Brother Jang, the company made a profit of 300. It's already been transferred to your. I frowned. Why did they send another batch of money? And just like that, when I woke up the next morning, Sufu had already gone to handle business at the 5 young ladies were eating breakfast at the table. Last night, Sufu had already let them take me to Zhangcheng for a walk today. I had just sat down. The cold voice of my eldest sister, Su Wanru. My company has a meeting to let the 4 of them take you out. After speaking, she put down her cutlery and third sister Su Jingyao also. She said, I have a last-minute performance. I also have to leave. The remaining 4 followed with their excuses. They left one by one. I didn't say much either. I continued to bury myself. In the evening, my phone rang. An excited voice came from the other side. Brother Jang, did you come to Zhangcheng? I spoke coldly. Do you need something? You came to Zhangcheng and didn't. I don't care. Come out and have dinner with me now. If you don't come, I'll go to the Su. Half an hour later, I told the butler briefly and left the villa alone. After having dinner with Gu Qinghan, he persuaded me and dragged me to a high-end bar. Brother Jang, no one in the Su family. I swirled my wine glass. Who can bully me? Gu Qinghan smiled. That's true. If you don't bully others, who could possibly bully? On the surface, this man looks gentle, but secretly he's a demon king. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghan asked, are you really planning to get engaged to someone? I took a sip of wine, casually said, I don't know. If it weren't for my father, I wouldn't have come to the. For now, I'll just take it one step. The 2 of us were in the first floor bar, completely unaware that someone in the second floor booth was watching. That person was Su Wanrong. She was invited here by a friend not long after sitting down. She saw me walking in with a woman. Su Wanru's eyes held a hint of depth. At that moment, her friend beside her noticed her gaze and followed it naturally. Song Qian teased with a laugh. Our great Miss Su finally blooms like that guy is indeed handsome. Do you want me to get his contact information for? Isn't that Gu Qinghan next to him? Su Wanru frowned slightly, her gaze lingering briefly on Gu Qinghan. Song Qian nodded. Yes, that's the mysterious vice president of. You know why Longshang is mysterious? Because it's a listed big company. Not only powerful, but also very few people know who the chairman is. Over the years, Gu Qinghan has handled public. But Wanru, you are much better than Gu Qinghan. You'll definitely win over that hand. You talk too much, Su Wanru said coldly. Then she looked downstairs at me again. Her eyes carried a hint of curiosity. This man just arrived in Zhangcheng. How does he know Gu Qinghan? Su Wanru remained silent. She took a light sip of the wine on the table. At this moment, Gu Qinghan got up and left his seat. Many women around turned their attention to me. Soon, a well-dressed lady approached me with a wine. Handsome guy, let's be friends. Have a drink with me. I glanced at her and said lightly, I don't need friends. Hearing this, the lady's face, she then smiled and said, let's just be friends. I'll even cover your expenses today. How about it? No need. Seeing my indifferent expression, the lady became a little angry. She said sharply, don't refuse when given. I'm rich and powerful. Be careful or you won't leave this place. Meanwhile, Su Wanru upstairs was watching everything unfold. Song Qian noticed her expression and teased Wanru. That lady is not someone ordinary people can. Looks like your target might get taken away. Su Wanru frowned. She got up, ready to head downstairs, planning to reveal her identity to. Just as she stood up, a dramatic scene unfolded. The lady raised her hand, about to slap. I countered and knocked her hand. The second floor couldn't, but Su Wanru could read. I spoke clearly, word by word. Don't want. How about your life instead? My voice was arrogant and wild. At this moment, Gu Qinghan also walked out from the restaurant. The lady, knowing his identity, was startled. She quickly apologized, fearing I might really take her. My mood was ruined, and I didn't feel like staying any. After saying goodbye to Gu Qinghan, I left. I booked a car on my phone, then casually sat by the roadside waiting. I lit a cigarette, looking up at the sky. I felt that the moon wasn't as round as it used to. Just then, a black Maybach stopped in front of me. Thinking it was the car I ordered, I put out my cigarette in the trash can, opened the car door, and was about only to see a woman sitting in the back seat. Why is it you? It was then I noticed the woman in the. It was Su Wanru. Her cold voice said, get in. I paused for a moment before sitting beside her. For some reason, meeting Su Wanru here made me feel inexplicable. What a coincidence. I was here with friends. Are you here for this? Su Wanru nodded faintly without I turned my head to look out the window. So Su Wanru was also at this bar. Had she seen me earlier? Or was this just a coincidence? The journey was silent. Neither of us voiced the doubts in our hearts. When we got home and stepped, we heard a voice from the sofa. Sumu's sarcastic tone. So you've just arrived? You went out playing so late on your I wonder which woman you were fooling. A man like that, how could he marry a daughter of the Sufu frowned slightly. He trusted me, but was concerned for my safety. He was about to call me to At that moment, Su Wanru and I walked. So it was Wanru and Yicheng together? Su Wanru didn't speak, nor did she deny it. Sufu smiled and said, Yicheng, regarding the marriage matter, Uncle Su plans for you to spend time with one by one. You can decide who is suitable and then finalize things. I nodded and said, all right, Uncle Su. Although Sumu was unhappy, he knew that Sufu's decision couldn't be changed. He could only glare at me displeased. The next morning, I was woken up by a knock on the door. Annoyed, I opened the door with a sleepy. Standing there was Su Wanrong. Get ready and come to the company with, she said. Why are we going to the company? Oh, right. Uncle wants me to spend time with each of you one by. Today starts with the eldest sister. After getting ready, it was already half an hour later. I got into the car listless, heading to the company with Su Wan. At that moment, the woman next to me spoke firmly. Jang Yicheng, I agreed to spend time with you only because, but I won't like you. You don't need to try to understand. I looked up at the woman in the driver's seat. Feeling a bit more spirited, I replied playfully, really? But after observing for the past, I find you to be my favorite. What should I do now? A flash of displeasure appeared in her. She said coldly, I suggest you don't waste. I smiled, but didn't say. After arriving at the Su Wanru and I got out of the car for a moment, the passing all turned their attention to us. Who's that handsome guy next to the president? He's so handsome. Judging by his demeanor, he must be from some wealth. He and President Su make a... Everyone started gossiping instantly. Su Wanru handed the car keys to the security. I had just taken a step forward. Surprised, I exclaimed, Uncle Lin. The elderly man in the security uniform looked up and... Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Su Wanru glanced at us in confusion. I waved my hand directly and said, I'll park the car with Uncle Lin. The Su family's bodyguards were watching my every... They assumed that as a bumpkin coming, I'd definitely cling to Su Wanru. Unexpected, I spent the whole morning chatting with this. Everyone sneered at me. As expected, people from small places are always at... No wonder he could chat all... Exactly. I bet that Uncle Lin is from their town too. What's the point of being... He's still clueless. I was completely unaware of their gossip. After Uncle Lin's shift ended, we went to a nearby restaurant together. Uncle Lin smiled and said he wasn't a... It was only this morning that he learned why I came to the company. Xiao Chen, I've met all 5 of the Su... Let me tell you, the most outstanding one is Su Wan. Since she took over the company and she's secured many major projects. She's both steady and you should consider her first. I took a sip of and immediately shook my head in refusal. Uncle Lin, what's so great about an ice queen? In my eyes, Su Wanru is already so aloof. The things I said this morning were just to irritate her dad. Uncle Lin burst out laughing. Then we started talking about the other members. After lunch, we returned to... I still spent the entire afternoon. After finishing the afternoon, Su Wanru asked her assistant, learning that I was still... She frowned. This man had claimed this morning, yet here he was, spending the whole day in the security. What kind of game is this man? Su Wanru sat at her desk, paused for 2 seconds, and then spoke. Look into Lin Shu's background and his relationship with Jang Yicheng. Also bring Jang Yicheng upstairs. Got it, the assistant said and left. Not long after, I came upstairs. I looked around Su Wanru's office and lazily asked, what's the matter? You've been in the security booth all... Don't you think that's inappropriate? Hearing this, I felt speechless. Fine, you're the one who called me up here. If I'm bothering you, don't blame me. With that, I sat down on the sofa. Su Wanru ignored me, picked up her documents. I was lounging on the sofa, playing a game on... The volume seemed to be turned up. Su Wanru frowned slightly. After 8, I heard my teammates complaining. How can you be worse than a food delivery? Get serious, bro. Stop playing. I bet you're just a respawnable minion. Su Wanru was even the insults sounded odd. At that moment, the person being scolded on the other end, words flew back and forth, and Su Wanru finally regretted bringing me to her office. This man must be here just to torment her. She started doubting whether or actually disliked her the most. No, the one I disliked most must be her. Fortunately, the game ended, and Su Wanru had also finished. She grabbed her coat and called me. As we reached the door, her assistant returned. Su Wanru glanced. She told me, go wait for me in the parking, and then watched as I left. Inside the office, the assistant started reporting her findings. President Su, Lin Shu's background is indeed he owns several properties and office buildings in Jang. In simple terms, he's a billionaire landlord who rents out. He's only working as a security guard out of... As for his connection to Mr. Jang, I haven't found any information. Hearing this, Su Wanru pondered for a moment. Jang Yicheng, How did he get acquainted with someone like this? Coupled with last night's gooching, Suwanru started to sense that I was. However, she didn't. It wasn't her concern. She just needed to confirm that Lin Shu had no malicious intention. Back home, the living room was lively. The other 4 members of the Su family were sitting, along with a man about my age. He was dressed in a black suit, looking very much like a rich young. Wanru, you're back. Come over and sit. And Yicheng he came here straight after land. He stood up with a smile and greeted Su. Suwanru replied indifferently. And Yicheng looked a bit, but then turned to me. You must be Jang Yicheng, he said with a smile. Hello, I'm Yicheng. I've known Wanru and her siblings since we were kids. From now on, we're brothers. If you're ever bored in Jiangcheng, you can hang out. And Yicheng, after hearing that I was supposed to be quite handsome, didn't expect me to be this outrageously. I had already seen through his little thoughts. I just replied indifferently, sure. At that moment, Su Fu also returned. The An family and Su Fu treated An Yicheng with great courtesy. The group enjoyed a lively. I sat casually at the side, waiting for dinner. At that moment, some said, "Oh, right. Acheng, I heard you were coming back I went shopping and bought a lot of things. Auntie will go upstairs." After saying this, she went upstairs. When she came back down, she asked angrily. Sumfu replied, how would I? Did any of you take it? Sumfu asked, looking at the 5 daughters. Seeing them all shaking their heads, and Yicheng cautiously said, could it have been stolen? Who would dare do such a thing? Hand it over now? Leave the Su family, and otherwise, be ready for. Seeing no one admitting it, some immediately said, search every room thoroughly for me. I was playing with my phone when I heard this. 1 hour later, the butler led people to search, but they didn't find them. Madam, apart from the servants, only Mr. Zhang's room hasn't been. The butler hesitantly said. One of the maids stood out and said, when we discussed the broken survey, Mr. Jang happened to pass by. In the afternoon, I even saw him leave. This clearly implied and had entered. Upon hearing this, Sum's face filled with anger. No wonder you didn't ask your Uncle Su for his acting all innocent on the surface, but doing such despicable things behind our backs. Butler, go search his room immediately. Sumfu stood up. Stop spouting nonsense. Yicheng, how could he not? Sum retorted angrily. You think you know him so well, Sum Shiwan? People from small towns. Besides, he can't escape suspicion. I calmly replied, it's okay, Uncle Su. Let them search. He can't escape suspicion. I calmly said, it's okay, Uncle Su. Let them search. From the moment this happened, I had sensed this was a conspiracy against. As for who the mastermind, I think I'll know soon. The servants went to my room. While the Su family members were still watching, I looked at the servant accusing me. I asked coldly, what is your name? I hadn't even entered Sum's room. Why would this person falsely accuse me? The servant didn't understand why but she still replied, my name is Jang. Soon the butler came down and reported, Sir, madam, we found these items in Mr. Zhang's room. Inside a black plastic bag was a beaded bracelet. It was exactly what Sum had lost. Everyone was surprised. They really found the item in Jang Yicheng's room. Su Xiuan, what do you have to say now? Look at the man you picked for your daughter. Coming from a small town is one, but even his behavior is. Some angrily declared, it's impossible, Yicheng. Sumfu firmly said, yes, there must be some misunderstanding. And Yicheng also pretended to be sympathetic. At this moment, Suwanru stood up. Dad, Mom, let Uncle An check the fingerprints. If Jang Yicheng did it, the jewelry must have his fingerprints on it. Uncle nodded and called Officer An from the police station. Some glanced at Uncle and gritted her teeth. If Jang Yicheng really, he must break off the engagement and leave this. I didn't steal the item. I carefully recall that the handle of my seemed to have been covered with a layer of film. Today it was gone. The fingerprints on the bracelet probably came from. Some coldly said, the evidence is right here. What else do you have to say? I looked at Some and said, don't worry. I have a way to prove myself. Auntie, let me borrow this bracelet. Everyone didn't understand what I meant. I calmly picked up the bracelet from the table and put it on my wrist. Then I stretched out my hand under the light. My wrist, now wearing the bracelet, quickly turned red and swollen. Itching and discomfort overwhelmed but I seemed indifferent. Qingxiao said, Auntie, this jade is really high quality. The better the jade, the worse my allergy gets, and the more severe. Sumfu quickly said, silly child. You know you're allergic to jade, so why take it off quickly? I looked at Sum and gave a call. These symptoms won't go away for 3 days. So I didn't steal the bracelet. Sum was still relentless. Maybe you wore gloves when you took it. I chuckled. If I wore gloves, how could my fingerprints be on the... Sum was speechless. I'm allergic to jade when I touch it, and my hands had no symptoms before. Anyone with a clear mind can see. This is a frame job against me. Then I lazily said, all right. I've explained myself, Auntie. Now I'd like to ask, why did you transfer 200,000 yuan to Zhangting? And Sum's expressions shifted. What nonsense are you... I pulled out my phone and showed a pic on it. was a transaction record showing sums account. I knew a servant wouldn't frame me without a. Someone must have bribed them. Sure enough, after asking Zhang Ting's, I checked her transaction record. It was all part of a play orchestrated by some. Looking at the transaction, everyone was shocked. They seemed to understand the entire situation. Only Suwanru had a hint of doubt in her eyes. How did this man find that record? Some hesitated and explained, Zhang Ting's mother is sick. She asked me for an advance. Uncle sighed. Zhang Ting was there when he applied. He's an orphan, Yicheng. Uncle assured, I will give you a proper After speaking, he turned to Suwanru. Take Yicheng to the hospital to treat his hand injury. I nodded. I followed Suwanru and left. As soon as I opened the card, a cool voice of a woman said, I'm sorry. I paused. It took me a moment to. She was apologizing on behalf of her parents. It's okay. I smiled again. You must be disappointed, right? If this plan had succeeded, I would have left the Su family. By the way, before this, did you think it was me? Suwanru shook her head. No, you don't look that stupid. I smirked. Exactly. To become the Su family's goal. This little thing means nothing. I'm not that stupid. After a silent drive to the hospital, I picked up the prescription from the doc. We went to the pharmacy to get. I sat on a chair nearby, waiting. After a while, Suwanru returned. Give me your hand. I extended my hand. Suwanru took out the medicine box. She gently applied the ointment on my wound. Does it hurt? The coolness mixed with a sharp sting spread through my mind. Of course it hurts a bit, but I still smiled. Suwanru said, I didn't expect someone to actually be so thoughtful. I think I'm starting to like you more and more. Hearing my teasing tone, Suwanru's face turned red. She coughed a few times seriously. I told you before. I won't fall for you. I chuckled. I was just joking. I'll need to take my time to observe the 5 members of the. But as she watched me leave, Suwanru felt an inexplicable sense of unease rising in her. We left the hospital, and at the same time, Uncle and Sum were already arguing fiercely. Yicheng has only been in the Su family for a few days. Why are you targeting him like this? He's just a child. Yang Wanru gave a cold laugh. Isn't it all because of you? Why did you bring Zhang Yicheng into the Su family? I told you a long time ago. I had an engagement agreement with Yicheng's father back. Yang Wanru, enraged, said, an engagement? That's just an excuse. Isn't it because you used to have feelings for Zhang? Su Xiuan's face suddenly changed color. He and Zhang Fu had been school friends, both outstanding and envied by others. Later, they met Zhang Hanxiao, a vibrant who was also my mother. They both fell in love with Zhang Hanxiao and decided to pursue her fairly. Using the Su family's powerful influence, he arranged, but in the end, Zhang Hanxiao chose Zhang Fu and even eloped with him. Yang Wanru continued, all these years, have you been unable to forget Zhang Hanxiao? Is that why you brought her son into? Is that why you treat him so well? Did I hit the mark? Su Xiuan sighed and took Yang Wanru's hand, saying, it's not that. The matter with Zhang Hanxiao is long in the past. You're the only one in my heart now. Yang Wanru looked at Su Xiuan and asked, then why are you so kind to Zhang Yicheng? Su Xiuan looked sad and said, do you know, years ago, Yicheng's father and I attended a charity and we were suddenly attacked by terrorists. He took a bullet for me, which left him with a disabled left. For all these years, he has been staying in the town with Yicheng. Before he passed away, he asked me to take good care of. Yang Wanru's expression softened in. Su Xiuan, meanwhile, was lost in those long memories. Just then, Su Wanru and I returned home. As soon as we entered the living room, we saw Su Xiuan. I didn't know how to respond. Yang Wanru unexpectedly apologized to me sincerely. I decided not to argue and went up. Just after I finished showering, there was it was Yang Wanru. I looked at her, confused. Is there something I want to talk to you? After entering the room and Yang Wanru spoke directly. Zhang Yicheng, I now accept you joining our Su family and even marrying my daughter. But among the 5 of them, you cannot choose Su Wanru. Hearing this, I paused slightly and then asked why. Wanru is my most outstanding. I already have a suitable son-in-law in mind, so you should stay away from her. Her words were cutting. She implied I wasn't worthy. Was probably on Yicheng. Got it, Auntie. Yang Wanru said nothing more and left the room. The next morning, it was my turn to spend time with the second sister. Su Luoli is the vice president of Su Group. She doesn't get along well with the eldest. It's said that she often goes against Su. As soon as we got in the car, Su Luoli asked, how did things go with Wanru yesterday? I answered somewhat nonchalantly. Not hearing this, she added, let me tell you, our eldest sister isn't a good person. She's ruthless and unkind. You'd better not choose her. I couldn't help but smirk and said, then I'll. Su Luoli immediately gave an awkward laugh. Stop kidding. When we arrived at the Su Luoli got busy with work until the third day, 8:40, when it was the turn of Su Jingyao is a top-tier celebrity with tens of. Today happens to be her birthday and the 10th anniversary of her debut. She spent the entire day rehearsing and didn't have time to pay me any attention. I had just woken up from a nap. I saw An Yicheng walking toward me with a. We were planning to go to the mall together to buy some clothes and a gift for Jingyao. Come along. I thought about it and didn't. I followed them as we left. When we arrived at the and Yicheng pulled me into a high-end suit store. Yicheng, you're so handsome. You definitely look great in a suit. The four women waited outside the store, and Yicheng glanced out and then picked a dark green suit off the rack. This looks nice. Why don't you try it on? I looked at the suit briefly. The design was very out. Seeing I didn't respond, and Yicheng grabbed another, even uglier suit. How about this one? I narrowed. And Yicheng, if you dislike me, you don't need to pretend. And there's no need to use the. Even though I'm from the countryside, my taste isn't worse than yours. Yicheng, are you misunderstanding me? And Yicheng's face turned slightly. Indeed, he probably thought that as someone from I wouldn't understand fashion. I usually just wear plain t-shirts. But instead of arguing, I ignored him, casually looked around the store, and asked the staff to wrap the suit I liked. When I took out my phone to pay, Suwanru handed a black card to the cashier. Charge it, she said coldly. I replied. Hearing that, Suwanru said indifferently, don't misunderstand. It's my dad's instruction. After saying that, she turned and left. I was left speechless. And Yicheng saw this and angrily clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a trace of darkness. After leaving the mall, the two bodyguards behind were struggling to carry all the bags. Su Xiaoxiao made a sarcastic comment on the side. They really aren't shy of spending so much money to buy all. Su Xiaoxiao was clearly trying. He still held a grudge for saying he wasn't mature. Before I could respond, Yicheng intervened and said, Su Xiaoxiao, how can you say that? Yicheng just bought a few things casually. This is casual? I sneered. The card that was swiped just now was yours. Su Xiaoxiao's face darkened. That was my eldest. I glanced at him and exactly. It was your sister's. She didn't say a word. So what are you complaining about? After that, I got in the car. Su Xiaoxiao looked frustrated once again. Even while sitting in the car, he kept I rolled my eyes in exasperation. I have more money than I can, but at least give me a chance to pay. Soon it was evening. After dinner, I freshened up briefly and went with everyone to the concert. Just as we sat down, and Yicheng quickly took the seat next to Suwanru. I didn't mind, and sat down next to Su Luoli. The concert soon began. Su Jingyao took the stage. She wore a white evening gown. As a top-tier celebrity, her looks were stunning. The crowd erupted in cheers. I felt like my ears were about to burst. For an hour, Su Jingyao performed several songs. In the next segment, the host slowly walked onto the stage. Today marks Jingyao's 10th anniversary. We've prepared a surprise for everyone. Next, we'll randomly select a lucky fan to come on stage and sing with Jing. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The fans were so excited they nearly lost. The screen on stage began to Finally, the number stopped at 20. Next to me, Suluoli exclaimed, Unbelievable. Jang Yicheng? I paused briefly. The host on stage announced, Let's welcome fan number 26 to the stage. I narrowed my eyes slightly. How could it? I glanced at the people next to me and saw the schadenfreude in Yicheng's eyes. I instantly understood. Someone wanted to see me embarrassed. A smirk tugged at my lips as I slowly walked onto the. Su Jingyao looked surprised when she saw me. It's Jang Yicheng? The host chuckled and said, What a handsome young man. May I ask your name? I calmly replied, Jang Yicheng. As soon as I said that, the crowd was stunned. Is that Jang Yicheng, the one engaged to the... I can't believe he's this handsome. Wow, if I had known. Half of the audience were Su Jingyao's male fans. The crowd erupted in discussion. The jealous glances directed at me were... Next, we're performing a cover of the song Good Night by Beiji. Beiji is a popular singer, but very mysterious. No one knows what he looks like. His voice, however, has captivated the world. The host handed me the microphone. With a slight smile, I said, I'm tone deaf. I can't sing. The audience began murmuring, Get off the stage! Don't stand next to my goddess. You're embarrassing. Jang Yicheng, get off! I squinted slightly. I knew those waiting for my failure were feeling thrilled right now, but I enjoy proving people wrong. I took the microphone from the host. I can't sing this song, but I can play the accompaniment. The accompaniment for this song is played on the piano. Su Jingyao looked at me doubtfully. You can't even sing. Still playing the piano? Just teasing him. The host quickly spoke. Let's quiet down. Looking forward to Mr. Jiang and Jingyao's, I slowly walked toward the pianist. The venue also fell silent. As the prelude began, Su Jingyao was someone didn't expect he could actually play. He also focused entirely and sang the song. Our performance was unbelievably in sync. Su Jingyao couldn't help but glance at me. Some fans even got emotional at this scene. At this moment, and Yicheng also smiled and said, Didn't expect Jang Yicheng's piano to be so good. Looks like he's above grade 8. One playing, one singing. The two actually seemed to complement each other. Though saying this, and Yicheng was deeply resentful, and this stadium is owned by the An family. He could easily tamper with the events. He planned to make me embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Suwanru once again looked at me on stage. Under the spotlight, I appeared mysterious, making people want to explore more. But for some reason, When Su Jingyao and I were, it felt particularly dazzling. Matched? Not at all. As the performance ended, applause erupted. After stepping down from the stage, when I came out, I saw at the door a woman in a black, wearing a mask. Her face was unclear, but her demeanor, "Are you Jang Yicheng? I really liked your performance. This is for you." The woman handed me a beautifully, I was slightly accepting the bouquet, feeling a bit puzzled. She handed me I was slightly stunned. Receiving the bouquet, I felt, "Do you know me?" The woman waved her hand and said, "No, I just really liked your performance. I'm leaving now. Goodbye." After saying that, the woman turned. Her eyes were filled with unmistakable sadness. I stood there in a daze, looking at the bouquet in my hand. A faint, inexplicable feeling arose, and 2 hours later, the concert ended. I left with the 5 members of the Su family, and Uncle Sumu prepared dinner at home to celebrate his daughter's. After blowing out the candle, everyone presented their prepared. I also unhurriedly took out the gift I had prepared. Su Jingyao unwrapped each gift and then opened them. There were deeds to luxury jewelry necklaces, cruise ships, and various other expensive items. When it came to mine, it was a box of moderate size. Everyone knew I hadn't bought anything today. They all thought I must have casually picked something to fool Su Jingyao casually and was instantly stunned. It was a microphone from the LE2. There was only one of its kind. This microphone had once been auctioned off. Later, a mysterious buyer purchased it for. At the time, Su Jingyao missed the auction, but had longed for it ever since. She tried every possible channel to buy it but couldn't find the buyer. Su Xiaoxiao skeptically said, "This can't be fake, right?" But Su Jingyao immediately recognized it as genuine. She exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my God! Jang Yicheng, is this really for me?" I calmly nodded. "It's just a microphone." Getting so excited, how unsophisticated. Su Jingyao asked curiously, "Where did this microphone come from?" I waved it off. "I play piano well, so the person who bought it knew me and hoping I'd pursue a career in music. But since I can't sing, I'm giving it to you." I casually made up an excuse. Everyone was once again so. It seemed that the gifts didn't bring as much joy as my peach. People began to change their view of me. At first, they thought I was just an incompetent, but over the past few days, I seemed different from what they imagined. After a moment, I said, "Happy birthday. I'm a bit tired," so I went upstairs to rest for the next morning. I got up early. Today, I was spending time with Su Xinyan. She is a doctor. Su Xinyan appeared cold and dignified. Since I arrived at I hadn't spoken much to her. We drove to the hospital together. "I have 2 surgeries today, so I'll be busy. You can stay in the office." I nodded. I played games all morning, and Su Xinyan still hadn't finished her. I was extremely bored, so I left the hospital and wandered around. I didn't see Su Xinyan again until I returned home in the evening. It wasn't until the next that it was Su Xiaoxiao's. She is the youngest in the Su. She is still in university, since the driver was off today, and Su Wanro's company was on the way to her. The 3 of us left the villa together after breakfast. On the way, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed from the front seat, "Whoa, big sis! I just saw the news. Yesterday, someone broke your record at Death Valley." Death Valley is a famous racetrack. The fastest record was set a year ago by Su Wanru at 5 minutes and 30. Su Xiaoxiao worshipped her big sister, and now someone had actually broken that record. Hearing this, Su Wanru raised an eyebrow. Su Xiaoxiao continued, "Big sis. It was a man. Unfortunately, he was wearing a helmet, so I was still a bit drowsy." Su Xiaoxiao in front of me kept chattering, wanting to find out who that man was. But after searching for a long time, as we neared the school, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her attention to me and said, "Bumpkin, do you like my 3rd sister? Are you a fan of my 3rd sister?" I rolled my eyes speechlessly. Too lazy to argue with this, I casually got out of the car. However, hearing this, Su Wanru, who was holding the steering wheel slightly after Su Xiaoxiao got out of the car, she waved and said, "By the way, help me find out who that man is." At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao, who loved racing, had already replaced her. "He must be a handsome and dashing young man. He's just too cool." Su Wanru didn't but instead instructed, "Protect Jang Yicheng, who would bully him." Su Xiaoxiao pouted and walked off without looking. No matter where I went, I felt like, after all, as the Su family's chosen son, I was naturally the center. After just one class, I got up to go to the restroom. As I was about to leave, I was stopped by several boys in school uniforms blocked my way. The leader, a boy with green-dyed hair, and maliciously said, "Do you like Su Xiaoxiao?" I shook my head and said, "No, I don't." The green-haired boy pointed at me. "Jang Yicheng, Su Xiaoxiao is the laughingstock of our. Do you even think you're worthy?" I felt speechless. Could these people not understand? I already said I don't like her, didn't I? Does Su Xiaoxiao even know you exist? What even are you? Are you worthy? Hearing this, the he then sneered coldly. "Today, we're going to teach you a lesson. How dare you come to Su Xiaoxiao's." When Su Xiaoxiao found that Jang Yicheng was being cornered, she thought of her father's and reluctantly headed over. However, when she arrived at the rest but was stunned, seeing a few people rushing out of the restroom. Su Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Green hair and his gang are known trouble, relying on their prominent family backgrounds. They often bully others. When they saw me walking out calmly, completely unharmed, Su Xiaoxiao's surprised expression was, I said they wanted to fight me, so I fought back. Unexpectedly, someone like has so many admirers. These people not only lack brain, but also good judgment. Su Xiaoxiao was speechless. She shouldn't have cared about Jang Yicheng. No one came to bother me for the rest of the afternoon. The last class of the day was PE. I sat on the field, watching the girls play badminton. After a while, my stomach suddenly hurt. Holding my stomach, I quickly and ran towards the school restroom. On the other side, Su Wanru, after finishing work, walked into the office. President, we found out that the one who broke your record on the death track was Mr. Zhang. Su Wanru raised her. Who did you say? Usually calm and composed. Su Wanru was surprised this time. It was Jiang Yicheng. Wasn't he with Su Qinglian yesterday? This result was truly unexpected. Jiang Yicheng really is an interesting man. A slight smile crossed Su Wanru's face. Just then, her phone on the desk rang. Elder sister, Jiang Yicheng is missing. Su Xiaoxiao, after PE class, realized Jiang Yicheng was nowhere. He wasn't answering his phone. When she went to the servants said, Jiang Yicheng, upon Su Wanru's face turned grim. Su Xiaoxiao, you go report it to leave the rest to me. After saying this, Su Wanru immediately drove to. She checked the school and entrance surveillance footage. Finally, in the 5 p.m. footage, she saw my figure. I was walking toward the restroom. Not far behind me, a blue figure was following. This meant the last place I disappeared was the public restroom. Su Wanru's gaze hardened, and she immediately led people to that. It was now already 6 p.m. Few people passed by this area. As Su Wanru's group approached, they clearly heard a man's mocking voice from inside. Weren't you tough just now? Why don't you fight back? Come on, hit me again. What a shameless man. Daring to seduce my sister Su. Let's see if I don't beat you into submission. Hearing Su Jingyao's name, Su Wanru confirmed that the man inside was likely a crazy. She went in direct. The bodyguards following kicked the door open. The man's laugh abruptly stopped. Seeing Su Wanru standing at the door he sneered, who are to dare ruin my plans? Su Wanru raised her gaze and exuding authority. How dare you touch someone under the extraordinary aura of the woman made the minions behind the man suddenly tremble. She seems to be the eldest daughter, one of the lackeys stammered. Anyone who had watched would instantly recognize this woman, who often she was accompanied by a group of all of them strong and by comparison, the two lackeys looked like frail grass. Su Wanru and her assistant instantly understood. They immediately subdued the three. The man, who had been acting crazy, suddenly became terror at the unfolding scene. In a moment of impulse, he had kidnapped, but he hadn't anticipated the consequences he now couldn't bear. Miss Su, I'm sorry. I acted on impulse. Su Wanru's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Wait to face the legal consequence. Hearing this, the minions knelt on the ground. We were blind and foolish, offending Mr. Zhang. Please, Miss Su, spare us. Su Wanru ignored their pleas as the sound of police. The three men slumped to the ground and their faces ashen. After the police took the three men away, only Su Xiaoxiao, who had hurried over, and Su Wanru, who was supporting. This man really knows how to cause. I suspect he's doing it on purpose just to keep us from having peace. Thinking of the scolding she'd face from her uncle when they returned, Su Xiaoxiao was fuming inside. Frowning, Su Wanru said, enough, Xiaoxiao. Stop talking. Let's get him to the hospital. If you want to, do it I'm not going. With that, Su Xiaoxiao stormed off in anger. Su Wanru lowered her gaze to look at me, bruised, and took me to the hospital. Thanks to Su Xinyan's connect, Su Wanru brought me directly to her. Su Xinyan examined me carefully, her brows furrowing. Su Wanru asked, how is he? Is he badly hurt? Su Xinyan responded, his injuries are severe. He's also severely dehydrated and suffering from a mild concussion. Moreover, he has a weak stomach, which caused the discomfort. That's why he's in such pain. Su Wanru nodded, her face. Hearing the word diarrhea, Su Wanru's ears turned red with embarrassment. I still have a surgery to perform. You stay here with him for now. Remember to help him with the admission procedure. His injuries won't heal anytime soon. Su Xinyan left the room. The room fell into silence. I slowly opened my eyes, holding my still aching stomach. Weakly, I said, water, I want water. Su Wanru poured a cup of warm water and, seeing the sweat on my forehead, she handed me a tissue. I smiled at her and said, thank you. You truly are thoughtful, just like the person. Even though I was in pain and I couldn't resist teasing her a bit. Hearing this, Su Wanru frowned and said, I hope you won't joke like this again. I've already made my stance clear before. I pouted and muttered, why so serious? How boring. Then I lowered my head to drink. Suddenly, Su Wanru stood up. I have an urgent meeting to attend. I'll finalize the admission. You rest well. Got it. Just as Su Wanru left, my phone rang. Gu Qinghan's voice came through, tinged with anxiety and concern. Brother, are you okay? I heard you were hospitalized. I was surprised. How do you know? Have you not checked Weibo? You were kidnapped by a fan of Su Jingye, and Su Wanru personally saved you and took you to the paparazzi caught it on. Now the internet is buzzing about you and Su Wanru. I casually scroll. Sure enough, the top were all about this explosive news. Su family's eldest daughter cares for fiancé Jang Yicheng. Feelings bloom between the. I frowned, then said, "Find someone to for the next few days. Take care of the. Contact me by phone if there are any. I understand, Zhang Ge." On the other side, Gu Qinghan said angrily, "I've already dealt with the illegitimate offender. He won't ever get out of prison in this lifetime." I asked casually, "It just doesn't feel that simple." Gu Qinghan continued, "Also, the Su group wants to collaborate with us. The profits are quite substantial, but they have one condition, to meet the president of Lanxiang. I frowned in thought. Why do they insist on? Gu Qinghan went on, "I know it's inconvenient for you, so I declined the collaboration. Said we might work together in the future." All right. I hung up the curving my lips. I thought, meet me. Now's not the time. Su Wanru, we have a long way to go. The next morning, Su Wanru appeared in the ward again. Smiling, I peeled half an orange. Miss Su, the workaholic, even gave up work to visit. I'm truly flattered. The fruit is quite sweet. Want some? I said, peeling up. Don't overthink. Dad asked me to take care of you. Su Wanru ignored my outstretched. Her gaze lightened. I have a question. Su Wanru hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist asking. You broke the Death Canyon. How does someone from a small town even get a chance to race? She stared at me intensely after. This man was too mysterious. Clearly ordinary in background, yet his actions were astonishing. I chuckled faintly. It's just a way to pass. Why is Miss Su so concerned? Su Wanru looked at him leisurely. Her thoughts started to wander. First, his connection with Gu Qinghan showed his extraordinary, then his interactions as the remarkable Lin Shi, who could also eloquently express. He even broke the unbreakable record that he set in Death Canyon. This man from an ordinary small town is anything but ordinary. Zhang Yicheng, I hope you don't harbor any ill intent. Su Wanru seemed to issue a warning, but deep inside, her heartstrings were gently plucked one by. At that moment, a knock on the door broke Su Wanru's thoughts. And Yicheng knocked and entered the room. Seeing Su Wanru alone with Zhang Yicheng, his heart burned with jealousy. With a concerned look, he held my hand and asked, "Why do you look so pale? Are you seriously?" His grip was tight. I smiled faintly and glanced at Su Wanru. Suddenly, I understood. This man's possessiveness was terrible. I'm fine, Mr. Fang. There's no need to hold on so anyone would think you deeply hate me. I pulled my hand back and casually exposed An Yicheng's intention. An Yicheng's face momentarily turned red. But he forced a smile and said, "Am I not just worried about what if something happened to you? How distressed would Uncle Su?" I smirked. "Not even the Su family's son-in-law, and you care so much about Uncle Su's opinion. Mr. An, you sure think things through." Hearing this, An Yicheng's face fell. "Mr. Zhang, it seems like you dislike me." I glanced at him. "Mr. Do a few words make you think I hate you? Isn't that a bit self-centered? I rarely meet men so insincere." And Yicheng's face darkened. "I just wanted to check on you, but didn't expect you to be so aggressive. I'll leave." And Yicheng stood up, pretending to leave. Su Wanru frowned at this. In a cold voice, she said, "Zhang, don't go too far. An Yicheng is just here to visit you." I frowned, waving my hand, saying, "If you're here, that's fine, but I'm not feeling well. Please don't disturb my rest." Su Wanru looked at my furrowed brows. Her gaze dimmed. "Then we'll leave now. Take care and rest well." And Yicheng reluctantly distanced himself from the two and followed Su Wanru out of the room. As they left, peace returned to the world, but my mind remained unsettled. Suddenly, I realized I had overlooked something important. The matter of attending class with Su was known to very few people. How did the stalker know my exact location and even time their move to when I was? A bold thought emerged in my mind. I made a call, asking the police to reinterrogate the stalker. Moments later, I saw the name An Yicheng on my phone. My gaze turned icy. The mastermind was indeed An Yicheng. Again and again, An Yicheng. Let's see how this ends. Within days, the An Corporation inexplicably fell. Some senior executives began selling off. The An Corporation was and had to borrow 2 billion yuan from the Su. Su Mu, who cherished An Yicheng as a potential son, asked Su Wanru to step in, and only then was the situation. Due to the crisis at home, An Yicheng no longer had time to visit. The spotlight shift, and I gained quite a bit of peace. That day, Su Xinyan and Zhao Li came to check. After the examination, she removed her stethoscope, smiling brightly. "You're recovering quick. You can be discharged today," I replied calmly. "All right. I understand." Su Xinyan then asked, "Is my sister not coming to see you today?" "The past few days, because of the Su Wanru hasn't had time to visit me." I don't mind. I ate my breakfast casually, calm and natural as always. Whether she visits or not is up to her. You're asking the wrong person. Su Xinyan hadn't expected such a reply. She chuckled and instead asked you to spend time with who do you like the most? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. Su Xinyan smiled slightly. If that's the case, then I won't ask. After all, I'm not interested in Mr. With that, Su Xinyan turned and left. That afternoon, Su Wanru still didn't. I handled my discharge procedures and returned home in the Su family's. My body was mostly recovered, but staying at home all day wasn't an option. Su Fu suggested I work at the company. The reactions were mixed, and Su Xiaoxiao was the most. She glanced disdainfully at me, calmly sipping tea, her face full of He's just a country bumpkin from a small town. How could he possibly handle company? Dad, stop overestimating. Watching Su Xiaoxiao stomp her feet, I found it amusing. No matter what, I'm still At that moment, Su Wanru remained silent. She quietly watched me, as if this man might hold unexpected surprises. Su Fu's face hardened, his gaze at Su Xiaoxiao full of reproach. Even if Yicheng is from a small town, you shouldn't ridicule someone's background like this. You can skip dinner tonight and stay in your room to reflect. At that moment, Su Jingye spoke up. I think we should let him try. After all, staying at home all day is indeed boring. Because he returned my microphone, my impression of him improved. At this moment, I also chose to speak. Su Wanru hesitated. Finally, they suggested he try interning at the company. If it really doesn't work out, they can find some. A decision was made, and it was irreversible. Su Xiaoxiao was indignant, but since the Su group was founded by Su Wan, he had no grounds to argue. He could only clench his fists, looking at his angry, refined face. I chuckled lightly. I asked Su Xiaoxiao, you seem unhappy. Su Xiaoxiao raised and said, you're nothing but trouble. If you join the company, who knows what chaos you'll. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I stopped the debate. After all, my entry into the company was already set in. Even if Su Xiaoxiao was upset, he had no choice but to accept. Actions speak. Early the next morning, Su Wanru called me to head to work at the company. It was my first day at the company, and Su Wanru placed me in as an ordinary employee. I greeted my colleagues with a smile. Just as I sat down, a stack of files was slammed heavily onto my desk. Here, this is your work for today. Finish processing these documents and email them to me. Don't think you can slack off just because you've got. Zhang Yichen's nagging voice abruptly stopped. Staring at the familiar, handsome face in front of Lu Jie froze instantly. I smirked. Long time no see, Lu Jie, I greeted. I naturally remembered the man before. Back then, Lu Jie relied on being the prince because the girl he liked secretly admired. He kept bullying me. We even fought over it. Later, I was expelled and went abroad, earned dual degrees, and returned to. I never expected to cross paths with such an enemy. I may be slightly different now, but my stubbornness remains unchanged. My smile turned cold. I stared at Lu Jie's increasingly distorted face and, what's wrong? Seeing me left you speechless? Lu Jie, relying on his position, suddenly gained confidence. Let me warn you, your current boss is me. Don't try any tricks. If you slack off, I have ways to get rid of you. I laughed. So now you're pulling rank to threaten me? Well, you'd better hold on tight to that position. Hearing this, Lu Jie's anger surged instantly. Unable to endure the taunt, he began to dig up the past. Who do you think you are? Daring to lecture me. After dropping out of middle school, who knows, maybe you've been kept by some rich. Otherwise, how else could you land a job like? At these words, my expression turned. You're saying I've been kept? Noticing my sudden drop in demeanor, Lu Jie shuddered in fear. Then, remembering his authority and he regained his arrogance. So what if you were? You've done it, so why be afraid of people talk? I was a head taller, leaning slightly closer. I smirked coldly. If Uncle Su finds out that his future son is being accused of, I wonder if he'll explode in anger. The news says the Jang gentleman engaged. That's you? Lu Jie's eyes widened in shock. Lu Jie rarely followed the news closely, so he only vaguely knew about the engagement. Never in his wildest did he think the man engaged would be the very Jang Yicheng he had always despised. The thought of the Su family's sent a shiver down his spine. I didn't want to waste time with this and didn't even bother to lift an. Good, you understand. Now stop disturbing my work. These words from the manager delivered the final blow to Liu. His face turned purple with. He opened his mouth, but no retort came out. He straightened up, his voice harsh. Even if you're engaged to this and they're backing you, let me tell you this, those without skills in this company will eventually be cleared out. I didn't care, smiling faintly. Let's wait and see. Lu Jie shot me a vicious glare before storming off angrily, already plotting how to get back at me. At 11 a.m., I sent the documents to Lu Jie an hour early, but not long after, they were sent back. There were no comments on the file, just two blunt words, redo it. As expected, was definitely looking for a reason to confident in my plan. I made no changes and resented as is. Sure enough, the plan was rejected again. Not wanting to waste more time with him, I took the plan directly to the CEO's office. Su Wanru was working, When she saw me, she asked indifferently. I placed the plan in front of her, smiling lightly. Your department manager thinks my plan isn't good. Would you care to take a look yourself? She glanced through it briefly. As she flipped through the page, her eyes began to brighten. The ideas were unconventional, winning with clever, some points even aligned with her own thoughts. She looked up and asked, was this task assigned by Liu Jie? I smiled and nodded. Suwanru called her secretary and summoned Liu Jie. When Liu Jie saw me there, he glared at me fiercely before cautiously asking the CEO. Suwanru's voice was cold. Is this the task you assigned to a new employee? Liu Jie trembled all over. CEO Suwanru shot him a fierce glare. The most important proposal of this quarter, and you gave it to a newcomer to suppressing your subordinate. Liu Jie, you've got some nerve. Your salary will be docked for. Suwanru rarely got angry, but today, the coldness in her voice made Liu Jie was furious, wishing he could tear me apart, but he didn't dare make a scene. All he could do was fume. After Liu Jie left, Suwanru turned to me. CEO Su is indeed fair and Suwanru looked at my carefree smile, her thoughts swirling. This man was exceeding her expectations yet again. For the next couple of days, he kept his head down and scurried away whenever he saw me. But the sinister look in his eyes made me feel like he was plotting something big. By the coffee machine, I ran into Suluoli unexpectedly. He winked at me, raising an eyebrow. I heard Suwan, you must really matter to her. Hearing the mockery in his tone, I felt annoyed but kept my composure. Why? Vice President Su, are you jealous? Upset that I've taken your... Suluoli's expression stiffened slightly at my word. Mr. Jang, you have quite the sense of humor. I calmly poured myself a cup. Weren't you the one joking first? I'm simply returning the favor. Suluoli kept smiling. Mr. Jang, you're no wonder even someone as work obsessed. But his words were subtly off. I nodded and smiled. But Vice President Su, you're being a bit too... Suluoli's expression changed slightly. It was the first time someone had told him but Suchu always seemed to talk a bit too much. Suluoli's expression It was the first time someone told him. No one had ever managed to put... This was a first. All right then, I won't bother Mr. Jang's coffee time. Suluoli picked up a cup of coffee and turned. I watched his back thoughtfully. My proposal was appreciated by the The profits this quarter were pretty good. The company decided to host a banquet to celebrate the company's thriving development. Even though I wasn't quite what they imagined, 10 rustic folks doing it for the Su families. Suwanru still decided to take me to buy a suit. With the experience from this time I directly chose clothes I like and tossed them to Suwan. We checked out and went back to the company. The entrance was already packed with reporters. Seeing the two of us attending to the reporters swarmed in. Excuse me, is there any truth to the rumors about the... Can you respond directly? Suwanru swept a glance across the crowd. Everyone fell silent. Taking advantage of this brief gap, Suwanru took me directly into the... It was called a banquet, but it was actually a small business. Suwanru was always the center. She was constantly surrounded, asking for her advice. I wandered off alone to a quiet corner to relax and started eating snacks on the... I had just sat down when Liu Jie walked over. Isn't this our great male lead, Jang? Why aren't you accompanying the Although his words were sarcastic, his intense jealousy was undeniable. Even this random countryside bumpkin had the chance to become the president's Why not Liu Jie? Manager Liu, how's life been without your salary recently? I didn't bother with it. I casually threw out this comment. Liu Jie turned pale at the memory of that incident. Don't get cocky too soon. Suwanru's childhood sweetheart. He is the son-in-law recognized by the... But you're just an orphan. How could you be worthy of marrying the best... I smiled and shook my... I never said I must marry Suwanru. Besides, I don't fit into their narrative. Liu Jie knew how sharp my words could be, so he couldn't be bothered to say much. Stop stirring up trouble. I'm telling you, you'll be out of the company sooner or... Thinking of his upcoming plan. He gave a cold smile. I replied calmly, whatever tricks you've got, bring them. Unable to win the argument, Liu Jie left. It was time to move on to the main event. Suwanru took the stage to announce the company's quarterly performance. Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the corner. I believe there's an issue with this quarter's operation. These words shocked everyone. The room fell silent instantly. Suwanru turned her gaze over calm. Do you have something to say? Hearing the president's inquiry, Liu Jie quickly stood up. I accuse Jang Yicheng of plagiarizing the proposal. You're saying he plagiarized? What proof do you have? Gritting his teeth, Liu Jie presented his so-called evidence. I squinted my eye. So this was his plan. The concept for this design is taken from the work of a student at a famous foreign university. This countryside bumpkin stole their results. One is from a prestigious university and the other is a bumpkin. It's obvious who's more credible. Hearing this, the crowd started whispering. This Jang Yicheng is such a fraud. Can't write it himself? Fine. But plagiarism? Someone like that doesn't deserve to stay in our... Suwanru avoided their gazes and looked at me. Jang Yicheng, Do you have anything to say? Suwanru's gaze met mine, calm yet smiling. I inexplicably felt it. It was as if deep down, he was almost certain it wasn't my fault. But he still wanted to hear what I had to say. I smiled and nodded. Yes, I did borrow some ideas. You're observant. Liu Jie thought he had won and began to speak more recklessly. This bumpkin has been uneducated, and now he's stealing ideas too. How can someone like this deserve to stay in this company? President, I suggest we kick him out right now. Suwanru frowned slightly and waited for my next response. What if I am Annie? Luji burst out laughing. You're Annie? Jang Yicheng, stop joking. If you're Annie, I'll resign immediately and give you my executive position. Annie the G, who completed dual specialties at a young age, would never come back to and work as a low-level employee in a company. Are you sure about that? I asked. Liu Jie, confident of, raised his chin proudly. Yes, I walked onto the stage, connected my phone, and made a video call. A few seconds later, a kind-looking old man appeared on the screen. This was Professor Andrew, a two-time Nobel Prize winner. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Jang Yicheng to know someone like him. I smiled slightly. Hello, Professor. Sorry to bother you in this manner. Andrew didn't seem annoyed at all. He smiled warmly. Annie, it's been so long since you've contacted me. I'm happy you called this time. I even stopped my experiments. I shook my head and smiled. Sorry for bothering you, Professor, but you should focus on your experiments. We chatted in English, laughing, and the crowd remained silent, too stunned to. Entering sushi typically requires a prestigious university. Most could generally understand their conversation. However, the most shocking part wasn't the English. Instead, it was that Jang Yicheng actually knew. Moreover, from Professor Andrew's words, it was confirmed that Liu Jie's composure completely collapsed. He stared at the screen in disbelief, then looked at me and broke down. He lost completely and utterly. I ended the call and looked at Liu Jie, whose face I sneered. Liu Jie, borrowing my own creativity. Do you still dare to call that plagiarism? Liu Jie opened his mouth, but Suwanru's feelings went beyond shock. Indeed, this man always managed to surprise her. Liu Jie, go collect your salary from the finance department. Suwanru couldn't tolerate such arrogant people staying in the Her words sealed Liu Jie's fate, and the farce came to an end. Suwanru decided to drive me home, but I had something important to do, so I politely declined. I left and got into a car where Gu Qinghan had been waiting for a long time. Brother Zhang, are you feeling better now? I couldn't help but laugh. I've been fine for a while. Let's go quickly, or we'll miss the event. Gu Qinghan nodded and stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. We were heading to an underground black market where a high-tech computer was being apparently, it was left by a world-class top hacker. There's only one such computer. I have a passion for tinkering, and I must win this computer. When we arrived at the scene, it was just time for the final highlight. The starting bid was 10 million. Responses echoed from. I remained silent. I started bidding when the voices dwindled. 1.2 billion, anyone else? Gu Qinghan raised his paddle. 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion, any more? 1.3 billion going one. 1.3 billion going twice. 1.4. A smile froze at the corner. I looked over from afar. It was a figure all too familiar. Unfortunately, many people wore glasses. It was hard to identify exactly who it was. 3 billion. Gu Qinghan continued bid. Spending 3 billion on a computer was already. No one else was bidding anymore, except for the unfamiliar woman with glasses. She raised her paddle and bid 4 billion. 4 billion, Gu Qinghan turned it. He asked me if I wanted to continue bidding. I shook my head. Helplessly, I decided to let it. The gavel fell. Gu Qinghan stopped bidding. The computer ultimately went to her. Afterwards, Gu Qinghan offered to take Li Yan home. Just as they reached a group of people blocked their way. Leading the group was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman wearing glasses. Her aura was unmistakably extraordinary. Yicheng, long time no see. Even with glasses on, I could recognize her instantly. I exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" The two of us had the same. Both were top-notch in hacker skills. Xia Bingshui said calmly, I came to bid for this. Ah, don't you remember your birthday is in a few days? I know you like it. So I came to China just to. How long are you staying? Not long, leaving tomorrow. I originally planned to mail it. Now it's better. I can give it to you directly. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have spent so much money for nothing at the auction. Xia Bingshui reached out and ruffled my hair. It's fine. Only 4 billion. As long as you're happy. Shadows flickered in the corner. They quickly disappeared. The two chatted for a bit. Xia Bingshui left early to catch her flight. I returned to the Su family. Early the next morning, I went downstairs. Everyone's gazes turned strangely peculiar. Su Xiaoqiao snorted. I didn't expect it. Turns out you're actually a top student. I sat down, ignoring his mockery. Su Fu glared at him. All right. Today is the weekend, so I've decided that our whole family will go hike. The 5 girls all looked a bit reluctant. Hiking is exhausting and hot. They really had no interest at all. Dad, I have a few surgeries to do. I'm afraid it's not convenient. Su Xinyan stood up, ready to leave. But her uncle stopped her firmly. What? Is there no other doc in your hospital but you? Su Xinyan smiled awkwardly, scratching her nose. This also stopped Su Jingyao and Su Xiaoxiao, who were about to, so it was happily decided. They would set off. No one could defy Su Fu's orders. Everyone changed into hiking clothes and headed to the most famous local attraction. Once on site, I immediately saw Yicheng in a suit, smiling brightly. My parents couldn't stop grinning when they saw him. Yicheng, you actually came. I thought you weren't coming. And Yicheng smiled and said, "Aunt, since you invited, how could I not come?" Su Xiaoxiao, always blunt, looked at his outfit and sneered. Who wears a suit to go hiking? How are you going to I smirked slightly. This Su Xiaoxiao was quite amusing. And Yicheng turned pale. I'm sorry. I don't hike often. I didn't know. Looking at his apologetic expression gave me a head. Who knows what kind of trouble this man might cause? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Sumu rolled his eyes at him. All right, what do you care what he wears? Then he grabbed Yicheng and walked ahead. We followed behind. Su Wanru remained silent the entire way. Seeing her quiet, I raised an eyebrow and teased. Smile more. It'll make you look younger. She ignored my teasing, only gazing at the distance. Suddenly, I accidentally stepped on a rock. I twisted my ankle. I winced in pain, holding my ankle. What's wrong? Su Wanru lowered her head and asked, Twisted your ankle? Can't walk? I was sweating from the pain. Seeing my discomfort, Su Wanru helped me up. I could clearly smell the minty fragrance on her. My ears turned bright red. I can do it myself, I insisted, even with a Su Wanru frowned. There's a Xinyan can help reduce the swelling later. Su Luoli, standing nearby, and smirked mischievously. Su Wanru, I didn't expect this from you. The man you care about so much? The iron tree has finally bloomed. Su Wanru glared. Enough not. Su Xiaoxiao rolled. Su Xinyan was busy handling hospital matters. Su Jingyao was on a call with her agent. Neither of them had time to pay attention to the situation, but Yicheng noticed. Seeing Su Wanru supporting me, he felt extremely uneasy. At that moment, Yicheng's mood darkened instantly. Sumu noticed from the side and asked, What's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. Yicheng glanced at me and said, Wanru, could he be in love with Yicheng? Sumu suddenly turned around, seeing me leaning on Su Wanru. His face immediately fell. Don't worry, Yicheng, I'll give you an explanation. After reaching the mountain, I was sent to a temporary clinic. When everyone else wasn't around, Sumu entered my ward. Jang Yicheng, I have something to say to you. Since the last time we resolved our differences, I've hardly interacted with Sumu. Seeing him approach, I couldn't help but wonder what... I smiled, Auntie. You seem to be quite close to Wanru recently. Sumu mentioned it casually, or so it seemed, but I understood immediately. No, I haven't spoken much with Su Wanru. Sumu looked serious. I've said before, I hope Wanru's husband will be Yicheng. No matter what's between you two, I won't allow you to be together. This was a warning to me. I smiled casually. Auntie, don't worry. I have no interest in Su Wanru. That's best. After hearing my assurance, Sumu seemed relieved. She smiled in satisfaction. Actually, my other 4 children are equally excellent. You can choose one from them. Jang Yicheng, you're a smart kid. You should know what to do. This didn't affect my mood. After Sumu left, I started messaging Gu Qinghan. Qinghan, send me a few bottles of special medicated wine. Gu Qinghan touched his forehead. Why are you so unlucky lately? I was speechless. How could this guy speak so bluntly? Just as Su Luoli pushed the door open and entered. Are you feeling better? Su Luoli naturally sat down beside, as if we were very familiar. I kept a neutral expression. Miss Su, what brings you? Can't I just check on you? Su Luoli smiled, a mix of truth and falsehood. I didn't recall having much interaction with Su Luoli. A weasel visiting a chicken for... She's probably up to no good. If you have something to say, just... Su Luoli curled her lips. What if I say I'm a little interested in you? Hearing this, I couldn't help but twitch the corners. Do you think what you just said is believable? Su Luoli leaned forward. Her smile grew wider. Why can't even this be? You make me feel so sad. I glanced at her and said flatly, Please behave. Su Luoli chuckled and said, Jang Yi, I'm serious. At that moment, Su Wanru pushed the door. She immediately noticed our ambiguous... Her expression dark. Am I interrupting you? The scene was somewhat irritating to her. Su Luoli noticed her subtle expression and felt secretly pleased. We're both here to visit Yicheng. She deliberately changed his to highlight their unusual relationship. The way she pronounced Yicheng was almost tender. Could it be that Su Luoli was interested in Jang? Su Wanru's gaze carried an indescribable glow. She let out a hum and turned to leave. Su Luoli successfully upset Su Wanru. Her mood was good. When leaving, she specifically reminded me to everyone present had their own thoughts. Eventually, the atmosphere became... Plus, I was injured. Sufu waved his hand grand. The group then returned home in a grand manner. As for me, because of I was sent to the hospital where Sufu rarely knocked on my hospital room door. Looking at my face, he reminisced about his old comrade in arms, Yicheng. Are you feeling better now? It's all the fault of those unworthy for not taking good care and causing you to get. My heart warmed. Uncle, this is my own problem. I was careless. It has nothing to do with them. Sufu held my hand. Yicheng, rest assured, if anyone marries you, I'll give them 20% of Su Corporation's and 20 villas in Kyoto. No one will dare mistreat you. This is Sufu's promise. Hearing this, I felt a pang of emotion spreading. At the doorway, Su Xinyan was about to knock in it. Her hand paused in midair. Drawn by these, she froze on the spot. Marrying Jang Yicheng could bring so many benefits. Each of the other 5 only got 5% of the shares, but marrying him meant getting 20% of Su Corporation. Sufu gave a few more instructions, then took a phone call and hurriedly left. Su Xinyan struggled to suppress her excitement. Standing at the door, once she calmed down, she finally stepped. The moment she saw, her gaze softened immediately. She walked up to me and gently squeezed my ankle. Does this still hurt? Even though I knew this was part of the treatment, I couldn't help feeling slightly uncomfortable. I forced a smile. It feels much better. It doesn't hurt as much. Su Xinyan smiled gently. That's good to hear. If there's anything, remember to call me anytime. This kind of meticulous care made me feel a bit uneasy. I froze for a moment, unable to comprehend why Su Xinyan, who had always been so against, had suddenly changed and started caring so much. Even after Su Xinyan left, I was still in a daze. During my days in the hospital, Suwanru never came to visit me. The company was in a stable period of development, so she shouldn't have been too busy. After much thought, I figured Suwanru must have been avoiding me So on the day I returned to work after recovery, I specifically requested to ride in Suwanru. President Su is so kind. You wouldn't mind giving me a ride, right? I casually sat in the passenger seat and even buckled my seatbelt. Why not ride with Luoli instead? Suwanru said coldly. I just happen to like you. Get in already. We're going to be late. Unable to argue with, Suwanru had no choice but to drive me to work. The whole way, my gaze was fixed on the breeze tousled my messy hair, giving off a sort of casual. Suwanru couldn't help but break the silence. What is your relationship with? Hearing this, I turned to look at her. Nothing much. Suwanru hesitated before. Then that day, I smiled at her, believing one side of the story. That's not something as clever as you would typically do. Suwanru froze, but couldn't help smiling. I caught the smile on her lips and teasingly said, so happy, huh? Suwanru, you care so much about my relation. Do you actually like me? Suwanru's face turned bright red. You talk too much. I couldn't help but laugh. Suwanru blushing. It was truly so interesting. To avoid me saying something she couldn't handle, Suwanru stomped on driving to the company as fast. Upon arrival, I immediately noticed an unexpected. And Yicheng was sitting in the design department manager. Seeing me arrive, he immediately greeted me with a smile. Jang Yicheng, you're here. Is your health better now? Though his words were polite, and Yicheng secretly wished I'd never recovered. I waved my hand, calmly replying, thanks for your concern. Everything is fine. And Yicheng suddenly seemed to remember. Good, that's settled then. As soon as I heard the department lacked, I volunteered myself to come. You wouldn't mind, would you? I smiled and said, of course not. Mr. An is going to marry the president, after all. Becoming a department is no big deal. And Yicheng's face turned pale. Jang Yicheng, how can you say that about? I was just worried you'd feel unsatisfied. After all, I joined as a manager while you're just a regular employee. You might feel indignant. So what if you're a top graduate? Suwanru still values me, making me one level above. I chuckled. What are you, a mind reader? You even know that I'm indignant? Mr. An, while you were chatting with me, you must have already completed 2 proposals. Spend more time and effort on company matters and less on meaningless things. And Yicheng felt frustrated, realizing he couldn't out-talk this. The conversation ended. I returned to my desk and focused on my work. I went to Su Wanru's office to discuss the next steps, but I saw An Yicheng pestering her. Wanru, it's lunchtime. Let's have lunch together. I stood at the door, about to turn and leave, but Su Wanru called out, Jiang Yicheng, come in. I pressed my gaze steady. I won't interrupt you two, will I? Su Wanru continued, come over. Let's discuss this proposal. This blatant rejection left An Yicheng flustered. He couldn't believe that Su Wanru, who had never rejected him before, would actually put him aside today for Jang Yicheng. He was so furious that but looking at Su Wanru, she still looked aggrieved. Wanru, I clearly invited you first. Su Wanru responded cold. Work comes first for me. Is that a problem? An Yicheng was rejected again. He bit his lip and stayed silent. After An Yicheng left, I looked at his lonely figure and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you sure you want to hurt your childhood? Su Wanru glanced at me and said, I smiled. It seems Su Luoli was right. You really are a workaholic. Su Wanru didn't respond. She lowered her head by the time the two of us finished revising it, My stomach suddenly growled at the wrong moment. Suwanru raised an eyebrow. I'll take you to eat. Suwanru brought me to her favorite noodle shop. She ordered 2 bowls of. I couldn't help but smile. Miss Su actually eats this kind of food? Even when eating noodles, Suwanru's every move was elegant. She took a bite of and said faintly, "What did you think I usually eat? Western food or Japanese?" I shook my head. I couldn't guess. Miss Su, you actually like this down-to-earth food. I laughed even more freely. Suddenly, I said seriously, but I like it too. I used to eat it every day. I think no meal can compare to the noodles my dad made. But those days are gone, never to return. Suwanru stayed silent, eating her noodles quiet, her emotions slightly stirred. It was the first time she heard me talk about my family, even though it was only in past, but he was still deeply moved. We returned to the office. I was just about to sit down when a colleague patted me on the shoulder. Jang Yicheng, check Weibo quick. You're in trouble. My heart tight. I opened the trending list on Weibo and a glaring headline stood out. Jang Yicheng and Su family colleague with intimate interactions with foreign. Jang Yicheng, outwardly, is actually a player. Su family women played like pawns. Who will ultimately win Jang Yicheng's heart amongst? There was also a blurry photo on Weibo. The photo was from the underground auction showing my senior sister and me. The two of us were smiling happily, looking genuinely close. Even though both of us were wearing it was barely an issue to recognize us. I narrowed my eye, a trace of coldness flat. I could almost confirm who was behind this. I immediately called Guqing Han to have the trending At the same time, my uncle Sumu summoned me back to the Su. As I left the office, I happened to see Suwanru also head, but Suwanru only gave me a faint glance and turned away without a word. She must have heard about the trending topic as well. I returned to the Suf where everyone was already gathered. Sumu launched into a furious scolding. I always thought you were a good kid. I never expected you to be like this. I frowned but didn't argue. I simply said it was all a Sumu was furious. You may not like my daughter, but how could you agree to get along with her while secretly? How can you face your Uncle Su? I knew that if I didn't clear this, even Uncle Su might lose faith in me. Su Xiaoxiao had already disliked me for a long. Su Xiaoxiao had disliked me for a long. She sneered, Jang Yicheng, the evidence is right here. Why not just admit it? I shook my head. It's not what you think. That person is just my senior sister. Su Xiaoxiao's cold gaze fell on me. Jang Yicheng, even if she's your such intimate behavior must mean a close relationship. At this point, you're still making excuses. Su Fu furrowed his brow with a complicated. He looked at me and calmly asked, Yicheng, is what they're saying true? Are you really involved with? I responded calmly, Uncle Su, she's just my senior sister. If you don't believe me, I can call her right now. Sumu sneered coldly. What can a phone call prove? You could just coordinate your story and deceive everyone. At that moment, Su Jingyao, who was browsing Weibo, exclaimed in surprise, Look at Weibo! Someone just posted a long article. It's from a Chinese American who looks exactly like the woman in the Weibo post said, I already have a fiancé, and we're getting married this June. I see Jang Yicheng as a little brother next door. Taking care of him was an assignment from our so there's no need to overthink it. I hope everyone can show some restraint and leave this young man alone. Xie Bingshui, having won many international, was highly reputable. Naturally, no one dared to question her. As a result, public opinion shifted. People even started speculating about who took the photo. Who was so bored as to try and frame Jang Yicheng? Sumu, who had been furious immediately calmed down. Su Fu revealed a satisfied smile. As expected, I knew my judgment couldn't be wrong. Yicheng, you've been wrong. I nodded, smiling. Thank you, Uncle Su, for believing in me. Su Xiaoxiao seemed a bit embarrassed. She rubbed her nose and stubbornly said, Sorry, but I still don't like you. I glanced at her indifferently. All right, this matter is settled. Let's not pursue it any further. Su Fu waved his hand, and the group dispersed. Suwanru stood not far away, watching me calmly standing there, handling the situation with composure. She felt something different in her. I noticed her gaze and tilted my head with, Do you also think I'm involved with another woman? Suwanru said nothing, implicitly confirming it. She admitted she did care a little, but it wasn't enough to believe I was that kind. Seeing her expression, my smile didn't reach. After this storm passed, I immediately asked Guqing Han who was behind this mess. Sure enough, it was Yicheng who bribed a reporter and posted online. It seems the last time we dealt with the An Corporation. As a result, Yicheng still had the energy to play these tricks. Guqing Han gave the order. Cancel all contracts with the An Corporation. No future collaboration. Terminate any ongoing projects immediately. Pay the breach penalties if necessary. Guqing Han, with a stern remarked, As expected, don't worry, Brother Jiang. This time, I won't let the An Corporation off easy. Without Langxiang, the An Corporation will lose a major source of profit. They could lose billions at least. Longshang issued a notice banning any collaboration with the An. This also sparked Su Wanru's curiosity. Every time Zhang Yicheng gets in, An's company faces a crisis. Could it be that Gu Qinghan is helping me get... That day, I had just finalized the plan. I was about to leave. Su Wanru suddenly stopped me. Is the crisis at An's something you orchestrated? I suddenly laughed. Why? Do you think I have the ability to bring down such a big company like An? Su Wanru looked serious. Even if you didn't, Gu Qinghan does, Lanshang does, Zhang Yicheng does. An Yicheng might be somewhat unlikable, but there's no need to treat... My gaze turned colder than ice. President Su, you are truly considerate. You're even blaming me on his behalf. Su Wanru frowned. That's not what I meant. I looked at Su Wanru and An Yicheng. Are they really as pure and kind as you think? Su Wanru thought of when they were... An Yicheng felt bad for a long time. After stepping on an ant, she lowered her voice. I believe his nature... I stood up. Since things have reached there's nothing left to say. My expression was calm. I said that the crisis at An's company is his... Lanshang, canceling the cooperation has... If President Su really wants to know who's behind all this, why not call Lanshang's president and ask, instead of making things hard for your own... After saying this, I turned and left. Soon, it will be Su's anniversary banquet. Many elites will be invited. Distinguished guests will... Su Wanru assigned the task of plan to An Yicheng. When I heard this, my hand trembled slightly while writing. So she likes An Yicheng? No wonder she protects him no matter what. It turns out she has feelings. After work, I directly called Gu Qinghan and went to the bar. Drinking at the night bar, Gu Qinghan looked at the shimmering drink in his hand and said, "You're actually feeling down? What happened? Did the Su family bully you?" I raised my glass and... I told you last time. How is that even possible? Gu Qinghan rolled his eyes. Then why did you call me over to... I curled my finger and tapped his head hard. Drink if you want. Gu Qinghan rubbed his forehead. Haha, really? I kept drinking one glass. Soon I was a little drunk. Suddenly, I wanted to play truth or dare with Gu Qinghan. Whoever it lands on must flirt with. If they fail, they drink. In the first round, Gu Qinghan, he walked straight up to a guy with his drink. In no time, he got their contact. In the second round, I wobbled to my feet and walked toward a group of people not far away. In the crowd, Su Wanru saw my drunken figure and frowned. That's Zhang Yicheng. I chuckled softly, spinning once in the crowd, and finally stopping in front of Su Wanru. You're the most beautiful. Let me save you. Su Wanru stayed silent, watching my next move. Miss, what do you think of me? I was feeling hot from drinking, unconsciously undoing a few shirts. My whole demeanor became more carefree. I leaned close to Su Wanru, stroking her silky hair. The fragrance of a woman filled my sense. It was intoxicating. Suddenly, Su Wanru seemed furious. She supported me and made me... Her gaze was icy. Zhang Yicheng. What are you trying? Hearing her voice, I mumbled vaguely. What, Su Wanru? Forget it. I struggled to stand up, but Su Wanru pressed me down. Stay still, you're drunk. I chuckled. I said I don't want it, and why are you still bothering me? Su Wanru directly supported and led me to a room upstairs. You're too drunk. Running around like this can cause... I was already quite drunk, and I started rambling nonsense. Su Wanru is the most annoying person in the world. Hearing this, Su Wanru, she asked, why? Hearing her question, I started venting my grievances. Why doesn't he ever believe me? Why does he always help others I felt so wronged. Su Wanru sighed helplessly. He cares about you and didn't bully you. Hearing this, I frowned. You're lying. He likes An Yicheng, so he always helps him bully me. Su Wanru had never seen me like this before, looking like a wronged child. Every action of mine seemed pitiful. Hearing my complaint, she suddenly felt that maybe she hadn't handled things. From now on, he will trust. He won't bully you anymore. But he likes An Yicheng. He will still side with him in the future. After saying this, I completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep... Su Wanru looked at my sleeping face and softly, when did I ever say I like An Yicheng? The next day, I woke up and the sun was already... My head was pounding. I grabbed my phone and there were 99 plus messages and countless, all from Gu Qinghan. I first sent Gu Qinghan a message to reassure, then started recalling last night. I remembered meeting Su Wanru, and I kept teasing her crazily. Then I couldn't remember anything else. I rubbed my temples, quickly freshened up, and went back to... Because An Yicheng did a great job planning the bank, and with his childhood sweetheart with the Su families, he gained a lot of praise. Director Song, you must be childhood sweethearts with our president. Childhood friends. It seems President Su really likes you. I couldn't describe how I felt, so I silently returned to my seat. But I could still hear their chatter. Then someone asked at the wrong time, but isn't Zhang Yicheng Su Wanru's fiancé? What if he chooses President Su in the end? An Yicheng, who was being... Suddenly heard this, and his expression darkened. But for the sake of his image, he forced a smile. Yicheng doesn't like Wanru. He told me last time. Don't worry. Hearing his serious nonsense, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm not close to you. Why would I tell you that? And Yicheng didn't expect me to suddenly. His face turned on, but he still lowered his head and forced out, "You said so last time. If you've changed your mind, after all, Wanru is..." "What? I can't like Suwanru?" And Yicheng's words got stuck. He awkwardly couldn't reply. At this moment, Suwanru arrived. He walked over with a smile. "Wan, I've already set up the banquet for tonight. Do you want to check it out?" Suwanru's gaze was still calm, looking at me not far away. She said, "Jang Yicheng, you're late today. 3 days' salary deduct." I looked at Suwanru's gaze with a look of gritted teeth. Suwanru avoided my gaze and followed on Yicheng to Half an hour later, the secretary suddenly came to me in a low voice. "Mr. Jang, the president wants you to go to the..." I didn't want to have any contact with Suwan, but seeing the secretary's trouble, I could only sigh. I stood up and went to the president. She called me as soon as I entered. I kept a not too far, not quietly looking at her. Suwanru pointed at the gift box and said calmly, "You'll accompany me to tonight." It was obvious. Suwanru was inviting me to be her male, although her tone was somewhat forceful. I felt a little stifled. "Invite me? Won't your childhood sweetheart be unhappy?" Suwanru frowned. "I don't want to waste..." She picked up the gift box and directly, "This is your outfit for tonight. Remember to change," she added with a faint smile. "What if I refuse?" Suwanru said coldly. "Then I'll deduct half..." I was speechless. Holding the box, I turned and walked. Suwanru watched my departing, her gaze deepened. Recalling her earlier strong words, she felt she might have been a bit irrational lately. And Yicheng saw me walking out of the president's office, still holding a large gift box in my arm. His expression immediately turned. In the evening, I took the box to the bath, planning to quickly change there. But as soon as I opened, I found the outfit inside torn to shreds. It was clearly done deliberately. I could only throw the clothes into planning to buy a new set quickly. But then I found the restroom door locked. I took out my phone, but realized it was dead. I frowned deeply. How could I be this? Over here, Suwanru waited for a lot, but still didn't see, or she felt a little uneasy. She dialed my number. Hearing the phone is off, she felt even more unsure. Just as she was about to look for me, and Yicheng suddenly appeared. He smiled warmly and said, "Wanru, are you waiting for someone?" Suwanru nodded. Her gaze still lingered elsewhere. And Yicheng looked at her distracted expression and his expression. Then he gently said, "Wanru, I just ran into Jang Yicheng. He said he had to go to the restroom first. He was afraid of so he asked us to go in first." And Yicheng spoke with such sincerity. It seemed as though he really had my... Suwanru nodded. She followed on Yicheng inside. At the entrance, cameras clicked non-stop at the two to stir public opinion. And Yicheng even deliberately leaned closer to Suwan. Not long after, there was another commotion at the door. It was no less lively than when the two had entered. Suwanru was puzzled. She quietly looked at the two people. Suluoli smiled radiantly and Jang Yicheng. I was wearing a white suit, looking like a noble and elegant princess. Suwanru's gaze grew cold. The outfit she had prepared for me was a black. Could it be that Jang Yicheng really That's why he stood her up and came in with Suluoli. Suluoli glanced at Suwanru. Her smile instantly brightened. "You came so early." And Yicheng saw me standing there, perfect, even wearing a new outfit. He was completely stunned. I smiled faintly with a hint. "Mr. An, seeing me here? Why are you so surprised?" And Yicheng snapped back and shook his head. "Nothing. I'm just surprised to see you two arriving together." I turned to look at Suluoli beside me. Smiling, I said, "Thanks to Miss Su for her timely rest. Otherwise, I'd still be stuck in the restroom." I wonder who was so malicious, damaging the restroom lock and cutting up my outfit. And Yicheng nervously clenched his fist, forcing a smile. That person is truly despicable. At this moment, Suwanru suddenly spoke to diffuse the tension. "All right, the banquet is about to begin. Everything's fine." My prepared words were interrupted, and I couldn't help but glare at. Then I politely extended my hand. "Miss Luoli, the banquet is about to begin. May I invite you?" Suluoli smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'd be honored." The two of us moved, dancing gracefully together, every move in perfect harmony. Everyone present was in awe. Many paused to admire how well-matched the two looked. A handsome man, truly a celestial couple. Suwanru watched their dance and felt it was... Her rationality gradually faded away. Suluoli wasn't a good match for him. And Yicheng, eager to turn to Suwanru and asked, "Wanru, shall we dance as well?" He had prepared a dance long ago, just waiting for this night to shine. But Suwanru, in a foul mood, had no energy to dance. She casually replied and went alone to the corner to drink. Not long after, she felt her body heating up. A wave of warmth surged within her. With her keen instincts, she realized she had been drugged. And Yicheng came over, noticing the sweat on her forehead. He asked with concern, "Wanru, are you all right?" Taking advantage of her, Suwanru said coldly, "I'm fine. You should go back." And Yicheng reached out to feel her forehead. It was burning. Then he sat down beside her. "Are you sick? Should I take you to see a doctor?" having already been drugged. Such contact was even more torturous for Su Wanru. To avoid any mishap, Su Wanru stood up, ignoring An Yicheng's and headed straight to the elevator to go to the president. An Yicheng chuckled softly and followed her upstairs. After finishing the dance with Su Luo, I instinctively looked around for Su, but I found that both Su Wanru and An Yicheng had disappeared. Su Luoli seemed to read my thoughts. She smiled faintly. Look, I just saw An Yicheng going upstairs. If you want, you can go check it out. Bet that I wouldn't go upstairs and be the. Only then did she feel confident. I responded flatly, I'm not going. But the next moment, my phone suddenly rang. A message from Su Wanru appeared. It was just 2 simple words, come upstairs. I hesitated for a moment, trying to stay out of it. But after thinking carefully, I realized something was off. Su Wanru wasn't the type of person to act. How could she do something? On the night of the banquet, I sighed and stood up to head upstairs. Su Wanru, being cautious, didn't go to the president's office, but to the printing room. She sat on the ground, feeling weak, using the last of her strength to send me a message. She somehow that this remarkable man would have. When I arrived, I immediately saw Su Wanru's pained. I've studied some medicine. It was obvious that Su Wanru's reaction at this moment. It seemed like she was under the influence. The drug was very even the usually sober Su Wanru. At this moment, her conscience. Su Wanru let out a faint She opened her eyes and saw me right. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed my wrist. Su Wanru, what are you doing? I hadn't even reacted. Su Wanru leaned toward me. Her eyes burned with intense flames. Looking at her approaching red lips, I quickly flipped her over and pinned her. Seeing her move again, I put her to sleep physically. What a hassle. I stood up and gave the sleeping woman a cold glance. Even in her haze, she tried. What a beast in disguise. Calling an ambulance would be. I made a phone call and I called Su's family bodyguards to take her to the next day. When Su Wanru opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was me sitting expressionless. Her beautiful eyes were filled. Did you stay here all night to take care of me? I didn't answer her question. Instead, I mocked. Miss Su, your vigilance is terrible. You even got drugged. Su Wanru knew I was telling the truth, so she couldn't refute. She just listened quietly. If you're awake, I'll leave now, I said as I turned to go. Su Wanru suddenly spoke. Su Luoli is very interested in. I raised an eyebrow. So what? What does that have to do with you? Su Luoli likes to compete with me and always wants to come. So I'm afraid he's approaching you just because, and not because he truly likes you. Su Wanru shared her concerns with me. Hearing this, I suddenly smirked mischievously. So Miss Su, you have feelings for me, and that's why Su Luoli is competing with you. Caught in her own words, Su Wanru suddenly felt not knowing what to say. Su Wanru didn't respond. I found it dull, so I stopped teasing her. After a short rest, Su Wanru and I returned to the company. An Yicheng's plot was he was very seeing me. He didn't look friendly. Where did the two of you spend the whole night? Su Wanru was even drugged. Wouldn't he get more and more anxious? He even began staring at me venomous. His gaze was pure. Seeing him like this, I could. Mr. N, are you curious about what we did last night? And Yicheng's face twisted. What did you do last night? What do you think? On a dark and wind with a man, and of course, something else was bound to happen. And Yicheng clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. After work, I didn't want to go back with Su, so I took a cab home alone. At dinner, my third sister Suju casually mentioned that she would be filming a new. Suju thought it was a good opportunity to, so he suggested that I go along. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao spoke up. If you let him go, won't he just cause trouble? After her kidnapping last time, Su Xiaoxiao always thought Hearing this, I deliberately went against her. I'll go tomorrow and see for myself. Su Xiaoxiao was furious, glare at me as if her eyes were daggers. Early the next morning, I got up and went to the shooting location with Su Jingyu. I offered some constructive The new music was for a gentle and melodious love song, perfectly fitting the current aesthetic. Just by listening to I knew this song would definitely be it. The song was great. If the final tone were low and sung more passionate, it could become even. Su Jingyao was surprised. Zhang Yichen actually understood. I noticed his expression and smiled faintly without saying it. A love song MV naturally required, but after waiting for a long time, the director made a phone call and found out that the male lead had a car accident on the way. It seemed unlikely. The director was this actor had been carefully selected. Now casting again wouldn't yield a suitable choice on where could he find someone handsome and with a youthful campus-style vibe? Suddenly, Su Jingyao stepped forward and I have a suitable candidate. After she pointed at me, sitting to the side with a hair. The breeze tousled my hair, revealing my sharp and handsome. I looked like a young man, straight out of a Japanese anime. The director's eyes lit up. He's even better. The director had a brief discussion. Out of respect for Su Jingyao, I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. After makeup and shooting us with my outstanding looks and acting skills, we finished recording quick. I had a suggestion. How about you join me in recording the song? With you as the male lead in the your participation in the song might make it even. Su Jingyao's sincerity was hard to refuse. After thinking for a moment, on the day the song titled Sweet Tea became an instant hit. Sales across the internet skyrocketed. It quickly dominated the top of the sale. Most netizens marveled at the male singer's voice, deep and soft like velvet. His singing style was almost identical to the he must be imitated. As soon as this rumor spread, it swept through every comment section. As the controversy grew, it significantly the new song's listening rate. The listening rate of the new song was significantly up. Su Jingyao realized the seriousness of he came directly to Su Group to discuss. At that time, I was in the office discussing the company's next cooperation plan. Hearing this news, I raised my eyebrow. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. So they're saying I'm imitating Shuai-chan? Su Jingyao frowned as he looked at me. Jang Yicheng, this matter is quite serious. Seeing how calm I was, Su Wanru suddenly had a bold idea. However, she didn't say anything. Just stared at me, waiting for my next move. I gave Su Jingyao a reassurance. I'll handle this matter. It definitely won't affect. For some reason, seeing my calm, Su Jingyao inexplicably felt trust in this man. And Yicheng also knocked. Seeing everyone inside, he couldn't help. I heard there's an issue with Jingyao's new song. What happened? I glanced at him but said, and Yicheng felt snubbed, but tried to stay composed. I think if this really happened, why not issue a public apology? Maybe that would help. Maybe it could work. Gaining everyone's making this public now is like jumping into a pit, not to mention ruining yourself. Even Su Jingyao would be significantly I simply said directly that I didn't, and Yicheng immediately got anxious. Jang Yicheng! Even if you don't care about Jingyao can't afford not to care. If you have any conscience left, go apologize. Otherwise, what will happen to Su Jingyao's reputation? I replied calmly, don't worry, I won't drag others down. And Yicheng pressed further, then what's your solution? Imitation is imitation. There's no way to change it. I suddenly became interested. What if I have another way? And Yicheng naturally didn't believe. He had already investigated. Shuai-chan has already withdrawn from the public. It's impossible for Jang Yicheng to be Shuai-chan. He's already an outstanding. How could he have time to pursue that would be too ridiculous. And Yicheng sneered, looking at me with distrust in his eyes. What's your plan? Are you going to tell the public you're Shuai-chan? If you say it, who would believe it? I replied calmly, I really am. As soon as I said, Su Jingyao next to me was stunned. This Jang Yicheng, who was engaged to her, turned out to be the Shuai-chan she deeply admired. Even Su Wanru was a little shocked, and Yicheng sighed. Stop being stubborn. One lie after another will only lead to your ruin. I couldn't be bothered to argue. I took out my phone and opened switching accounts. With a sudden update on Weibo, Su Jingyao noticed her only follow had posted a new update after a year. The post contained only 5. Jang Yicheng is me. In an instant, all of Weibo exploded. The post was shared millions of times. Some even started cheering and celebrating. See, I told you. Jang Yicheng is Shuai-chan. You didn't believe it, but face slap. Those who said Jang Yicheng was imitating him. So this is what Shuai-chan looks like in the MV. He's handsome, talented, and well. Plus, he has 5 high-quality beauties. Is this the setup of a male lead in a novel? Shuai-chan's new song. It's amazing. My husband's voice is so charming. I want to listen to it. The one above, Get Lost? That's my husband. In just 1 minute, the tide on Weibo shifted completely to the streaming rate of the new song didn't even reaching a whole new level of success. And Yicheng's expression became extremely ugly. How could Jang Yicheng really be Shuai-chan? And deep resentment surged in his heart. He clenched his fist tightly, staring at my hands. He wanted badly to punch that face hard, but he could only suppress his impulse and forced out, this really is a happy ending. I turned the conversation, but just now Mr. An was accused. Shouldn't you apologize to me now? And Yicheng wanted to curse, but he could only force a smile and apologize. Yicheng, I misunderstood you. It's fine. I'm magnanimous enough to forgive. Originally, he came to watch. Now, seeing me turn the tables so proudly, and Yicheng couldn't stay for even one more. After Yicheng left, a more composed Su Jingyao finally spoke, her voice trembling with excitement. Shuai-chan, you're my idol. I've always loved your songs. In just 1 year after you won the highest award in the music industry, then you disappeared completely. No one has ever reached your level since. I smiled lightly. Well, I'm just an ordinary person. I hope we'll have a chance to work together again, to collaborate with the man I admire. Su Jingyao was now feeling a bit over the moon. She even started looking forward to the I nodded slightly, smiling silently. Su Jingyao left to handle the next round. She left first. The office was now just Su Wanru and me. Su Wanru raised her gaze deep. I never expect you to have so many identities. I chuckled. Miss Su, you're joking. Do we really have to speak this way? For some reason, seeing me act so polite, deliberately keeping a distance from, made Suwanru uncomfortable. I raised an eyebrow. Then how should I speak? Suwanru paused, but in the end, didn't say anything. After returning to the atmosphere between us felt strained. Even the Su family members noticed. Su Xiaoxiao, seeing her eldest sister suggested going to Death Canyon. I heard there's a new track. Want to go try it out? After hearing this, Su Fu said, well then, why not bring Xiao Chen along? Su Xiaoxiao pouted. He's just a country bumpkin. He's never— What if he screams like a banshee the entire time? Then Su Xiaoxiao propped her chin, stars in her eyes. I wonder if we'll see the guy who broke Big Sis's record last. He must be a super talented and handsome guy. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's admiration, I calmly shattered her fantasy. That guy is me. Su Xiaoxiao immediately jumped up. How could it be you? I don't believe it. I shrugged. Believe it or not. Su Xiaoxiao snorted. If it's really you, come with us tomorrow. Let me see just how amazing you are. Just don't end up not even fitting into the car. I smirked. There's no way I'd let this look. What if I am that person? If you really are that, I won't call you a country bumpkin. I smiled and added a condition. Then call me brother. Su Xiaoxiao confidently agreed. Deal. But if you're not, you'll leave the Su family. I laughed even harder. The next morning, Su Xiaoxiao personally woke me up and invited Su Wanru to join us at Death Camp. Su Xiaoxiao loved racing cars and admired Su Wanru's exceptional skills. Until last, when a mysterious man broke Su Wanru's. Since then, she'd been imagining what that man looked like. I changed into a red racing suit, looking tall and spirited. Su Wanru was also wearing red. Standing together, we looked strange. Su Xiaoxiao sneered. If you're not skilled, don't embarrass yourself. It's not too late to admit defeat. I climbed into the race car, fastened my seatbelt. Watch close. As the car started, it shot out like a sharp sword. At first, Su Xiaoxiao was skeptical. But after watching, her jaw dropped in amazement. This is just two. Su Wanru whispered. I looked into the person from last. It's Jang Yicheng, Big Sis. Su Xiaoxiao pouted at Su Wanru. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Wanru crossed her arms and fell silent again. When I stepped out of the car, Su Xiaoxiao had already lost her previous. Shuffling over to me sheepishly, she rubbed her index and whispered, Brother Yicheng. I smiled and nodded. Good girl? Su Wanru, seeing my confident, couldn't help but say, wanna compete with me? I shook my head. I'm not racing against. Su Xiaoxiao immediately fanned the flames. Brother Chen, compare with my sister. I've never seen anyone better than my sister. Su Wanru smiled faintly. Are you scared? My competitive spirit was instantly. Let's race on this new track. Whoever returns first wins. Both of us got ready, stepped on the gas. The cars sped off instantly. I was clearly better than Su Wanru. But Su Wanru excelled, so she didn't fall too far behind. We kept about a 2-meter distance. I chuckled and was about to accelerate. Suddenly my expression changed. Su Wanru noticed it too. She asked with concern, what's wrong? I looked at the fuel gauge, calmly said, the car is out of fuel. The speed is very high now. It might suddenly stop. If the car stops abruptly at high speed, there's an 80% chance. At that moment, the massive force would fling me dozens of meters. Su Wanru glanced at the rear of my car. Oil was dripping continuously. Don't panic, she said. She stepped on the gas and accelerated. Moving a few meters ahead, racing side by side with hurry. Think of a way to jump. I controlled the steering wheel with one and unfastened the seatbelt with the winding track, made it very challenging to maneuver. After doing all that, I stood up and leaped over. The immense inertia made me fall directly into Su Wanru's arm. I heard her let out a muffled. I couldn't help but feel. Su Wanru, are you okay? She shook her head, gradually slowing down. The car's speed returned to the car with no fuel suddenly stopped. It flipped through the air and crashed into pieces. Su Wanru and I returned to the base. Su Xiaoxiao had already heard the loud explosion. She was very anxious. Seeing us return, she quickly approached and asked what I just heard an explosion coming from the southwest. Was it the car that exploded? Su Wanru stepped out of the car with my help. Her voice was icy. I don't know what happened. The car suddenly ran out of fuel. She then asked Su Xiaoxiao to deal with the scrapped car. I lowered my gaze, thinking I felt it was intentional. Su Wanru thought the same. The cars here are inspected daily after use. There's no way a sudden oil leak could occur. They went to the monitoring room to check the footage, but found that yesterday's footage was missing. It was definitely someone's doing. Unable to find anyone responsible, to avoid further issues, Su Wanru suggested returning to the Su family for now. I'll go to the restroom first. I nodded. Then she headed to the restroom. Inside the restroom, I took out my phone and made a call. Help me investigate the surveillance records at Death Valley. Check who has been there in the past 2 days. After saying that, I left with the 2 Su sisters. Back at the Su, I saw the house being decorated with balloons. Upon asking, I found out that tomorrow is Su Xiaoxiao's 18th birthday. After thinking carefully, I decided to go to the mall to pick a gift. Guessing her preferences, I noticed her fondness for race, so I decided to get her a racing suit. Arriving at a store selling racing suits, none of them satisfied me, so I directly asked for their most exclusive racing. The staff consulted the manager and brought out the most expensive racing suit in this. Before I could touch, a hand reached out and took the suit. The person was none other than, "This outfit is great. Clerk, wrap it up for me." The clerk looked uneasy. "Young Master An, this gentleman saw this outfit first." And Yicheng didn't care. He said coldly, "I already told you. I want this outfit. Do you not understand?" The clerk wanted to say more, but An Yicheng arrogantly interrupted. "What but? This mall belongs to my family. If you don't want to work here, then leave." The clerk glanced at me, looking nervous. I remained calm. "I was here first. Mr. An, you wouldn't be taking someone else's. So what if you were here first? Anything I want, I always get." He sneered coldly and said, "Whether it's this outfit or Suwanru, I'll get them both." I suddenly stepped closer, glancing at the outfit. Then, looking down at him, I asked, "Mr. An, do you absolutely need this?" And Yicheng smiled arrogantly. "So what? Anything that belongs to my family." I chuckled lightly. "If you really want this outfit, I'll gladly let you have it, Mr. An." Soon, it was Su Xiaoxiao's birthday. The Su family even invited An Yicheng to. During the gift opening session, Su Xiaoxiao opened An Yicheng's gift. She suddenly exclaimed, "This racing suit is amazing." You went all out. "Thank you, brother Yicheng." And Yicheng smiled. "You're welcome. It wasn't very expensive." Then he gave me a smug look. When it came to my gift, it was just a small box. And Yicheng looked conflicted. "Yicheng, that's so insincere." Su Xiaoxiao opened the box and saw a car key inside. She suddenly covered, shouting in surprise, "It's my favorite car, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. There's only one in the world, and it's priceless." "Brother Chen, you're amazing. How do you have everything?" Su Xiaoxiao was ecstatic. To her, this gift's significance outweighed all the others combined. And Yicheng looked at the racing suit and suddenly felt that his gift was humble. I sipped my tea and calmly remarked, "The An family truly is not even caring about this." And Yicheng felt so ashamed he couldn't lift it, clenching his fists tightly under the table. Suwanru's gift came out last. Su Xiaoxiao was even more curious. Inside the square box was a property transfer contract. "Haven't you always loved Death Valley? Today, you're an adult. Starting today, it's yours." Suwanru's gift also brought great surprise. By comparison, the gifts from Su Luoli, Su Xinyan, and Su Jin seemed less impressive. Afterwards, the Su family arranged for a driver. Looking at the evening sky, he couldn't help but ask, "Can Wanru come with me? I have something I want to discuss with her private." Suwanru politely declined. "Sorry, I still have work to handle later. I may not have time to accompany." "Is that so?" And Yicheng forced a smile. "Then forget it. I'll just go home myself." Madame Su immediately became upset. "Wanru, Yicheng already asked you to take. If he asked, just do it. Is that so hard?" Suwanru didn't move a step. "No, it's not. Are you trying to make me angry?" Madame Su flew into a rage, clutching her chest and gasping, "I'll be driven mad by you all one day." Suwanru had no choice but to take An Yicheng home. On the way, An Yicheng sat in, turning to look at Suwanru. "Wanru, thank you for taking me." Suwanru glanced out the window. "Don't mention, it's just business." An Yicheng was stunned, clenching his teeth. "But Wanru, when you were little, you clearly liked me. You often held my hand. You asked me to take you to buy delicious. I even took you to the amusement park. Did you forget?" Suwanru pursed her lips. "I was naive when I was so young back then. But I..." And Yicheng suddenly turned his head. His eyes were filled with deep affection. "I've liked you for a long time. Almost 10 years. A trace of suppression flashed in Suwanru's beautiful eyes. And Yicheng's voice became even more emotional. "As if I liked you from the first moment I saw you. I've liked you since we were little and you clung to me. Couldn't you see that? So, my dream since childhood has been to marry you." And Yicheng's heartfelt confession did not move Suwanru. Her voice was still cold. "Yicheng, choose someone else to like." "I don't." And Yicheng suddenly leaned in, trying to kiss Suwanru, but she pushed him away. "An Yicheng, I hope you can wake up. It's impossible between." Tears shimmered in Suwanru's eye. "If you insist on this, then let's avoid contacting each other." And soon they arrived at the. Then, without hesitation, Suwan told the driver to head straight back, and Yicheng watched the car drive away. Hatred filled his heart. It's all because of Jiang Yichen, that country. If not for him, Wanru wouldn't treat me so coldly. "Jiang Yichen, I wish you a terrible end." Then, An Yicheng suppressed his anger and took out his phone to make a call. Suwanru returned to the Su residence at 1 a.m. I came downstairs and saw Suwanru rushing back, exhausted. I couldn't help but tease. "Suwanru, you finally decided to come?" Suwanru didn't answer the question. Instead, she asked, "Why are you still awake so late?" I chuckled. "I came down for water. What else? Did you think I was waiting for you to come?" Hearing my words, Suwanru, feeling a bit uneasy inside, "Get some. Tomorrow, we need to sign the contract with. You'll accompany me then." After saying that, Suwanru didn't. She directly went back to her bedroom. The partner values time very much. I got up early and didn't go to the. Instead, I went straight to the array. The partner for this project is Lin Corporation. They specialize in the jewelry. In the market, only Lanxiang can compete with them. Other than that, it's just Lin Corporation's deputy manager came personally to discuss. But as Lin Mengting looked at her gaze frequently wandered over to me. I've reviewed this contract. It's well written. Was it written by Mr. Jang? Lin Mengting smiled charmingly. She stared directly at me, as if trying to see right through. Although I was I nodded nonetheless. Yes, I wrote it, but if Deputy Manager Lin has any concern, feel free to bring them up. We can discuss them together. Lin Mengting extended her hand towards mine. I've heard many rumors about Mr. Jang before. Now that I've met you in person, how about I treat you two so we can discuss the collaboration privately? Suwanru's gaze turned cold as she saw. Without a word, she pulled Deputy Manager Lin. Why don't you discuss? Zhang Yicheng is my fiancé. I know all his thoughts. I suddenly widened my eyes. Who's her fiancé? To ensure the contract was signed, I could only go along with Suwanru. Lin Mengting's face darkened immediately. I wasn't aware that Su and Mr. Zhang were engaged. How come I didn't know? It seems the Su family and Zhang family have. Suwanru, you really move fast, she said. If Su insists on being this, then I think our contract is no longer necessary. Hearing this, I laughed lightly. Deputy, this is something we worked tirelessly day and night for a whole week. And now, just because you're upset, you want to overturn our agreement? Lin Mengting sneered. Lin Corporation doesn't need this deal. It's just about making some. And Lin Corporation does. After saying that, Lin Mengting stood up and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she stopped and smiled. If Mr. Zhang is willing to personally come, there might still be room for negotiation. Suwanru's face turned cold. That Deputy Manager Lin Mengting's expression darkened. Lin Corporation will no longer work with Su Corporation in any capacity. Suwanru protected me, laughed. Su Corporation doesn't need to stoop to this level. Deputy Manager Lin's face turned. She glared viciously at Suwanru. Then let's wait and see. With that, she turned and left. I didn't expect Suwanru to suddenly stand up. The words I was about to say got stuck in my. Instead, I turned to Suwanru and asked, "Are you defending me?" Suwanru looked at my smiling face. Her heart stirred, but she quickly looked away. Softly, I won't stand by and watch my employee be humiliated. Knowing her reserved nature, I didn't tease her further. So what do we do about the company? With Lin Corporation Su Corporation is going to face some trouble. Suwanru seemed thoughtful. She replied, I've already prepared an A mere Lin Corporation won't trouble us. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel curious. What's the Suwanru answered, I've decided to work with a foreign company. Although it might cost more, Su Corporation isn't short on. I asked further, why not collaborate with Lanxiang? Suwanru pondered. Lanxiang has always been mysterious. They only collaborate when if we spend time arranging a meeting with Lanxiang. I interrupted her. I'll handle this. I guarantee we'll get in touch with Lanxiang's CEO by tomorrow. Suwanru suddenly looked at me with a deep gaze. I, of course, had my own plan. Lin Corporation and Lanxiang, they're strong competitors in the jewelry market. If we collaborate with Lanxiang, we can expand our market, help Lanxiang grow, and suppress Lin Corporation. Don't worry, this win-win situation won't be rejected by Lanxiang. Thinking about my relationship with Gu Qinghan, Suwanru nodded and agreed. The next day, news of Lin Corporation's failed collaboration with Su. Initially, everyone thought Su Corporation would face a fight, but unexpectedly, Su Corp announced plans to collaborate with Lanxiang. I worked behind the scenes, pushing the collaboration to be finalized within A week later, the jewelry entered production. I suggested we start. If the feedback was good, not even 10 minutes, I was suddenly called into the CEO's office. Suwanru looked at me. Her usually cool voice carried a hint of excitement. The pre-sale jewelry just now, sold out in 5 minutes. I was slightly surprised. Really? Suwanru nodded. Not only that, many people are now on the official and on Weibo demanding a formal sale. I opened Weibo. News about Su Corporation's jewelry dominated opening the top Weibo post's comment section. I was greeted by various comments. Help, the jewelry is stunning. Stunning is this new jewelry collection can almost crush all jewelry in this style. I still think Dongyun's designs are the best. This one has its merits too, right? Dongyun's works are once in a century. Now it's hard enough to find someone with a similar style and doing pretty well. You should be satisfied. Scrolling down, my gaze suddenly stopped. Wait, don't you think this piece of jewelry looks very familiar? In last year's International Jewelry Design, Dongyun's winning design has a 70% similarity with this one. Looking at the comments section, I had a bad feeling. We should return it. We don't want something plagiarized. A singer should just sing. Why bother designing jewelry? It's so ridiculous. Although I still have die-hard fans, most of the comments are accusing me of play. Just then, the office phone suddenly rang. Suwanru picked up the call. Her brows gradually she only spoke after hanging up. The sales channel suddenly received a flood of refund requests. Hearing this, I didn't panic. After a while, I calmly told Suwanru, "Tell the sales department to start selling first." Suwanru, seeing my determined expression, understood and immediately noted to begin selling the first sight jewelry. As soon as it went on, Weibo exploded again. What's going on? Selling something with such a high similarity. This one directly plagiarized Dongyun's design. Don't you have any morals? Suwanru, trust me. I will make this the first victory of Su Corporation. Originally, this afternoon was supposed, but with such controversy spread, the jewelry sale turned into a press conference. Everyone wanted to know how the situation would. The journalists raised their cameras, unwilling to miss any detail. I held the microphone and started this jewelry design. Before I could finish my sentence, I was abruptly interrupted by, "We just want to know why you plagiarized Dongyun's work. Don't you have your own inspiration?" I looked into the camera and directly said I did not plagiarize. The reporter obviously didn't believe and continued. There are comparison images online now. Both First Love and First Sight are incredibly similar to Dongyun's award. First Sight is even directly copied from the. How do you explain this? I looked at him, raised my eyebrows confidently, and said, "Is it possible that I am Dongyun has never appeared publicly and has always been studying abroad." I looked at him with amusement, holding back my laugh. "So what if I can prove that I am indeed Dongyun?" A man snorted coldly. "Dongyun has never shown his face? How can you prove it? How could you possibly be Dong?" I shook my head and took a gold pen out of my pocket. It was studded with large and looked extraordinarily. Someone in the crowd recognized it and shouted, "That's the gold award from the international. He really might be Dongyun." Someone stepped closer and looked at the emblem on the pen. It was indeed the official emblem of the competition. "He really is Dongyun." I ignored their shocked reactions and asked the man, "Now, do you still want to accuse me of plagiarism?" The man's face turned pale instantly. I still kept my smile and composure. "I hope you will be more careful next time before you need solid evidence." The reporters frantically photographed the famous, who is actually me, Sushi. This news is no less shocking than my past. I changed the subject. This jewelry set is a couple's design. Men wear first sight, women wear first love, symbolizing love. It's very meaningful. The press conference ended that night. News of record-breaking sales came from after the official media of the Royal Academy of Arts in the congratulating Su Corporation on the success and praising their outstanding graduate. The graduate's name was written in bold Chinese characters, Jang Yicheng. This is also the true name of the revealed publicly with the official endorsement of an authoritative. Weibo was filled with cries of surprise and regret. Why did I hesitate? Why did I doubt this piece? Is this really a piece designed by Dongyun himself? I can't believe I missed out. +1 to the above. I also want Su Corporation to release more pieces. My wife said she'd divorce me if I couldn't buy one. My Yicheng husband is actually a master artist. I love him so much. Husband, forget the Su sisters. Choose me instead. Annoyed by my private messages, I simply uninstalled the app. Looking at all this news, even Suwanru was stunned for a long time. She really didn't expect that I am Dongyun. With so many extraordinary things in the past, she could understand them. But now, with this Dongyun identity, it was truly hard for her to grasp. After finishing work, we got home late. It was already 1 a.m. when we arrived home. We hadn't eaten dinner due to my stomach growled with hunger. Suwanru said, "I'll make some. Do you want some? Do you want some?" Suwanru hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Yes. I brought out 2 bowls of noodles, each topped with a poached egg. Suwanru looked at the plain-looking, picked up a strand and tasted it. To her surprise, it was delicious. "I didn't expect you could cook too," she said. I raised my chin. "Of course, there's a lot you wouldn't expect." Suddenly, Suwanru's voice carried a hint of interrogation. "Just how many identities do you have?" I froze for a and then burst into laughter. "Suwanru, are you starting to develop feelings for me? You've been paying way too much attention to me." In the darkness, I couldn't see Suwanru's expression, but her voice carried a hint of embarrassment. "I'm just curious," she said, though it was more than curiosity. She wanted to know more. This man seemed to have a unique charm that irresistibly drew people toward him. Before I could tease her further, the light by the staircase suddenly turned. At the top of the stairs stood Su Xinyan in her a faintly amused smile on her face. "Yicheng, Why aren't you two in bed yet? Her words carried a clear implication. Anyone could tell. She was suggesting that we were flirting. Suwanru quickly masked her complicated emotion and said coolly, I'm going to bed. You should rest early too. After Suwanru left, only Su Xinyan and I remained. Su Xinyan smiled faintly. So, you like my older sister? I neither admitted nor denied it. I simply looked at her and said, Su Xinyan, why are you so nosy? Yicheng, my mom has already decided that An Yicheng will. If you like my sister, it won't be easy. Unperturbed, I replied, I've never failed to achieve what I set out to do. Su Xinyan's smile widened even further. Since that's the case, now I understand. When I turned around, I found his smile. It even felt different from the first time I met. Back in the bedroom, I immediately called Gu Qinghan. Have you found out who's behind this? I've already invested the IP addresses of the smear campaign. It's likely An Yicheng's doing, Gu Qinghan continued. Also, we checked the surveillance at Death Canyon. We found a suspicious person. The last call he made was also to An Yicheng. My gaze turned cold. An Yicheng, is it? Qinghan, compile all this information tomorrow and post it online. I want to make An Yicheng pay. Gu Qinghan responded with a smile. Chen, I'll take care. The next morning, as soon as I got up, I heard An Yicheng's voice downstairs. Stretching, I went downstairs. On the sofa, An Yicheng was confidently explaining to Aunt Su. I didn't do any of this. I couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, everyone's fell on my face. Seeing this, I put on an innocent face. Yang Wanru glanced at me. Zhang Yichen, was it you who framed Yicheng, deliberately attacking him online? I listened and sneered cold. So that's why you're all looking at me. You think I framed him on purpose? An Yicheng immediately explained. Zhang, I didn't do any of this. How could you treat me this way? When An Yicheng woke up, he found that all the things he had done had been exposed and posted online. He felt like he was going insane. Luckily, the posts only stated that he had, without concrete evidence, taking advantage of Aunt Sue's goodwill. He immediately came to the Su with just a few words. People think I framed him intentionally. I couldn't help but laugh. An Yicheng, you say I framed you? Then tell me, why would I frame you? An Yicheng glanced at Su Wanru and hesitantly said, maybe you like Wanru and don't want me around. I mocked him with a sneer. An Yicheng, why do you think everyone is as petty as you? Hearing this, An Yicheng replied, but who else would do this to me? I know you've never liked me. Aunt Su frowned. Bitchin, take these trending posts down immediately and explain everything clearly. I don't want my future son-in-law to carry such a scandal it might even affect the Su family's reputation. I looked sharply at Aunt Su. Is it possible that An Yicheng actually did these things? Aunt Su scolded. I already said, Yicheng isn't that kind of. He's always been a good boy. How could he possibly do such things? Even Suwanru spoke up. Yicheng really wouldn't do such things. I glanced at her coldly. Then do you think I would falsely accuse someone? When Aunt Su said this alone, I just thought she was being unreasonable. But when Suwanru echoed her, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my heart. All along, I was just an outsider, kept far away from the Su family. From them, even Suwanru never accepted me. Since that's the case, I can only release the real evidence. I posted all the evidence on the internet. Once the news broke, the internet exploded. This time, everything An Yicheng had done was confirmed. An Yicheng, heir to the An Corporation, had repeatedly framed me, Wei Guo. It became the biggest scandal of the year. The An Corporation's stock prices plummeted, plunging the economy into chaos. An Yicheng initially thought it was just my suspicion, but he didn't expect that I had concrete evidence. This time, the image he painstakingly made was completely shattered. For what he had done, he might even face legal consequences. Yicheng, I never thought you were this kind of person. The most shocked was Aunt Su. She couldn't believe that An Yicheng, whom she had watched grow up, could be so ruthless. I looked at An Yicheng's pale face and said, the framing at Death Canyon, spreading rumors online, endless slander. You did so much, An Yicheng. Do you not feel guilty? An Yicheng realized at that he could no longer explain himself. I'm sorry, I was blinded by my emotions before. It was my friends who taught me to do. They said it was the only way to keep Wanru. I'm sorry, I just loved Wanru too much. That's why I did these things. I know I was wrong. Hearing this, I felt no emotion, and even found it a bit amusing. Your love for Su Wanru involved drugging her and forcing the situation. And Yicheng stared at me, stunned, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. Su Wanru's expression darkened. The drugging incident last time, was that you? And Yicheng opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, any explanation he gave sounded like after seeing the evidence, the entire Su firmly sided with me. They didn't listen to a word he said, and Yicheng hung his head, utterly defeated. I glanced at the Su family and said, this is your business now. Don't involve me. After saying this, I turned to leave. At that moment, Aunt Su suddenly called out. I turned around and looked at her. What is it, Auntie? Aunt Su hesitated before saying, I know. I know that although Yicheng did so many bad, he only did them because he loved Wanru too much. I apologize on his behalf. Can you take down the news online? Let him at least keep his dignity. After all, he's loved Wanru for so long and has truly cared for her. Seeing his tragic ending like this, Aunt Sue couldn't bear it. I was furious and retorted, so he makes mistakes, and that's forgivable? When I was kicked out without evidence. Do you think I'm just here to be bullied? Aunt Sue looked embarrassed. She sighed and finally said, Yicheng, I'm begging you. Please, can you? I shot a cold glance at Anya. If people don't provoke me, he brought this upon himself. After saying that, I ignored Aunt Sue and left directly. Knowing she was in the wrong, Aunt Sue didn't plead again. I knew this farce would end with the Sue family helping An Yicheng. Watching the news about An Yicheng gradually disappear, I felt a chill in my heart. But no matter what, An Yicheng's reputation was completely the Sue family would also distrust him. This was at least a lesson for him. Indeed, for the next week, An Yicheng didn't bother me again, nor did he appear at the Sue family's house. I really thought An Yicheng was reflecting and avoiding the spotlight. That's why he stayed out of sight. But one afternoon, after work, as I felt an eerie atmosphere in the underground garage. The next moment, a group of burly men suddenly rushed out behind me. They charged at me, trying to grab me. Although I was skilled, I wasn't a match for so many. I had no choice. Just as I was about to reach the garage, a foot suddenly stuck out from the side, tripping me directly. The men behind me swarmed, tying me up tightly. The person who tripped me was none other than. He slowly raised his head. His gaze was as cold as poison. Jang Yicheng. Jang Yicheng, I've been waiting here for 3 whole days. Finally, I've caught you. I told you before I wouldn't let you off. If you had been obedient, but you forced me into a corner. An Yicheng sneered. He clenched his fist tightly. I remained calm. I spoke slowly. I think all of this is your own fault. An Yicheng's slap landed hard on my face. He put all his strength into it. My face immediately swelled up. Shut up! If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up? You used to treat me so well. Since you appeared, he hasn't even given me a smile, and Yicheng was almost mad. Seeing my expression with no temper made him even more furious. I knew that right now I had to stay calm. I couldn't anger An Yicheng easily. After venting his anger, An Yicheng's mood improved. He waved his hand to have the man next to him. I was blindfolded and thrown into the van, which bumped along. After about an hour or two, we finally arrived at a desolate and remote place. I believed Yicheng was very meticulous in his work. He knew that bringing me here would prevent me from escaping. I was soon thrown into an old and shabby room. 3 people were guarding outside the room. They discussed taking turns watching. I was temporarily without the boss's permission. They couldn't untie me. I carefully thought of a plan as my hand. It had a GPS signal embedded in it. Once pressed, Gu Qinghan would immediately receive. As long as I press, Gu Qinghan will immediately receive my location. Time passed by second. I quietly waited. By evening, I said I was going home after work, but I didn't even contact any. This raised Su Wanru's suspicion. She searched everywhere, but she could only call Gu Qinghan. Is Jang Yicheng with you? Su Wanru's voice was slightly on the other end of. Gu Qinghan sounded anxious. He sent me his address in an abandoned house in the south of. I might have been kidnapped. Su Wanru's eyes turned cold. I'm heading there now. You call the police, then we'll meet in the south of the. Gu Qinghan nodded. Okay, I'll send you the exact address. They acted separately. Gu Qinghan went to call the. Su Wanru drove towards the south of the. When Su Wanru arrived, the abandoned house was brightly lit. 2 people were guarding the. Inside it was unclear. She went around through the window. She saw me tied to it. She made up her mind quickly. Because of the years of disrepute, the window was easily pried open. She climbed in and gently landed beside me. I whispered in surprise, Su Wanru? How did she know I was here? And why was she willing to come save? Su Wanru didn't have time to explain much at this. The rope was tied too tight. She could only pick up a sharp stone from the ground and cut the rope. A few minutes later, the rope was. We went to the window and jumped out to it. The door suddenly creaked open. They are trying to quick, chase them. The people behind. Suddenly, Su Wanru twisted her ankle. I broke out in a cold. I frowned and said, Su Wanru, you go ahead quickly. Otherwise, those people will. Su Wanru didn't listen to my words. She supported me and the shouts behind us grew louder. I was anxious, urging her to hurry up. At this moment, any escape would do. Su Wanru turned and looked at me. Jang Yicheng, I won't leave you behind. I looked at her determined eyes. A ripple stirred in my heart. We really couldn't run far. Just as I prepared for the work that we would both be captured, a whistle pierced the sky. The people chasing us suddenly changed and immediately tried. Gu Qinghan, with the police, rushed over and captured these people. Yicheng, are you okay? Gu Qinghan instinctively spoke. I felt a little weak. I waved my hand. I'm fine. Suwanru's voice was gentle. She twisted her ankle. I'm taking her to the hospital. If there's no problem, Miss Su, you should go. I'll take care of her. Hearing Gu Qinghan's concern for me, a strange feeling of suddenly surged up in Suwanru's. Okay? Gu Qinghan knew it wasn't appropriate to. He nodded and went with the police. Suwanru took me to the hospital. It was 3 a.m. now. Su Qingyan happened to be on. Seeing us in a bit of disarray, he couldn't help but ask. Suwanru's voice showed no emotion. Jang Yicheng was kidnapped. Just escaped. Hearing this, why didn't you notify the family? Suwanru glanced at me calmly. I didn't want. It would only cause more chaos. She twisted her ankle. Can you help treat it simply? Su Xinyan said helplessly. This is the second time she's twisted her ankle. She needs to be more careful. Repeated sprains can easily leave long-term effects. I awkwardly scratched my nose. Once the wound was treated, Su Xinyan was called away by. Suwanru sat by my bed. She asked, "Who kidnapped you this time?" I snorted and said, "Why ask me? Didn't you say you didn't believe me?" Suwanru was stunned. She looked into my eye. She softly said 3 words. "I'm sorry. I did have some prejudice before. I was too confident in my own feeling. And Yicheng had a bias?" I looked at Suwanru, who was usually so proud. I didn't want to continue making it hard for. I accept your apology, but this time it was really on Yicheng. Suwanru's gaze turned cold. It really was. I nodded. He waited for me in the underground garage. He had a group of people kidnapped and beat me. Suwanru's expression changed. Her tone immediately became sharp. He deserves a lesson. I didn't expect Suwanru to stand by my side. I felt a little more balanced, and suddenly the phone rang. I answered the call. Gu Qinghan's voice came through. "Brother Chen, those people have confessed. It was An Yicheng who instructed the police have gone to arrest. They should catch An Yicheng tonight. Confess and get resist and get. The others understand what they need to do to make things." I hung up the phone. I gently closed my eyes, feeling a bit tired. Suwanru noticed the dark circle. She was moved inside. "You should rest in the hospital tonight." I sighed, "But I can't go back. Uncle Su will worry." Suwanru looked at me coldly. Her tone was serious. "Going back now will aggravate your Do you still want to stay in the hospital? Then tell Uncle when you go back. Just say I'm staying with a friend for. Don't tell him about me being kidnapped. It has already caused enough trouble. This time, I don't want him to." Suwanru agreed and turned to leave. 2 days later, I heard the news about I stopped paying attention to it. I focused on my work. The 2 jewelry collections, First Love but good brands need people to endorse them. And Su Jingyao is the best choice. Su Jingyao has a huge fan base. When I returned to the Su family, Su Jingyao immediately agreed. "But aren't these 2 jewelry collections? Wouldn't it be a bit dull for me to do it alone?" Su Jingyao suddenly flashed a charm. "How about Jang Yicheng? You join me for the shoot." Indeed, First Love and First Meeting. If we can find a handsome man and beautiful woman, it might get more exposure. I froze. I carefully considered the feasibility. Suwanru suddenly, "Sushi? Can't we find a suitable male celebrity?" "Why does—" Su Jingyao smiled and said, "Sis, why are you— Jang Yicheng isn't your private property. Besides, even the director praised Jang Yicheng's. He even discussed with me about get—" Su Jingyao smiled with her eyes bent, looking at me. Her eyes were full of deep affection. Suwanru continued to refuse. There was no need for him to do it. Last time, Su Jingyao and I worked together on an MV. Suwanru saw the description of a pair of celestial. It sounded unpleasant. Su Jingyao pouted and said, "Forget it. I won't ask you anymore." She turned to me and asked, "Yicheng, I won't ask you anymore." She turned and asked me, "Yicheng, would you like to shoot an advertisement with me?" I rubbed my brow, feeling we'll talk about it later. If we can't find a suitable male celebrity, I'll go personally. I could only vaguely agree. Upon hearing this, Suwanru's expression, but she didn't say it directly. She just gave me a cold glance and left the dining table. I was confused by her stare. I didn't understand why her mood, but Suwanru had. I just ate a couple of bites, and as soon as I arrived at the office, the secretary walked over with a stack of documents. "Mr. Jang," the CEO said, "you need to finish all these within 3 days." The following stack of documents, I felt a sharp pain on my forehead. This seemed intentional by Suwanru, but I couldn't find a reason to refuse. I reluctantly accepted the doc and started working diligently, but over the next few days, Suwanru kept finding ways to. I felt like I was as busy as every time I thought I could rest for a bit, a new task would come in immediately. Does Suwanru not want me to? I thought to myself, and inwardly cursed immature. A few days later, she leaned against the CEO's office, smiling leisurely. "Sis, I've invited all the male celebrities. Some didn't fit the image. Now there really are no." Suwanru's face remained cold. "This advertisement isn't something we absolutely have to do." Su Jingyao frowned after hearing this. "Sis, we already agreed on it. You can't just back out." Suwanru gave her a glance. I'll still pay you the advertise. But this advertisement, just then, I knocked on the office. I'll still pay you the advertising. But this advertisement doesn't. Just then, I knocked on the office door and heard the conversation between the Su Jingyao hurried forward. Bitchin, you're here. I couldn't find a suitable candidate for this advertisement. You promised me last time, if I couldn't find a suitable candidate, I would shoot with you. Wenyan, I twitched my lips. I looked at Su Wanru, who had a low pressure. I suddenly didn't know what to say. Don't worry about my sister. She has already agreed that you can shoot. Su Wanru coldly said, I didn't say, since that's the case, why don't I give it a try? If Su Shi wants to succeed in the jewelry industry and make a big debut, relying on celebrity endorsement, it won't be a problem for it to become hot quick. I don't want to give up on this plan easily. I glanced at Su Wanru. Seeing she didn't have much, I spoke again. After all, it's for Su Shi. This plan is quite reliable. Su Wanru didn't speak. After a while, she asked, is that an agreement? With Su Wanru's approval, the cooperation could proceed smooth. Su Jingyao pushed aside her upcoming shoot and focused on shooting the jewelry advertisement. The filming location wasn't it was on a large outdoor lawn. Su Wanru came specifically to supervise the shoot, afraid something might go wrong. She came over to keep an eye. During the shoot, there were inevitably some intimate. Su Jingyao and I were immersed in. We didn't notice Su Wanru, whose expression was increased. After the first I went to drink some water. Su Wanru's voice suddenly came over. That was really good. I quickly turned around. I saw Su Wanru standing off to her eyes were swirling with emotion. Why are you here? Su Wanru coughed. I keep an eye on all activities related to the company. Including shooting advert. I nodded knowingly. Watching Su Jingyao walk towards us, she smiled and handed me a bottle of water. Su Jingyao opened the bottle, took a sip, and said, you actually came to watch this boring thing? Su Wanru coldly replied. Hearing this, Su Jingyao couldn't help but laugh. We filmed many ads for sushi before. Why did you refuse to come before? And now you actually came. Truly a rare guest, she suddenly squinted. Curious, you didn't come here for Yicheng, did you? I didn't expect it. Ha! Looks like you have your day of falling for a man. Su Wanru looked at her, tone lowered. Su Jingyao, you talk too much. Su Jingyao laughed and shook her. Yicheng is the one I picked first. You can't say anything about this. Su Wanru's mood dark. I don't even know if he's yours. The atmosphere between them. I found an excuse and fled. I went to a nearby public. As soon as I entered, I ran into. It was Liu Jie, whom I hadn't seen, and Liu Jie looked at me with a cold gaze. Isn't it a case of no enemies, no fear? I could see his hatred for me. I didn't feel like getting entangled with him. Supervisor Liu, how have you been? Found a new job yet? Liu Jie's heart was instantly his anger flared up. Don't think that because I can't rise again. Just wait. One day, I'll make you pay for this. I didn't even flinch. Do whatever you want. I ignored him as if he was nothing. Suddenly, Liu Jie mustered. He stepped forward boldly and raised his hand to slap me across the. He stepped forward quick. He reached out and swung his hand. I reacted faster. I grabbed Liu Jie's wrist tightly. My eyes were cold as I looked. Do you still want to fight? Liu Jie glared at me fiercely. I'm going to fight. Jang Yicheng, do you know how I've been living since then? I was expelled by the no company would hire me. It's all because of you. You made me suffer like this. I will make you pay for it double. Liu Jie tried to move forward. I was suddenly pushed back. He lost his balance. He fell back hard. His head slammed against the sink behind him. The sharp pain made him panic slightly. Seeing the blood flowing down his neck, Liu Jie panicked. He took out his phone and, calling the police, Jang Yicheng, you intentionally get ready for prison. I remained silent. I quietly watched him in a panic. The police car arrived quick. They took both Liu Jie and me. Liu Jie had a head injury. He went to the hospital to be treated. Then we went together to the police station to give. Su Wanru, Su Jingyao were waiting for me to return. They suddenly received the news that I was taken by. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. They also rushed to the police station. At the police station, Liu Jie and I sat on one side. The officer asked us why He asked what happened. I didn't speak. Liu Jie, who was beside me, immediately started. Officer, you must do something for me. I was suddenly pushed and got this serious injury. You must punish this person properly. The officer saw his heavy injury on the head. A grown man crying like a woman. He handed him a tissue to wipe his teeth. The officer then turned to me and asked, is what Mr. Liu said true? Do you have a grudge against him? Did he deliberately push you? I calmly replied that this was self-defense. Liu Jie knew there were no even if he turned black into white, I couldn't do anything about it. Thinking of this, Liu Jie became bolder. Jang Yicheng, if you admit to intentionally injuring me, I could help you get a reduced sentence. But if you keep being so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. The officer frowned and looked at me. Tell the truth. I repeated my words again. This is self-defense. Liu Jie couldn't stand it anymore and raised his. Stop sparing him. His mouth is too hard. Just lock him up. I smiled faintly. What if I have evidence? Liu Jie seemed to hear the greatest joke. If you can present evidence today, I'll take your last name. He naturally didn't believe I had any. He thought I was just stalling for time. I leisurely spoke. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Liu Jie proudly raised his chin and looked. What's your plan? I reached into my pocket. I opened the media. Suddenly, Liu Jie's domineering voice came through the phone. In addition to his speech, there was also the sound of. It was clear that Liu Jie was deliberately injuring me. I think these words should be clear by now. I didn't intentionally hurt Mr. Liu. It was Mr. Liu who attacked me. I was just acting in self-defense. My voice remained calm. Upon hearing the record, Liu Jie's face turned even paler. How could he know I was going to strike? And even turn on the recording device in it. You're framing me. You're deliberately provoking me. You're trying to record this to frame me. Liu Jie immediately realized. His gaze toward me turned cold and full of malice. I didn't care about what he said. I smiled slightly and said, what did Mr. Liu? You want to take my lap? No need for that. I'd rather not tarnish my family. After saying this, I turned to the officer and smiled. I'm sure you'll make the right decision. The officer felt a slight apology. He cleared his throat. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I waved my hand and said it's fine. But officer, how do you plan to The officer coldly replied, intentional injury carries a sentence of up to. The exact sentence depends on whether Mr. Jiang is. I raised an eyebrow. Liu Jie felt a chill in his heart after hearing. He suddenly stood up and grabbed my sleeve. He cried out, Yicheng, bro. Please spare me. I'm still young. I can't go to prison. I frowned. Mr. Liu, calm down. At this moment, Yicheng, bro, I know I've been a jerk. I've bullied you since we were kids. I've done things to hurt you at the company. I'm willing to make it up to you. But please, don't press charges. I don't want to go to prison. Please, I beg you. I sneered. Mr. Liu, you should reflect on. I've never been one to easily forgive, especially this sentence. You should save it for when you're in prison to reflect. I'm not someone who easily lets go, especially after being wronged. I won't spare those who are evil. Liu Jie looked at me with a desperate. It felt like a bucket of cold water poured. He collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, he burst into tears. The officer had a few people pull Liu Jie. He was taken into custody. The officer, with an apologetic smile, said, sorry, there was a misunderstanding. I'll have someone send you back now. I waved my hand and said, it's okay. I can go back myself. The officer didn't insist and had someone take me to. As I was leaving, Su Wanru and Su Jingyao rushed over anxiously. Seeing that I was unharmed, Su Wanru let out a sigh of. Su Jingyao immediately walked up and hooked her. She asked Yicheng, what happened? I awkwardly smiled and said, nothing. I just ran into Liu Jie. He tried to frame me, but it backfired. Su Jingyao became interested. She curiously asked, Liu Jie? I've heard of him. He's not someone easy to mess. How did you make him suffer? I chuckled. He tried to hit me, but I pushed him away. Later, he accused me of intention. I was listening to my performance, so I turned on the voice record. I never turned it off, and it recorded him threatening. Su Wanru knew I was smart and would protect, but mentioning Liu Jie? She couldn't help but frown. Wasn't he already fired? Didn't Sushi issue a notice on the day prohibiting any company from hiring? Otherwise, it would be considered an enemy of Sushi. I didn't expect this person to give. He's still in the city. I nodded and said, yeah. But Liu Jie holds a grudge against him. He insists on causing trouble. Su Wanru frowned. She made up her mind. She was going to do. Su Jingyao saw that I was fine. She relaxed and said, well, we'll pause today's shoot for now. We'll find another time to continue. I shook my head. As a star, I shook my head. You as a celebrity. Your schedule is usually full. I can't delay time because of this. All right, hurry back. Maybe we can finish filming before dark. We quickly rushed back to the filming location and continued with the filming. 3 days later, the advertising in just the first hour of airing, First Love, and the sales of the initial meeting instantly increased by. This shows the strong fan base behind Su Jingyao and Nan. The CP fans online are also in full swing. They were commenting wildly hoping that the two naturally get together from this marriage. Zhang Yicheng and Su Jia, and how well matched Su Jingyao is. They're definitely going to marry Su Jing. Look at this advertisement. It's together. I thought these comments were so I didn't pay much attention, but Su Wanru felt she didn't speak to me all day. In the evening, I worked overtime. As soon as I opened the door, a strong smell of Su Fu and Su Mu went on a trip. Su Luo left for a business trip. Su Jingyao's schedule was full. Su Qingyan was on duty at the hospital. Su Xiaoxiao stayed at school, so the source of the alcohol smell. Zhang Yicheng heard the sound. I turned around and met Su Wanru. I looked at Su Wanru's cold eyes. My heart suddenly felt uneasy. What's wrong? Su Wanru drank. She seemed different from usual. Her gaze was deeper than usual. Zhang Yicheng, do you like Su Jingyao? I couldn't resist adjusting myself. Why do you think I like Su Jingyao? Su Wanru moved closer. If you don't like, why would you be willing to accompany her in filming? You haven't rejected your feelings for her. Why would you be willing to accompany her in not rejecting your feelings? And the way she spoke with a hint of emotional, I pressed my hand on her shoulder. Softly, I said, Suwanru, you're drunk? Suwanru heard the word drunk, and immediately she took a step back. I'm not drunk. I just want to remind you not to be with Su Jingyao. The last incident was a lesson. My thoughts immediately went back to a few. When I was kidnapped by a Sasaeng fan, I didn't speak. Nodding, I said, I understand. Thank you for reminding, but I'm really not interested in Su Jingyao. I smiled slightly. If there's nothing else, I'll go to bed now. The atmosphere in front of me felt. Suwanru seemed to be thinking. Her expression was a bit. I had an impulse to escape. Suwanru didn't speak. It was as if she, good night, rest early. I left this sentence and quickly went back to my room. The next day at the company, Suwanru didn't take me to the office to discuss the new jealousy strategy. I felt something was strange, but didn't ask further. Around noon, I suddenly heard a shout from a desk near. Help, my computer has a problem. I threw a suspicious glance. The next second, at the same time, the room was filled with waves of shout. My plan that I just finished hasn't been. Seeing the planning department complaining, I stood up and cleared my throat. Everyone, quiet down. How can we calm down? At this moment, a girl Chenge's computer is fine. Everyone turned their gaze. My computer is running smoothly. My computer is running smoothly. No issues at all. Chenge, all our computers are broken. How come only yours is fine? Although the girl didn't finish speaking, everyone knew what she meant. They all knew what she was, that I did something behind the scenes. As soon as these other people also began to plant seeds, I coldly fixed my gaze on his face. I calmly asked, what do you mean? The girl named Xiaoling, when an Yicheng came before, she had the best relationship with An. She proudly raised her chin, showing her Chenge. I haven't said anything bad about it. I'm just sharing my thoughts. If it wasn't you, then prove it. Threatening subordinates, huh? I withdrew my gaze, turned around and asked the others, do you? A man slowly spoke up. Chenge, I think with your character, you wouldn't do something like this. But then another person quickly interjected. Of course he would. Who doesn't want their company's performance to be this way? They can directly surpass others and take the spotlight. I suddenly understood something from what you're saying. You understand this matter even better than I. Xiaoling's face turned 100 shades of red. Don't slander me. My computer was the first to break, and I had a very important plan. It was only half. I raised an eyebrow and looked. Can I take a look at your computer? Xiaoling confidently nodded. Of course. Feel free to look. It's already a broken computer. There's nothing I can't show you. This computer, it was specially planted with a virus. He didn't believe that I could back to life. Bring it back to life. I had a look with a slight emotion, barely noticeable. Don't regret it later. I stepped forward and checked. I found it was infected with a virus called Affaires Notorious, and only 5 people in the world can crack. The luck is, I'm one of them. I quickly typed in the code on the computer, one line after another, strings of unreadable English letters and mathematical, making the onlookers dizzy. Finally, under everyone's watch, I cracked the virus. As soon as the computer recovered, everyone saw. On the screen, the unfinished creation, a simple doodle of a frog. So this is the creative, it's just this little frog. I ruthlessly mocked, maybe the computer was hacked and turned my creative plan. Looking around, everyone's suspicious eyes turned toward him. He blushed. I really had a creative plan. If you don't believe me, I can show. Shelian, too nervous, immediately slipped up, revealing that she had. I immediately exposed. Miss Xia, you're really. How could you predict in advance that the computer would? That's why you left the credentials. Shelian, realizing she couldn't pretend any longer, yelled out with a ferocious face. It was me who planted the virus. So what? If not for you, leave this managerial position. I've worked diligently in this company for so many years. Why should you, a newcomer, get all the benefits? I don't accept it. I've put all my effort, and yet in the end, I get nothing. My gaze turned cold. Hacked everyone's computer and framed me? Your intentions are wrong. You don't deserve the managerial position. My gaze is also cold, and because of this, you hacked everyone's computers and framed me. You have a crooked heart. Not only are you unfit for a manager, but you can't even hold down a job. I glance around. I directly look at the assistant. Tell CEO, there's someone here who is endangering the. Tell him to come over. Xiaolian heard it was going to escalate. Suddenly, all her arrogance, she became increasingly dejected. When Suwanru arrived, I was sitting at my desk, amused by the scene unfolding in front of me, while Xiaolian crouched on the floor, sobbing. She looked very I teasingly said, CEO Su, your longtime employee tried to, but it got exposed. What should we do about this? Suwanru's voice was cold. I already know everything. According to company policy, get Xiaolian out of here. Xiaolian cried and rushed to hug Suwanru's big. CEO Su, please don't make me leave. I've been with the company for I don't want to leave. Please. Forgive me just this one. The temperature around Suwanru suddenly. I'll give you 1 second. Otherwise, it won't just be a matter of leaving the Xiaolian knew Suwanru's methods. Panicking, the farce ended. Xiaolian left the company in a dejected manner. Afterward, I looked at my colleagues. I said, "Don't worry about your computers. I'll restore them for you now." Everyone around me was stunned. "Brother Chen, you're amazing. You can even crack computer viruses? Is there anything?" I smiled slightly. "I just create a new and transfer it to your computers. That's all. Don't worry about it." "Where did you learn this skill, Brother Chen?" "So cool." Colleagues around me gathered, their faces full of admiration. Jang, it was exactly like in the movie. "This is so cool." I gave a shy smile. "It's nothing, just some basic skills. It's not that impressive." I was surrounded by everyone. Suwanru watched the scene before and somehow felt a bit irritated. Is everyone just not work? Is anyone still not back at their desk? Everyone loses a month. The surrounding male colleagues shrank their necks. They quickly went back to their desks to work. I looked at her cold expression, smiling thoughtfully. "Jealous?" Suwanru gave me a glance. Her eyes showed a slight flick. "You're actually a hacker?" Others thought I only knew a little bit, but Suwanru didn't think so. Being able to easily fix computer viruses and restore everything to its original state, only a top-tier hacker could do that. I shrugged. "So you found out." In the evening, as I was ready to take a cab home, someone stopped me. It was Su Jingyao, who I hadn't seen for 2 days. Su Jingyao flashed a bright smile. "Jiang Yicheng, get in. I'll take you somewhere." I shook my head, "No thanks. I've got something else to do." Su Jingyao gave me a pleading look. "Come on, let's go. There's a place with a great night view, you'll love it. Other guys would definitely, but I'm different." I vaguely guessed, but I couldn't accept it. "I really don't need to." Suddenly, "Jiang Yicheng, go home with me." The scene suddenly became awkward. I was facing 2 cars, not. Su Jingyao raised her voice. "Sister." Her voice rose sharply. "Sister." I asked first. "You can't steal my." Suwanru remained calm as ever. Her expression was one of, "Bichen has a proposal to discuss. Let's go back." Her tone was almost commanding, yet the reason was so flawless. I gritted my teeth. I cautiously apologized to Su Jingyao and got into Suwanru's car. Suwanru immediately started the car, and on the way, I didn't know how to I looked at Suwanru's beautiful profile, feeling a little uneasy. Suwanru had no other intention. We were colleagues, after all. I suddenly got choked up. The words I was about to say were swallowed back, and I remained silent for a Suwanru spoke up first. "Didn't I tell you? Don't get too close to It's dangerous." I was taken aback and shook my head. "I did." Suwanru continued, "Try not to go out alone with Su Jingyao. You two filmed a couple's ad. If someone catches you, it'll be troublesome for PR." I nodded and looked out the window. Suddenly I noticed a car was following us at a moderate distance. It even adjusted its speed to match ours. "Suwanru, I think someone's following us." I also saw a car veering off onto a suburban road. We were driving down a deserted path. Something could happen here. Suwanru pressed the gas pedal. As expected, the car behind also sped up. A chase began. "Suwanru, be careful," I said with concern. "This speed is clearly dangerous." "Don't worry, the area is remote. Suwanru's driving is..." But the car behind us was clearly skilled. It was almost catching up. In the next second, the car behind suddenly, it swerved in front of Suwanru's car. "Suwanru, get out!" The person behind cursed as he got out. Suwanru knew they were here for her. She turned to me and said, "I'll go out and attract. You go on ahead." I looked at her seriously. "Suwanru has saved me so. How could I just leave you behind?" I smiled lightly. I flexed my wrist. "Suwanru, don't underestimate." Suwanru's gaze became stern. She looked at my confident face. A different emotion stirred, and we both got out of the car. I discreetly pressed my... A group of people stood outside the car, blocking our... They were glaring at us, looking fierce. They had cigarette butts hanging from their mouths. A man with a scarred... He smirked. "You must be Suwanru." Suwanru's eyes flashed with caution. She focused her mind and asked, "Who are..." "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that..." "Suwanru. Tan, do you know who I am?" The scarred man laughed loud. "Who doesn't know our great CEO Su? CEO Su is famous for..." "I know, of course." Suwanru furrowed her brow. "Do you have a death wish offending the Su family?" The scarred man suddenly exaggerated. "Don't mention the Su family. The Su family is nothing. I'm not afraid of them. I'll say it again. They're a bunch of Why bother talking to them?" The scarred man scanned the air. "You say we're useless? Kill them all. Beat them both to death. Let them know who the real useless ones are." Several people quickly rushed forward. Their sticks were swinging wildly. Suwanru dodged and evaded. She kicked one of them in the chest. I grabbed the man by the neck and threw him out. My right foot spun in midair, kicking him in the. Our cooperation was flawless. It was like the perfect partnership. Soon, this group of people couldn't withstand. They lay on the ground, groaning. Useless. The scar-faced man, he waved his right. Dozens of big men came out from the nearby woods. They had been lying in wait. Suwanru's gaze turned cold. Dozens of big men rushed at us again. This time, there were more. Time passed. We both felt a bit overwhelmed. We gradually began to lose. The scar-faced man was about to strike. He smiled as he drew his knife, aiming at me. My pupils contracted. The next second, Suwanru reached out and grabbed the knife. She kicked the scar-faced man away. A sharp pain shot through my palm. Drops of blood fell to the ground. It was a brutal, heart-wrenching. Then the normally calm Suwanru frowned slightly. Are you okay? I widened my eyes. I never expected that. At the most critical moment, Suwanru would actually grab the knife without hesitation. Suwanru shook her head. Her face and lips were pale from blood loss. I turned around. I looked at the scar-faced man lying on the ground. My gaze turned cold. At that moment, Guqinghan and his men they looked at the scene before. He coldly said, "Capture them all." His men subdued the thugs one by one. Guqinghan came up to me and whispered, "Brother, are you all right?" I shook my head. I pointed to Suwanru, who was bleeding profusely. My voice showed some concern. "Suwanru is injured." Guqinghan rushed over to support Suwanru. He looked at her blood-soaked palm and sucked in a breath. How much courage would it take to hold on to a knife like that? I'll take you to the hospital. Guqinghan took them to the hospital. He went to pay. I stayed behind to take care of Suwanru. The nurse bandaged her. Occasionally, her hand would touch. It hurt just to watch, but Suwanru didn't even furrow her brow. Once the nurse finished, she left. I looked at her weak face and asked. Suwanru lifted. "I have a question." Paused. What is your relationship with Guqinghan? Why is it that every time you're in trouble, Guqinghan arrives just in time? How does Guqinghan know your exact... Why does Guqinghan spend time drinking with you to relieve... Why does he call you Brother Chen? Why does he seem to listen like you're his superior? These questions had been swirled. They lingered for a long time. I knew Suwanru, and sooner or later, she would figure this. But I didn't expect her to ask so direct. "I told you already," I said. "We're just friends. We met when we were abroad. We've been good friends. Even now," Suwanru coldly said, "Tell me, are you the president of..." I tightened my heart and almost denied it immediately. But Suwanru was too smart. To avoid her not believing me, I smiled teasingly. "Well, what a coincidence. Suwanru looked at my reaction. She suddenly wasn't sure if her guest, the president of Langxiang, working humbly as a lowly... Mr. Zhu, don't you feel honored?" I shrugged and said, "Do you believe me if I say this? I don't even believe it myself." "Mr. Zhu, don't you feel honored?" I shrugged and continued, "Do you believe me if I don't even believe it myself. It's sorry, but I guess there's some truth to what I said. The president of Langxiang has no reason to be working in his own..." Suwanru remained skeptical. She lowered her voice. "I hope you're not..." I rolled my eyes. "Mr. Su, don't be so paranoid. Can't good friends be close to each other?" Thinking of how worried Guqinghan was about me, Suwanru suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Her tone shifted as she spoke. "You're Su's fiancé? But you're close to other women." Hearing this, how about making you jealous? "Suwanru, you don't..." After saying that, I glanced at her with amusement. Suwanru shot me a cold look. "Then Mr. Su can't interfere." Just then Guqinghan came back. Suwanru didn't say anything more. Guqinghan naturally heard everything. He held back a laugh and said to me, "I'm heading back first. You stay here and take care of Mr." I understood his teasing. I glared at him. Guqinghan made a, "I understand." Then he smiled and left. The room was left with just Suwanru. "If there's nothing else, you can go home now." Suwanru opened her eyes. Her voice was cold. "It's very late." I raised an eyebrow. "I'll stay to take care of you." I sat down next to her. "After all, you got hurt. If I just go home now, wouldn't that be heartless?" I sat down and picked up an apple. "Want me to peel one for you?" Suwanru didn't respond. She took out a notebook with her other hand and began working. I gave up trying and stopped. I also took out my own notebook and started. I wanted to find out who the mastermind. Based on the features of those men, I traced their criminal organization. I used the facial features of those men to trace their criminal organization. Then I checked their recent call records and transaction records. All the clues pointed to the Lin Group. "Suwanru, do you know who the mastermind behind this attack on you?" I asked cautiously. Suwanru's fingers gently tapped the key. Her eyes didn't even blink as she replied. I was a little surprised. "How did you know?" Suwanru's cold voice replied, "It's not hard to guess. The last collaborator left the Lin Group resentful. They didn't get a share of the pie, and now they envy our success. So the Lin Group has the most..." I was impressed by Suwanru's strong logical ability. But there was another question. So what are you planning to do? A glint of determination flashed in Su Wanru's. Of course, I won't let the Lin group off so easy. Knowing Su Wanru would take, I felt reassured. Su Wanru stayed in the hospital. When my family called, I started making excuses. I said we were working overtime and couldn't go home. Also, Suloli was working overtime in another. The lie wasn't exposed. Once Su Wanru was ready, I officially returned to the company. During the time Su Wanru wasn't at the company, I wasn't there. When I returned, I noticed right away there were some unfamiliar faces. As soon as I returned, Su Wanru called. We discussed the next phase of the cooperation. In this phase, I plan to solidify, then invest heavily to develop high-end jewelry. Su Wanru presented her plan. After listening, my eyes lit up. I was impressed with Su Wanru. I thought to myself, it's not bad. Then I spoke up. I don't think this worked. In the quiet meeting room, a voice of doubt suddenly emerged. Su Wanru raised her eyes to look at the man, not her gaze turned cold. So what are your thoughts? I also shifted my gaze over. It was the head of the HR department, Jang. He usually acts high and now he was even more arrogant. President, have you not come to the company for a few? You can't even make plans now? Our low-end products are still not stable. And right now, the low-end products are selling. If we suddenly develop high-end product and it ends up being a failure or a loss, who do you think will take responsibility for this? Jang was aggressive, and his words were obviously not polite. Su Wanru continued, saying it wouldn't be only focusing on low-end product will only lead to aesthetic fatigue and limit us to this level, losing the best opportunity. Jang seemed to be unable to hear her. His voice was sharp. Anyway, I disagree. Why don't you ask everyone? See what they think. Su Wanru scanned her gaze. She asked, does anyone have any doubt? One of the supervisors spoke quietly, with a hint of hesitation. I think Zhang's words are right. What if it really ends up losing? What if something unexpected? The others started to murmur among themselves. Seeing this, I stood up. With a bright smile, let me explain to everyone the president's point of view. Zhang sneered. Director Jang, I know you're on the president's side, but if you blindly support the president, won't that put us in an unjust position? I didn't care. I continued. My mentor is an internationally renowned jewelry I'm sure you all have heard of him. Internationally famous jewelry designer Jo. One of her designs could sell for over $1 billion. Everyone was shocked and listened as I continued. He once told me that his work started from the most basic foundations. But if we only focus on low-end products, the works will never reach a higher level. What we need is a qualitative change. We need to make our products truly known to more people. Jewelry itself is a luxury brand. Its consumers are not just the general public, but also the wealthy, high-class individuals. They can bring greater benefits to the company. As for the evaluation of, they naturally disdain wearing low-end products. So we must to attract consumers and increase purchase. After I said this, the room immediately fell silent. Zhang sneered. There is, but not much. How do we know if you just made this up? I stared at him and I studied marketing abroad. And I was ranked #1 in my. There's no need for me to say more. Zhang was stunned, his face alternating between. Is there anyone else who has doubts? I scanned everyone's face with my gaze, seeing them lower their heads in shame. Finally, I fixed my gaze on Su Wanru. I smiled. I noticed the fleeting hint of experience in Su Wanru. I felt a sense of joy inside. Su Wanru hammered the decision, then it settled. The meeting is over. Everyone started to disperse. Zhang slowly approached me. With a concerned tone, Director, I have something I want to discuss. I gave him a polite smile. Supervisor, feel free to speak. What is your relationship with the president? My relationship with the president is just a normal. Does Supervisor Xia have another opinion? I smiled mysteriously, which left Zhang confused. But he did not forget his purpose. He suddenly showed a smile as if trying to get on. Director Jang, there's something I must tell you. The president is usually strict and harsh. You must have endured a lot with him. I raised an eyebrow. It seems that Supervisor Xia's real intention. Director Jang is a smart person. You should understand what Xia's intentions. I hope Director Jang will consider it carefully and not disappoint Xia. I touched my chin, deep in thought. So Supervisor Xia is trying to win me over. Zhang laughed heartily. Director Jang truly impresses me. After saying this, Zhang slowly placed his business. I admire Director Zhang's ability. I think you shouldn't be limited to just being a Director Zhang. Don't you want to be called Deputy General? After I sat alone, silently thinking about it. It seems that Xia is not small at all. He's already starting to eye the. Later that night, everyone else was already asleep. Only Su Wanru. I stretched lazily and sat next to Su Wanru. I asked, how's your hand? Su Wanru paused for a moment, her voice calm and neutral. I didn't quite believe her and grabbed her hand to check for myself, but she quickly pulled it. Let me see, it won't bite. Su Wanru quickly changed. Did Zhang come to find you today? What did he say? I leaned back on the couch and smirked. Su Wanru glanced at me. To win you over. How boring. Suwanru didn't seem to care. Chen Sheng asked, "So what are you planning to do?" I looked into his eyes and said with interest, "Of course He promised to make me this kind of lucrative deal. Only a fool would refuse." Suwanru clearly didn't. Her expression remained new. Suwanru naturally didn't. Her expression with a calm voice, she said, "If you..." I yawned. "President Su, don't just tell me your plan directly." Suwanru didn't expect me to. She paused slightly, then said, "Let's go with the plan." I suddenly became, "Go ahead, tell me more." Suwanru continued, "Then gather evidence. I will replace, and then we can catch them all at once." I nodded. "I see, you've noticed too. There are many unfamiliar faces. I thought you only focused on work and didn't recognize it." Suwanru shot me a quick glance and said, "Let's get some rest." The next few days, I nodded. I stood up and walked. Suwanru suddenly called out to me. I paused for a moment. I turned around. Suwanru paused for a moment, then, "This man seems to excel in every field. He's hard to read. You never know what surprise he will bring next." I replied lazily, I might think you've fallen for me." Suwanru's face immediately, "You're thinking too much." Seeing I couldn't help but smile. I turned and walked back to my room. Suwanru watched my back, her gaze deepening. To speed up Xiajiang, I discussed with Suwanru we would make Xiajiang think that our relationship has broken down. The next morning, in Suwanru's office, we were discussing a plan calmly when I've said my point. "This isn't it. Why can't you understand what I'm saying?" Suwanru's voice was as cold as a blade. I suddenly raised the volume. "I have said what I mean, right? It's not this. Why can't you understand what I'm saying?" Suwanru's voice was as cold as a blade. "Koi, I will also tell you, you are just a planning director. You don't have the right to interfere with my... Can the president do whatever he wants? It's really laughable. At worst, I'll quit. Who wants to stay here and endure your anger?" Bang! It sounded like a cup was slammed onto the... It made a thunderous noise. Everyone in the company could hear it clearly. "If you want to do it, if not, get out of the company. The company will keep running without..." Everyone was trembling, afraid to speak. I was about to break another one, but Suwanru stopped me. She whispered, "One is enough. Making too much noise would instead raise suspicion." I smiled and nodded. "You think of everything." I didn't speak anymore. The office fell into a deadly silence. After a while, I walked out with the file and slammed the door. I wanted to return to my... I then called Xiajiang. I told him I was willing to cooperate with him, that he must promise to give me the position of vice president. Originally, he wanted to agree but without some motive. It might raise Xiajiang's suspicion. So I specifically emphasized this. Xiajiang was overjoyed after he felt more confident. "Director Jang, don't worry. After it's done, I will definitely not treat... Now, even I am willing to cooperate with... Take down Sushi. Isn't this an easy task?" Xiajiang started making moves. He made some small moves in finance, creating an illusion of a huge financial gap and a bleak situation. Suwanru and I both saw it. We didn't stop him. We quietly watched him cause trouble and left evidence of it. At the second meeting, Xiajiang directly slammed the financial report. He sneered and said, "Mr. Have you seen the financial report for this quarter?" Suwanru showed no signs of disturbance. "This quarter, the company lost 100... Do you know what 100 million means? President, I told you long ago not to casually develop high-end products. Now look, the company owes so much money. What do you think we should do?" I agreed. Indeed, there should be an explanation. Xiajiang was even more smug after hearing this. "With your current abilities, you no longer have the ability to handle... Perhaps it's better for you to step down and make..." Suwanru's gaze became slightly cold. "So you mean this company should be handed over to you?" "Of course, I don't mean that, Xiaji. Let's see what the others have to say." Xiajiang looked at the surrounding colleague. "Should the president's..." The room was silent. No one spoke. Xiajiang felt something was... He asked again. Still, there was no response. I slowly stood up. With a smile on my face, "Have you finished speaking? How about you listen?" Xiajiang felt uneasy. He sensed something was wrong. He listened as I said slowly, "Supervisor Xia, if I'm not mistaken, you're probably wondering why the colleagues you've bribed didn't follow your expectations and contradict Mr. Am I right?" Xiajiang's face. "Director Zhang, what do you mean by this?" I sneered coldly. "Supervisor Xia, don't you understand what I mean?" Xiajiang started to panic. He started to speak. "Stop making baseless I don't know if I'm making baseless accusations, but why don't we look at the evidence?" I took out the documents and photos from the file. He threw the evidence onto the... It scattered revealing several photos of Xiajiang entering the finance office, as well as the specific amount of embezzlement. "Supervisor Xia, do you have anything?" Xiajiang's face turned unusually when he saw the evidence. The fear in his eyes gradually... "These are all fake. How could I do something harmful to the company? Don't slander me." It was as if he was clutching at a life. Xiaojiang suddenly shouted in agitation. It must be you guys trying to force me out, that you staged this act to frame me. You will face retribution. I ignored his protests. Every performance sealed his final outcome. If you have nothing more to say, then Supervisor Xia, go talk to the police. I sat down leisurely, resting my face. When Xiaojiang heard the word police, he turned to run, but he was caught at the door by the police, who arrived just. I won't let you go. Xiaojiang's gaze was fierce. The flames of anger were burning bright. After Xiaojiang was dragged away, Su Wanru simply said a few words and dismissed. Her gaze shifted to my face. I don't think it's that simple. Xiaojiang is not so easy to take. Su Wanru thought for a moment. She slowly uttered these words. I wiped the smile off my face. My expression became thought. Do you mean Xiaojiang will still cause trouble? But hasn't he already been sent to the police station? Su Wanru didn't respond. She carefully recalled the look in Xia. He must have other moves. As expected, the next day, news broke that Xiaojiang had been cleared and was released. I was in Su Wanru's office, furrowing my brow. Xiaojiang really has a backup plan. He went to the Lin Group and became an executive. According to his character, he must have something on Su Shi and made a deal with Lin. I gritted my teeth in this Xiaojiang. I should have beaten him back then, turned him into a vegetable. Ju Wanru only led her. Her expression was serious. No need. Where Xiaojiang goes is irrelevant. What matters is he holds many important documents on Su Shi. If he goes, he will definitely. This is highly disadvantageous for us. For example, I wanted to speak but paused, but I already knew. The jewelry planning case for next, as well as development plans, would be fully known by. You handled the snacks last time. Su Wanru's gaze flickered. It cost their company 3%. No wonder Lin Group lost so much. They've been looking for an opportunity to bite back at you. Xiaojiang happened to be their powerful weapon. Seeing Su Wanru's serious expression, I emphasized if we think like the Lin Group will retaliate next. We need to be ready at all times. Su Wanru continued. Let's wait and see. Once Lin Group takes action, we will make our plans. I nodded. With a complex, the two of us had just. In the afternoon, I saw on my phone, was preparing to launch a new piece of jewelry. This jewelry was so familiar to me. I had designed it myself. It was intended as a for Su Shi's transformation into a high-end product, and launched ahead of us. But then I thought again. But then I had a thought, and my frown suddenly relaxed. Although this piece of jewelry looks innovative and unique, it has a major flaw. That is, it is extremely uncomfortable. Recently, due to being busy with summer, I haven't had the chance to adjust it for comfort. This hidden issue is something the designer naturally wouldn't know. It is very likely to backfire and cause trouble for oneself. When I thought of this, I picked up the rough draft and began drawing. I made some adjustments to the jewelry. At the same time, its shape and style changed slightly. Then I took the design draft and went straight to the CEO's office. I directly expressed that I was preparing to launch, but with the adjustments. After hearing my plan, Su Wanru's eyes flicked. Are you sure that doing this won't make others think Su Shi is plagiarized? After all, it's a product launched by Lin. I naturally accounted for this. Of course, when it's first launched, it might raise some suspicions. But it's okay. Since I'm doing it I have already prepared a complete I have absolute evidence to prove that the original design draft is. Su Wanru was silent. I rarely showed a comforting smile and said, you shouldn't underestimate my ability. Don't forget, I was the one who drew the design draft. No need to worry. Su Wanru nodded. I trust you, but I'm just worried about you might not be able to handle them. These days, I'll have Su family's bodyguard, so nothing happens to you. What's going on? You're laughing while being so concerned. Then I smiled and asked, why are you so concerned about my. Su Wanru's face showed a strange look. Keep those thoughts in check. I'm just worried that something might happen. I won't stop until I get an answer. So your point is that Listen, I'm just teasing here. Su Wanru coldly said, go back to. I rolled my eyes, so boring. As I left, Su Wanru recently, her emotions have. I don't know whether it's good or bad. This uncontrollable feeling. Soon, I pushed the new product release forward. As expected, Su Wanru's prediction. On the first day of the release, careful observers noticed between the products. They were amazed to find out that Su Shi's new. Oh my, is Su Shi going to destroy? The online public opinion was overwhelming. Everyone was discussing the farce. Why did this happen? The online sentiment almost shifted, except for a few people who held on, and my fervent admirer. Most people were accusing me of being a plagiarist. As for me, I wasn't worried at all. The next day, during the weekend, I was even able to chat and laugh with. This made Su Xiaoxiao beside me. Brother Chen, aren't you at all worried? This incident has gotten so big. It might lead to irreversible consequences. I sipped some soup and slowly asked, do you think I am the one who plagiarized? Su Xiaoxiao immediately, I don't believe you. Su Ruoli interrupted from the side. What if it turns out to be true? Then it would be a whole different story. Then what does Su Fu think? I glanced at him lightly. Su Ruoli smiled lightly and said, I can't help you with that. Su Qingyan just smiled and Su Luoli chuckled lightly. This is your problem now. I can't help you. Su Qingyan just smiled and stayed silent. Su Jingyao, who has been in the entertainment, knew how big of an impact this online rumor. She was quite worried. Yicheng, this isn't something easily resolved. And now it involves sushi. Things just got bigger. Can you handle this on your own? I gave him a reassuring look. Su Wanru watched their interaction and felt strangely uncomfortable. Yicheng isn't as dumb as you think. I heard these words and smiled broadly. Expected. Su Wanru, who had spent so much time with me, Su Wanru said in a deep voice. Are you ready? I nodded and showed a confident smile. This afternoon, I'll let Lin Shishan know the consequences of stealing my work. The Su family members, what we were up to. At 3 p.m., Su Wanru and I appeared as promised. This event attracted a lot of attention online. As a result, a lot of gossip reporters showed up at the press. They pointed their cameras at me, hoping to capture breaking news. Hello, I am Zhang Yicheng. I'm glad to meet you again. Let me share with you our new product collection. Before I could finish my work, the entertainment reporter couldn't hold back. There are rumors online that Sushi's and Lin Group's Kanghai Mingju are the same product. Do you admit to plagiarism? I raised my eyebrows, showing a professional smile. Of course not, because this is my design. The reporter pressed on. Your design was released by Lin Group first. According to the timeline, it's that yours came later. Every question from the reporter was but this also worked in my favor. If we follow the timeline, then it is true that Lin Group released it. Looking at the reporter's early release, it doesn't prove who the creator is. I can provide evidence to prove that I am indeed the creator. With that, I opened my laptop and projected it onto the screen behind. As you can see, in September this year, just 3 months ago, I had already started preparing this design. The next moment, the screen switched. It showed a chat record between. This was in October, a conversation with my mentor. In the conversation, my mentor told me what to make the design more precise. Our conversation was centered with lots of descriptions. Such in-depth understanding cannot be. Finally, I want to use public resource to say something to Mr. Xiajiang from Lin. I cleared my throat and said clearly, Mr. Xiajiang, I wonder if you're satisfied with this result. This press conference was live streamed. When the viewers heard this, they nearly erupted. Xiajiang? Wasn't he Sushi's former supervisor? I know him. He's currently working for Lin Group. I'm an insider at Sushi. Let me tell you, Xiajiang used to manipulate misappropriated funds, and he was eventually ousted. Such big gossip. And here I am, unable to even tell the difference between. I watched the shocked expression and couldn't help but laugh. Su, look at them. Don't they look like the kind of people who go with. My lazy voice suddenly echoed. Su Wanru knew I could handle this without input. But she didn't expect that my plan, I could do this so well. She nodded lightly. The answer is indeed I'm somewhat surprised, but this is the first time you've answered. If it were before, you would definitely have said, but I am quite satisfied with the current. Hearing this, Su Wanru didn't even spare me a glance and turned. I didn't mind her actions. After all, she's inherently an indifferent. Expecting her to do with human warmth is harder than climbing to the sky. However, this time, the Lin Group has been completely defeated. From now on, in the jewelry, the Lin Group will no longer dominate. In the few days after the storm, I felt very calm, even unnervingly calm. According to Xiaji's vengeful nature, after receiving such a heavy blow, she would definitely come up with It's been a week, and still there's no sign of her. I'm confused, but I still didn't relax my vigil. That afternoon, I went to the office to deliver some documents. Just as I saw the fire alarm lights on the ceiling start to Immediately after, the loud siren started. Someone shouted, "Fire!" People in the room started to panic. They all ran toward the exit. The office is on the 8th. The elevator is definitely not an. As people ran downstairs, they found the fire had already reached. Thick smoke blocked the stairwell. It was impossible to see, and the group had to turn back. I didn't follow them down. When I turned around, I saw Su Wanru standing beside me. She was holding 2 wet towels in her hand. Take these. Don't inhale the smoke. I took out my phone and dialed the fire department. Looking at the chaos in the company, I immediately raised my voice. Everyone, don't panic. Being nervous now is of no use. On the contrary, it could lead to. If you don't want any accidents, listen to my voice. A group of people looked up. Though terrified, they still chose to trust my. Now, everyone take out your towels or any cloth. Wet them and cover your mouth. Then try to wet your body as much as possible to avoid being burned. It can also lower. Finally, everyone line up. One by one, slowly go down. Don't crowd together. If the fire is too large, stop. We will think of another way. According to my plan, everyone went from chaotic to slowly going downstairs, and we were almost successfully evacuated. The little girl at the end was scared. Seeing the fire burning, she panicked and lost her handkerchief. The thick smoke rushed into her mouth. Her eyes rolled back. She started coughing. I frowned. I handed her my towel. The girl gratefully covered her mouth. She looked at me, covering, a bit worried. Thank you, director. What about you? I waved my hand. It's fine. My physical condition is better. I'll manage. Then I turned around, holding Suwonru's hand. We walked out step by step. With the guidance of scientific method, we successfully escaped the fire scene. As soon as we went, Suwonru felt dizzy. She immediately sat down on a stone bench by the... Suwonru, are you okay? Hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. Suwonru shook her head. Though weak, she still spoke calmly. I'm fine. This fire came so suddenly. I didn't even have time. It was Shajiang's doing. Mentioning Shejing. My eyes immediately turned cold. Suwonru lowered her head, her eyes carrying the meaning. Once we find out the result, we will. Before Suwonru could finish, a wave of pain. It was so intense that I noticed something was wrong with. I looked at his back. I found a large burn on his. The flesh and blood were burned. The fabric of his. It was horrifying. My face immediately turned serious. Instead of scolding Suwonru, why didn't you say anything about your burn? How come you didn't make a sound while he didn't even grunt? He just held on and walked out. Looking at such a wound, I felt both heartache and... Suwonru looked at me, slightly out of control. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived. It eased the tense atmosphere between... Suwonru was sent to the nearest hospital. The doctor examined her wound and sighed. This burn is too severe. It can't fully heal. You might always have this scar, but with proper medication, it can fade. Suwonru nodded faintly. She didn't seem to care much. She didn't say anything, but a scar. For a girl, it's a... I looked at Suwonru and said seriously, Suwonru, I can completely heal you. Suwonru looked at me. You can heal it? I examined the severity. In my mind, a treatment plan was... The doctor, hearing this, couldn't help. Young man, I know you're eager to... But I understand. A treatment plan automatically formed in my mind. The doctor, after hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Young man, I know you're eager to save your loved one, but I understand. But you can't just talk nonsense to save him. Hearing the words loved one, Suwonru's heart fluttered slightly. I still insisted it was not nonsense. The doctor was stunned, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Young man, really it's not nonsense? Looking at you, you probably haven't studied medicine. Even if you have studied it, with current medical standards, it's impossible to save his... I'm sorry to say you can't do it. I lied to the doc. I looked at the doc. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean your perspective is too limited. My words immediately triggered the doc. He felt a bit embarrassed. He immediately sneered, young man, the things you say come with a price. I nodded and said, I know. I remained calm, watching him with composure. He was fuming with anger. Such an ignorant young man. I really don't know who gave you this. I smiled politely at the doctor. Since you don't believe me, how about a bet? If I don't cure him, I'll apologize. But if I heal his burns... The doctor agreed immediately. If you do, I'll retire? No need. Just give me the herbs. I looked at him, my eyes... Upon hearing I wanted Chinese, the doctor furrowed his brow. I smiled and said, of course it's useful. You just need to say if you'll give them to me or not. The doctor thought for him. After some consideration, he agreed to give them to me. I smiled with satisfaction. I took out a small white bottle from my pocket. It was crystal clear and even had a bluish tint. I opened the bottle and poured the emerald green liquid inside, gently rubbing Suwon. A cool sensation, a wave of cold swept through. Immediately felt the burning sensation on her back. I'll apply this medicine to you once. In a week, you should be almost healed. The doctor widened his eyes. A week? How is that possible? Even skin graft surgery can't completely back to normal. I packed the bottle and put it back in my pocket. Let's wait and see. After the doctor packed up and left, Suwonru stared deeply at my face and asked, why did you agree with... Even though he knows I'm amazed, but treating extensive burn scars, aside from skin, there's no other way. Could this miraculous potion of mine really grow new flesh? Stop joking. Because I have the confidence to promise. As I spoke, my gaze was unwavering, full of confidence. It seemed as though I hope you won't embarrass yourself then. I let out a cold snort. Let's wait and see. Suwonru didn't say a word. Her mind was racing. During these 7 days, I applied medicine to Suwonru from the initial cool sensation to gradually feeling nothing at all. Suwonru doubted whether the medicine, but on her back, she couldn't see what was actually happening. She could only wait together for the final result after 7 days later. The doctor came to Suwonru's bedside. He lifted her back clothes. At just one glance, his jaw dropped. Are you sure you're not a fraud? That day he clearly saw the burn severity on Su Wanru's back was extraordinary. Even he couldn't guarantee a cure. That's why he dared to bet. But looking at the back with faint scars, he couldn't help but mutter, amazing. Truly amazing. He couldn't help but marvel at and at this young man in his early 20s who possessed such extraordinary. Su Wanru naturally picked up on Dr. Zhang's change in tone, and she couldn't hide her. Does what you said earlier still hold true? I didn't care if I had won the bet. I only cared if the stakes would. The doctor nodded excitedly. Of course, of course. What do you want? I rubbed my chin, and after some thought, said, I want a centuries-old. The doctor hesitated, looking troubled. I smiled at the doctor. Once a promise is made, it must be kept. Dr. Zhang, are you thinking of going back on your word? Dr. Zhang looked slightly, but eventually he sighed deeply and said, follow me. He led me to the hospital's Chinese. As soon as the light, a loud roar came from within. Are you trying to get yourself showing up like a suddenly appearing out of. Dr. Zhang gave me an awkward smile. Then, with a hint of irritation, he said, Feng Ruoye, where's your manner? Can't you give me some respect? At these words, I suddenly saw a gust of wind swirl. The next second, my hand was firmly. Are you the one Dr. Zhang mentioned? I nodded, but didn't shake my head. Unsure of who this person was, my hand was tightly held. I couldn't move. This young man is incredible. He can treat burns and almost restore the skin to its original state. It's truly astonishing. In my decades of medical, I've never seen anything like this. Feng Ruoye chuckled. What's so amazing? In Chinese medicine, this is something that can be. But then he changed the subject and asked, who taught you this medical skill? I replied calmly, my family name is Feng Xian. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the name, Feng Ruoye's, the renowned Feng Xian, the sage of Chinese medicine, you're his apprentice? I hesitated for a moment, but eventually the famed sage of Chinese medicine, he's just an old man who cheats it and loves drinking wine. Dr. Zhang interjected. He wants the centuries-old. What do you think? Feng Ruoye chuckled and said, but young man, could you lend me your Feng Ruoye had loved since childhood and had studied it. Encountering something this, he couldn't let it go. I readily agreed. There was no specific formula, and no one knew it. Recreating the exact was nearly impossible. If this guy truly meant, it would prove he was immensely talented. Someone with such talent holding this form wouldn't be a waste. Satisfied with the Ganoderma in hand, I left contented. I went to see Gu Qinghan first. I temporarily entrusted him with. Then I returned to the hospital. At the hospital entrance, a farce was unfolding. It seemed like two women were arguing. One of the women was yelling like a rough country. She was shouting loudly in anger. Her words were even filled with vulgar. I didn't want to meddle in other, but as I passed by them, the rough woman suddenly gasped for air. She collapsed to the ground. It looked like she had an asthma attack out of anger. She was lying on the ground, foaming, breathing heavily. She seemed to be on the verge of suffocation. The dignified woman opposite her was startled. She was about to step forward, but a friend of the rough woman stopped her abruptly. The friend began scolding and blaming her. I turned back to take a closer look. The woman's face looked somewhat familiar. It seemed like the same woman who gave flowers after my duet at Su Jingyao's concert. Thinking of this, I decided to step in. I stepped forward. I softly said, let me try. A young man like you. Do you even know medicine? If anything happens to my friend, none of you can run away from. Ignoring his incessant complaints, I walked up to the woman I prepared to administer, but someone grabbed my arm. The older woman began to scold. Can't you understand human speech, young man? I said, don't mess around. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to take risk. I gave her a cold glare. The woman was so frightened by my look that she released her grip hesitantly. But if you stop me again, and something happens to her, then it'll be on you. The woman was so stunned that she didn't dare stop me. I squatted down and carefully examined. It turned out her situation wasn't too. I took a pill out of my pocket and put it in. The older woman screamed. What did you give her? I couldn't hold back anymore and turned to warn her. If you keep shouting here, I'll have security throw you out. The older woman shrank back, feeling guilty. It's just, who knows what you gave her? If it doesn't help, you'd be responsible for killing her. I ignored her and turned to observe the woman's condition. The woman seemed to be breathing even harder. Her body was trembling violently. It looked like she was having a stress reaction. See, I told you something bad would happen. You young man, you're so reckless. You might have just killed someone. At this point, the older woman finally felt emboldened. Someone come. There's no justice. She sat on the ground, wailing and letting out cries of despair. I narrowed my eyes. It wasn't even clear if something. Just as I said this, the woman's rapid breathing suddenly stopped. She slowly opened her eyes, looking confused, not knowing what had happened. Seeing this, I slowly stood and earnestly advised her. Remember to control your emotion and carry asthma medication. Next time you might not be lucky enough to. Seeing that I had saved her life, with the surrounding crowd began. This young man is truly skilled. Much better than my grandson, who only. Exactly, even doctors aren't as good as this. Could he be a doctor? There's no way a doctor could be this. He doesn't even look like he's graduate. The crowd cast admiring look, while the older woman, crying, and received only cold, judgmental stares. What a disgrace, crying and making a scene. The older woman realized she was embarrassed. She awkwardly scrambled up from the ground. I noticed the crowd around us kept growing. Seeing the growing crowd, I waved my hand. All right, it's over. Everyone, disperse. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only me and the three women. The woman who had the asthma attack looked a bit embarrassed. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not. I waved my hand. No need to thank. If you want to thank someone, I gestured toward the elegant woman standing nearby. I know her. It's because of her that I. After saying that, I glanced. It was getting late. I need to go. I turned and hurried back toward the hospital, unseen by me. The elegant woman watched me leave. Her Suwanru was in the ward. When she saw me enter, she smiled. The doctor told me my condition has improved a lot. I'll be discharged. That's great. I nodded. Though I was somewhat. Suwanru looked at me, her expression curious. Are you thinking about the fight? I nodded and said yes. I haven't given it much thought these past, but it just came to mind again. It feels strange. Suwanru replied cold. The company's safety measures are extreme. There are daily inspections. A fire should have been impossible. The fire started on the first floor. The first floor is a mall. It's likely someone took of the crowded and chaotic environment to do. Thinking of this, I narrowed my eye. I've been reviewing the first floor surveillance footage. In some faint corners, I indeed spotted Xiajiang's silhouette. Suwanru opened her laptop. Suwanru opened her lap and played the surveillance footage for me. It seems like he's completely given up. I sneered, then let him reap what he's sown. At noon, Suwanru was discharged. I went up to the rooftop and called Guqinghan. Thinking about Shaji and the heinous things he'd done, I couldn't help but lower my voice. Qinghan, help me deal with some. Shajiang set the company. You know what to do, right? Guqinghan immediately agreed. Got it, Chen. I'll make sure he pays. After hanging up, I returned. As soon as I sat down, my colleague Xiao Liu came over with his phone in hand. Chen, you made the news. I was a bit puzzled. What news? Xiao Liu opened his and showed me the top headline. Look, a stranger rescues an asthma patient in a hospital, does good deeds without leaving a name. Although the photo is blurred and your face isn't clear, I could tell it was you right away. Anyone who knows you would recognize you. Not only Xiao Li, but even online users had identified. Isn't that Yicheng? He's good at everything. Looking at the news, I couldn't describe how I felt. My eyes were drawn to a corner of the photo. The elegant woman was standing not far away, looking in my direction. Though her expression was unclear, there was a hint of warmth in her gaze. Seeing me lost in thought, Xiao Liu waved his hand in front of me. Chen Chen! I shook my head and gave a faint smile. I'm fine. Xiao Liu heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Oh, right. I heard the TV station is coming to interview. That piqued my interest. About what? Xiao Liu glanced around nervous. Seeing no one paying, I quietly started speaking. However, the host of this TV is a fan of Su Jingyao. You had filmed a couple's video with Su Jingyao. There's an 80% chance I don't mind at all. Instead, I'm looking forward. Let's see then. What kind of tactics this female host had. Sure enough, at 3 p.m., the TV station did send someone to. The man was dressed in a professional suit. Hello, I'm the host of the local TV station. My name is Ouyang Lan. I nodded with a smile. Hello, I'm Jang Yicheng. Ouyang Lan nodded. If there are no issues, I will start the interview now. Ouyang Lan glanced at the camera, signaled him to start filming. May I ask, why did you choose to save that lady at that time? I answered without hesitation, because I was bored at the time. I just happened to see it. Ouyang Lan continued to ask. Later, did you accept the lady's gratitude and money? I waved my hand. Thank you is fine. But money, no thanks. Ouyang Lan asked again, but don't you expect any reward at all? Seeing his aggressive manner, I knew he was deliberately targeting me. After thinking, I answered, does the government give cash rewards? Ouyang Lan inwardly mocked me as being lowly, but still smiled slightly and said, of course, and the bonuses aren't small. Then I asked another question. You will answer me as well, right? Ouyang Lan was very confident, of course, and asked, then when exactly will... This was a question Ouyang Lan had never thought of. A qualified host would never let the interviewees shift to such an angle, but to embarrass me, deliberately asked him an unprofessional question. Unexpectedly, I hit his weak spot. Ouyang Lan's expression slightly changed. I'm not too sure about this question for now. I deliberately looked puzzled and confused. Didn't you say you could answer any question I ask? How come you don't even know that? Are you a newly appointed host? Ouyang Lan was speechless. His face darkened as I mentioned the government rewards for each person is rewarded 1,000. I glanced at him, said I wouldn't go out of my way to do just for 1,000. I don't lack money. As for Mr. Yang, I suggest you do your homework before the next. Don't embarrass yourself again. After saying this, I looked at the cameraman beside. Don't broadcast this part. It's too humiliating for Mr. Ouyang Lan's face turned purple. He almost couldn't maintain his composure. The cameraman awkwardly replied, "This is live, not a recorded I smiled and said, "Then why haven't you stopped it? Look at how angry Mr. Ouyang has gotten." Suddenly, Ouyang Lan, who was named, froze, realizing it was a live. He quickly regained his composure. "Sorry, there were some live broadcast mistakes, so I wasn't very satisfied with myself. I hope everyone can forgive me. All right, that's it for today's live broadcast. Thanks to Mr. Jang for his See you next time." Ouyang Lan signaled the cameraman to immediately turn off the equipment. I stretched lazily and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work." Ouyang Lan's face alternated between pale and flushed. "Mr. Jang, why did you deliberately embarrass me just?" I was a bit surprised. Is this a case of the thief crying, "Why did I say such things?" Mr. Ouyang should know better than Ouyang Lan sneered. "So you're not stupid since you already know. I won't hide it anymore. I'll give you a chance. Never go near Su Jingyao again, or I won't let you off." I waved my hand and said, "Su Jingyao and I are Mr. Ouyang, you're overthinking." Hearing this, Ouyang Lan glared at me fiercely. "Nonsense. Friends shooting a couple's commercial? Stop pretending. Just remember this, if I catch you again secretly trying to approach Sujing, you can prepare for your end." I casually glanced sideways at the camera nearby and couldn't help but smile, by the way. "I forgot to tell you something. Your camera doesn't seem to be off." Ouyang Lan froze on the spot. He turned his head and saw the red blinking light on the camera. His face instantly turned pale, which meant everything he just said was heard by everyone. His undisguised admiration for Su Jingyao and his vicious threats toward were all heard by others. Ouyang Lan stepped forward and turned off the camera, then glared at me. "Was this intentional? You just wanted to embarrass me. You knew the camera was still on, didn't you?" I smiled without answer. Although the camera was off, many people still more or less knew what happened. Originally, because of my fame, the interview had attracted many people to watch on TV. Now, Ouyang Lan's reputation was completely. Ouyang Lan lost faith and didn't have the courage to stay at. He left in embarrassment with watching him leave. I shook my head. The next second, there was a document I hadn't given Su Wan, so I took the document to the CEO's office. Su Wanrong. I hadn't finished speaking when I saw on the desk Su Wanru's phone. It was still on the live broadcast interface. She was smiling bright. I smiled at her. "You were secretly watching my interview? Su Wanrong, why do you care so much about?" As soon as I finished speaking, Su Wanru immediately exited the casually saying, it popped up, "Mr. Su's phone is very user-friendly." I smiled meaningfully. "So, Mr. Su, how did I do in the end? If there's nothing else, get back to work." Su Wanru wanted to avoid me saying embarrassing and dismissed me. I chuckled and turned to leave, but suddenly saw Su Luoli walking in. "This year, there are 100 applicants for 80 were eliminated. 20 are waiting for your interview. When will you get to them?" Originally, Shajiang was responsible, but since he resigned HR matters, haven't had a suitable department head. Recruitment has to be handled personally by. It seems it's the annual recruitment period again. Su Luoli saw me there and couldn't help but tease. "You two are stuck together all day. Aren't you tired?" I think Jang Yicheng doesn't need to spend time. He should just marry Su Wanru. Although this seemed to encourage my relationship, I could hear the heavy sarcasm. Su Wanru's gaze turned icy. "You're talking too much." Su Luoli, finding it dull, turned and said to me, as if advised, "Look, Su Wanru's temper is like this. If you really get together with her and get bullied later, don't blame me for not warning you." I replied with a sarcastic smile, "No need." Su Luoli pouted sadly. "Yicheng, I'm doing this for your own good, and yet you say that. It really makes me very sad." After finishing, I turned around and saw Su Wanru's. I could no longer keep left in embarrassment. "I'm going for an interview. Do you want to come with me?" Su Wanru suddenly invited me. It made me feel quite flattered. "Are you sure you want me to come? Haven't you always not wanted to see me?" Su Wanru stood up and walked out. "I think you might have a good eye. If you want, come along. If not, forget it." Hearing this, I smiled. The interview venue was set on the second floor of the outside, there were a dozen or so. All of them were newcomers to the work. They were being called in one by one in order. After a few interviews, it was clear that Su Wanru wasn't. Her brow didn't relax at all. During a short break, I asked her curiously, "President, aren't you being a bit too strict? I feel like a few of them were pretty good." Su Wanru shook her head. "I don't think so. The ones we just interviewed either had no experience, stammered when speaking, or were overly arrogant. Letting these people into the company wouldn't be good. If we don't have any, there's no need to make do with these. I could understand Su Wanru's words. However, the matters in my seem to have always been handled by Gucci, except for a few major decisions that I've hardly had to worry about. And thinking about it, I couldn't help but feel the next person to enter was a handsome young man. As soon as he walked in, I could clearly sense that Su Wanru's body seemed to suddenly tense up. I quietly teased her, "What's wrong?" Staring at a handsome guy, unexpectedly, Su Wanru quickly recovered. She silently flipped through the documents. She looked up and asked, "Why did you suddenly?" I was stunned. It turned out to be an acquaintance. He spoke calmly. "President Su, this seems unrelated to the interview, doesn't it? I think it'd be better if you asked me questions related. That would be more." With a snap, Su Wanru closed the folder. Her face looked grim. "I know you're not really here for the interview. Tell me, what's your real reason for coming?" The young man smiled and said, "This time, to check on you for brother Fan. What do you think, sister-in-law?" Hearing the word, Su Wanru's composure clearly faltered. "I'm not your sister-in-law. Don't call me that." The young man raised an eyebrow. "But seeing you like it seems you've already forgotten. I won't waste any more time here then." Su Wanru said nothing, but she was no longer as calm as before. "I'm leaving. I'll tell brother Fan to forget about you." After saying this, the young man stood up, but Su Wanru called out to stop him. "Song, your brother and I are no... If there's nothing else, we'll just be strangers from now on." Song Jingyan sneered. "Strangers? I guess brother Fan was blind." With that, he turned and left without looking. Even though I didn't know the full story, from their words, I could piece most of it together. This Song Jingyan was probably the younger brother of someone Su Wanru might have broken up with him due to unavoidable, but the two of them clearly still held a place for each other. Seeing the usually composed and self-possessed lose control all of a sudden, my heart skipped a beat. Even though she said they were strangers, her actions and words still showed that she cared. "Su Wanru, are you okay?" I called out to her. Su Wanru turned around, her eyes cold. There was a hint of hidden pain in her eyes. Her gaze had turned completely in. "The rest of the interviews are temporary. You can go back now." I stared blankly at Su Wanru and nodded. A perfectly good was disrupted by this guy named... It ended unpleasant. My emotions were mixed. An indescribable feeling flooded my heart. It happened to be the end, so I skipped overtime and took a ride back to the Su. I got home early, and only Su Xinyan was there. "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital?" Su Xinyan chuckled lightly. "I have a day off. I can rest for a day." I nodded, just about to turn and go to my room, but my steps instinctively paused. I turned around hesitantly. "Su Xinyan, I have something to ask you." Su Xinyan looked at me and said, "Go ahead." I looked at her and asked, "Did Su Wanrong have a boyfriend before?" There was a trace of hesitation in Su Xinyan, but she patiently inquired, "Why? How do you know?" I thought about it carefully and decided there was no harm in telling Su Xinyan. So I shared everything. Today, during the interview, a guy named Song Jingyan called, Su Wanru's sister-in-law. Her reaction was quite big. Su Xinyan raised her eyebrows. Su Wanru did have a boyfriend before, named Song Mufan. Song Jingyan is Song Mufan's younger. I asked further, "Then why did they break up?" Su Xinyan glanced around and then lowered her voice. "Because Song Mufan had dreams he wanted to he didn't want to be confined to the... But Su Wanru didn't want him to be so far away from... The breakup was initiated by... But over all these years, Su Wanru hasn't dated any... I understood the whole story. So in other words, Su Wanru really liked this guy at the time, right?" Su Xinyan smiled ambiguously. "Of course she did. If she didn't, why would she stay single for so long?" Speaking, although Su Wanru wasn't a gentle person before, she used to smile often and knew her limits. Seeing my distracted look, Su Xinyan smiled and comforted me. "I know, you might have some feelings for Su Wanru, but you never know with matters of an ex. But you don't need to worry too much. Su Wanru sees you as someone special. Maybe you're the one." Before she could finish, I interrupted. "Enough. You don't need to... If Su Wanru liked him so much, how could she have room for anyone else in her..." After saying this, I turned and went, returning to my room. Sitting in my room, I still felt unsettled. Unable to resist, I turned on my computer and started searching for information about... For someone like me, a top hacker, no information is hard to find. Soon I found everything about Su Wanru, Song Mufan's relationship. They met in college and were each other's first. They spent 4 happy years together in college. But after graduation, Song Mufan wanted to go abroad, so he proposed breaking up. I saw pictures of Song Mufan. He was indeed just as good-looking as Song Jingyan, who I met. There were pictures of him and Su Wanru eating together, riding bikes together, all kinds of moments that made up Su Wanru's complete first love. I looked up and sighed deeply. Suddenly, a notification from the snapped me back to reality. It was a message from Gu Qinghan. "Brother Chen, I've taken care of the Lingji for you. When are you coming to claim me?" Just remembered. I needed to make a medicine for that old man Feng Shen. Knowing it was still at Gu Qinghan's place. "I'll go get it later. Let's meet at the bar." After saying that, I started packing up to leave. I happened to bump into Suwanru on her. Where am I going? I replied coldly, where I go should have nothing to do with you, right? Suwanru didn't understand why my attitude. She frowned. It's already 7. Why are you going out so late? I looked at her coldly. I'll say it again. Where I go has nothing to do with you. You should take care of your own matters. Suwanru's mind clicked. She instantly understood what I meant. It was about this afternoon. I sneered. President Su is so busy every day, worrying about your boyfriend's matters. President Su, you should concern yourself with your ex, Su Mufan. Suwanru froze at the mention. Her aura turned icy cold. Who told you his name? I saw her irritated expression and sneered. What can't I find out? Suwanru took a deep breath, calmed her mood. Whether someone told you or you found out don't pay attention to him again. And don't mention him in front of me. I looked at her coldly. Suwanru, I'm not interested in your ex at all. After that, I walked past Suwanru and left the Su res. On the way to the dark night bar, I couldn't describe how I felt. Before, I could understand Suwanru's coldness, but today, she actually got angry at me because of thinking about it made me furious. At the bar, Gu Qinghan saw I was upset and opened a bottle of wine for me. What happened? Did you get bullied at the... I picked up my glass and took a swig. Drink with me tonight. I'm not going, but there's still an important matter to deal with. Through the collaboration with Sushi, Yicheng has already surpassed its international development. We can consider moving the headquarters back to develop domestically. I wasn't focused on work at all. Whatever, just do as you see fit. I drank a few glasses, still wasn't drunk. Suddenly a fragrance swept by. I looked up to see a figure standing before me. A face both unfamiliar and familiar, smiling. You must be Jang Yicheng? I remained unmoved. Song Jingyan, what do you want with me? He sat down casually beside. Of course, I want to have a chat with you. Then he glanced at Gu Qinghan nearby, showing a conflicted expression. I said softly, Qinghan, please give us a moment. After Gu Qinghan left, Song Jingyan finally revealed his true purpose. Mr. Jang, I know about you because you're quite the sensation. I glanced at him. Song, you're overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary person. Song Jingyan chuckled. Ordinary hardly. Mr. Jang, being surrounded by so many must require some talent. Besides, you're exceptionally gifted. Even those ladies from the Su family, if I were a woman, I'd fall for you. Hearing this, even though it was praise, it carried a mocking and sarcastic undertone. I felt thoroughly uncomfortable. So, Mr. Song, why are you here? It's probably not just to flatter me, is it? Song Jingyan's expression shifted. Mr. Jang, you're indeed sharp. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. I answered without blinking. You probably know my identity, right? My brother and Suwanru have been together. They genuinely like each other. I hope Mr. Jang doesn't interfere in their relationship. I couldn't help but laugh at his words. There's nothing between Suwanru and me. How could I possibly interfere? Song Jingyan continued. Mr. Jang, you're smart, but I trust my own judgment. When you're with Suwanru, the emotions in your expression are hard to miss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to talk to you personally. I looked at him coldly. There will never be anything between Suwanru and me. Song Jingyan nodded. That's for the best. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, an 8 a.m. flight. But let me remind you of one thing. My brother will be back soon, within 6 months. So I suggest you keep your distance from Suwanru. Otherwise, you'll be the one getting hurt. With those words, Song Jingyan stood up and left. Su Mufan is coming. My expression darkened. I lowered my head and took another swig. By the time Gu Qinghan returned, I was already completely wasted. He had no choice but to take me to the lounge up. When I woke up, I found myself lying in the bar's upstairs resting room. Gu Qinghan was already gone, leaving a set of new clothes and a bottle of powdered lingxi beside. I got up, washed up, and changed, then left the bar. I took my things and returned to... As soon as I entered, I saw Suwanru sitting on the sofa reading a... It was the weekend. Suwanru wasn't working. She was dressed in pink loungewear, looking less unapproachable than... She looked up and said, as if forgetting the argument we had last night, you're back. She actually spoke to me first. Don't go out drinking late at night and you reek of alcohol. Suwanru, did you have someone follow me? Suwanru replied calmly, no. It was father who had someone follow, worried about your safety. I yawned and headed upstairs. If that's the case, then don't trouble yourself. I'm gonna sleep now. As I was about to go upstairs, someone grabbed my wrist. For the first time, Suwanru softened. Can we talk properly? I turned around and glanced at her. Suwanru, what does it matter to you if I'm upset? Suwanru lowered her voice and continued. This afternoon, I have a 2-day... Father said you should... I was going to refuse, but... When I heard father specifically ask for you, I swallowed my words. But why did Uncle Su specifically request me to go? Seeing that I wasn't as angry, Suwanru let go of my... Although I really didn't want to spend time alone with Suwanru, especially after the events of the past 2 days. I had developed a vague sense of resistance toward. But if I refused... Uncle Sue would probably guilt trip me, and I wouldn't be able to decline anyway. I sighed in resignation. What time this afternoon? Suwanru, it's just 2 days. No need to pack much. I packed a small suitcase and went to the airport with Suwanru. It only takes a 2-hour flight to get to Beijing. Suwanru booked first-class tickets, and there were only a few people there. Most were typing away on their laptops. The plane jolted violently during the flight. A broadcast advised passengers to remain calm. Feeling the turbulence intensify, I couldn't help but grow serious. Beside me, Suwanru closed her lap and started assessing the situation. After a moment of thought, Suwanru seemed to calm herself. At the moment, there isn't much. Let's wait and see. Let's hear what the captain. The next second, the plane suddenly started shaking and began to descend steeply. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. The captain is controlling the plane. The broadcast signals became more frequent. I realized the gravity of the situation. After about a minute, the plane seemed to slow its descent slightly, but it was still heading downward. I'll go and check what's happening. I unfastened my seatbelt and stood up. My wrist was suddenly grabbed tightly by Suwanru. Human lives are no small. Besides, the cockpit is the most dangerous place on the plane. Do you know that? I nodded. Looking seriously at Suwanru, I said, Suwanru, trust me. With determination I pushed her hand away. I have flight experience. Suwanru was still unwilling to let go. It's not safe. The repeated message in the broadcast suddenly changed. Hello, passengers on flight 1250. Is there anyone with experience in flying an airplane? Suwanru saw the determination in her heart, but she slowly let go of my hand. I'll go with you. Without hesitation, I refused. You stay here. The cockpit pressure is unstable. Going there could be dangerous for you. Then take me with you. I quickly turned around. The voice came from a strange girl in the back row. The girl looked 25 years old. She was tall and slender. She looked at me with a faint smile. I squinted at her. Why do you want to come with me? Murangshe chuckled softly. Like you, I have flight experience. She didn't seem to be lying. So I agreed to go with her. Inside the cockpit, the co-pilot was slumped unconscious below the captain was extremely angry. This plane is a newly updated model from 2 years ago. He hasn't logged many hours, and at this moment, the co-pilot, who has extensive experience with this air, was inexplicably unconscious. Facing this situation, his mental state was already collapsing, let alone being able to avert the... When Murangshe and I arrived, the captain was visibly agitated. Seeing the two of us, who looked quite young, he couldn't help but reprimand. This is no place to fool around. Go back to your seats. I stepped forward and calmly addressed the captain. I have experience flying planes. May I try to help? You look like you're barely in your 20s. This is a commercial, not your family's private plane. Go back to your seat. The captain clearly didn't try and impatiently dismissed. I gave him a sidelong glance and said, I can't do it if you don't even let. Moreover, the plane is already in trouble. Are you really going to let your personal judgment jeopardize the lives of everyone on board? At this point, I could no longer maintain a polite tone. Murangshe chimed in beside me. There's no choice left, is there? The plane has been in an irrecoverable nosedive for the last 2. That alone proves that your skills are currently insufficient. Her words were blunt. The captain, feeling ashamed, lowered his head. He couldn't manage the current situation, which is why he had broadcast for help from anyone. Realizing this, he finally allowed Mir to sit in the co-pilot's seat. She began manually controlling while I assisted her in monitoring and the aircraft's trajectory. The plane has enough fuel, the air pressure, so what is causing the problem with the flight? Murangshe seemed puzzled. Everything appears to be normal. So why is this happening? I carefully examined the data. The flight trajectory data has been tampered with. Murangshe was surprised. You mean it's been altered? I pointed at the instrument panel. The current flight path was set to head toward the northern latitude, but the plane is speeding toward a nearby mountain. Murangshe doubted the reliability of but this is a commercial. I raised an eyebrow. So what? Hacking into a single plane's flight data is possible with advanced hacking. At this point, the captain spoke up. This gentleman is correct. I've also noticed errors in the system's flight trajectory. I've already turned off autopilot, but for some reason, the plane is still in a continuous nosedive. As he spoke, the captain pulled up on the control, causing the plane to shake violently. I stared at the airspeed indicator. After a moment of thought, I spoke. Let me handle this. Murangshe nodded and stood up, giving me the co-pilot. After sitting down, I first synchronized an altitude data with the main controls. Then, I pressed a button to disable the autopilot. The next second, something miraculous. The plane stopped descending, and the violent shaking ceased entirely. Murangshe let out a gasp of surprise, her expression filled with astonishment. The captain, snapping out of his daze, spoke. So it was a fault in the autopilot system. I shook my head. No. It's the NCAS system activating. The captain looked confused, clearly unfamiliar with this system. Merangshe was equally puzzled. What is this system? He asked. While assisting the captain, I replied, it's a new feature enhancement system on this model. It's designed to prevent stalling by automatically commanding the nose to pitch. This system activates under if the nose angle exceeds normal levels, if the flaps are retracted, and if the autopilot is disengaged. The captain nodded thoughtfully, looking at me with both shock. Merangshui squinted slightly, carefully studying my profile. After the plane stabilized, my gaze deepened. This incident had far too many. The co-pilot's sudden unconsciousness, the captain's lack of, and the flight data being tampered with, forcing the captain to disable. So many coincidences happening simultaneously clearly indicated it was a meticulously planned event. As these thoughts crossed my mind, it seems this enhancement system. The captain turned slightly toward me and asked, "What did you just say?" I quickly shook my head, and Merangshe, however, continued to, her rosy lips curving into a faint smile. Before long, I returned together with Merangshe. Although we hadn't been away long, to Su, the wait felt endlessly drawn out. Seeing me return unharmed, and the plane stabilized once again, Suwanru couldn't quite describe her feeling. "Are you hurt?" I smiled lightly. "Of course not. There's nothing I can't handle." Merangshe, standing nearby, was also, "It's unbelievable. Mr. Jang, you may look young, but you're so talented and courageous." As Merangshe spoke, her admiration and astonishment were unmistakable. She gazed. Suwanru felt an inexplicable discomfort. As a woman, she naturally understood what Merangshe's gaze meant. I politely praised her, saying she's also knowledgeable about so many. Without her, I wouldn't have thought of these things, and wouldn't have been able to complete the rest. Suwanru snorted coldly. Without him, you could still. Suwanru's voice stood out noticeably. After I realized it, I understood that Suwanru was talking to Merangshe. Could it be that she's jealous? I couldn't help but chuckle to but I still explained to Merangshe on Suwanru. "Miss Xia, my friend here has this kind of. She's a bit competitive. Please don't take it to heart." Merangshe almost understood our relation. She smiled knowing. "I see." Of course, she could see that Suwanru had feelings for me. Seeing this, Merangshe no longer chatted and returned to her seat to rest. Soon we arrived in Beich. Suwanru and I got off the plane and parted ways with Merangshe. I suddenly realized we didn't seem to know that lady's name. When Suwanru heard this, her brows suddenly showed a hint of coldness. "Do you want to know her name?" I didn't realize anything was wrong and still replied yes. After all, she's a friend who fought alongside us. I'm still curious about her identity. Suwanru turned her head away and stopped talking to. Unexpectedly, I saw that familiar face at the registration desk. What a coincidence. You're staying at this? When Merangshe turned around and saw Su walking toward her, her face lit up with a sweet smile. "So you're here too? Then we can be neighbors for a short while. I'm curious, I still don't know your name." Merangshe giggled. "My name is Merangshe." This name was not unfamiliar to me. She's the eldest daughter of the Merong family has made significant achievements. In recent years, their drone has made their group even stronger. However, this eldest daughter and has never appeared in public settings. I was a bit surprised, but I introduced myself saying, "I'm Jang Yicheng, and this is Su Wanrong beside me." Merangshui smiled and said, "I know. Mr. Jiang, you're famous across. I've seen you on the news many times." After saying that, she nodded at Su Wanru. "President Su, I've long admired." She extended her hand, waiting for Su Wanru's deep gaze. Quietly observed Merangshe. It took a long while before she reached. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room first." Merangshe showed no concern for Su Wanru's hostility. Instead, she smiled with interest. After Merangshe left, I couldn't help but ask Su Wanru, "Did you have some kind of grudge with Merangshe?" Su Wanru, with a cold expression, said. I continued asking, "Then why do you look like she owes you a few million?" Suwanru gave me a deep, meaningful, but didn't explain. She simply said, "All right, let's rest now. We have to discuss the collaboration at 8. I replied perfunctorily, "Oh," and suddenly remembered something. I turned around and asked Suwanru, "Do you know why the plane had an accident this time?" Suwanru thought for a moment and replied, "Probably because someone intended." "How do you know?" Suwanru's voice was calm as water. "It doesn't seem like a normal act." I nodded. "Then do you think this incident could have been caused by Xia Jiang or the Lin family?" I thought about it. Who could hate us so much that they would risk to try to kill us? Other than Xiajiang or I can't think of anyone else. Suwanru paused and slowly said it wasn't them. I couldn't quite understand why. Xiajiang just set fire to Sushi's. I've already had people suppress him. For now, he wouldn't dare to stir up trouble. As for the Lin family, this matter is far from simple. Once discovered, It could result in decades of imprisonment. With hundreds of people in, they wouldn't take such a huge risk. I admired Suwanru's meticulous, but I still couldn't help wanting to know the truth behind. Then do you know who orchestrated this? Suwanru shook her head. I don't know, but I guess this wasn't necessarily targeted at us. I nodded thoughtfully. All right, let's go back. Half an hour later, we were back in our rooms after meeting at the hotel. I was just about to freshen up and change clothes when a sudden knock on the door startled me. Hotel. Without much thought, I opened. The next moment, a burly man barged in, reaching out to grab my collar. I stepped back, kicking him square in the face. Grabbing the man by his collar, I forcefully pulled him up and kicked him down to the ground again. Who sent you? My voice carried a dangerous tone. Thankfully, I had switched rooms with Suwanru. At that moment, Suwanru heard the and came over. The man, worried for his safety, tightened his lips, refusing to make a sound. I squatted down, my eyes full of menace. Not talking, huh? The man shivered under my terrifying gaze. He was scared, but still managed to muster some courage and replied. He didn't recognize Suwan. All he knew was that someone to assault the woman in this room. He had seen a photo of Suwan. He instantly became that's why he rushed over in such a hurry. I glared at him fiercely. I'll make you disappear from this world without a trace. The man looked at my serious expression. He suddenly became terrified. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to. Someone told me to do this. I knew it. There had to be someone behind this pulling the string. Who is it? The man began to recall the man who made the deal with. I don't know his name. I just know his last name. He said he would pay me 500,000 yuan. When I saw the lady's photo, I was instantly bewitched. Suwanru and I exchanged a look, instantly understanding who the mastermind behind. It was unexpected that Jang still wouldn't, constantly testing my limits. Did he really think I wouldn't dare to act? I clenched my teeth in anger. If I hadn't switched rooms with Suwanru today, the consequences would have been, can I leave now? The man slowly stood up, trying to sneak away, but I kicked his knee hard, sending him to the ground. The man cried out loudly, I've already told you who's behind this. Why won't you let me go? I shot him a piercing glare. If you keep talking, it won't just end with jail time. The man, terrified, clamped his mouth. I called the police and had the man thrown. Then I tidied up briefly and decided to deal with Jiang. After finishing the business, we arranged to meet in a private room. As soon as I walked in, I saw Mar. She smiled and greeted me. What a coincidence to meet again. I was a bit incredulous, turning to look at Suwanru, as if asking her, why is Murangshe the partner? Suwanru calmly explained, the partner is the Murong Group, but I only found out an hour ago that he is the executive vice. Murangshe chuckled soft. It seems we are destined to meet. The three of us took our. Suwanru began discussing business with Murangshe. I can offer you this land, but you need to give Sushi 10% of the profit. Murangshe's eyes gleamed with interest. President Su, you drive a hard bargain. 10% is too high. How about 5% instead? Suwanru refused to yield. She firmly stated that 10% is the lowest limit. Murangshe suddenly stopped responding. Instead, she looked, but if it's for Mr. Zhang's sake, then 10% doesn't seem too much. Hearing this, Suwanru couldn't help but frown. I immediately waved my hand and said, Miss, there's no need to consider me. You can negotiate among. I could already feel the tension in the air. I didn't want to get involved in this situation at all. Mr. Jang, I admire you, but I never easily concede. This is my first exception. Hearing this, Suwanru spoke coldly, Miss Murong. Jang Yicheng is my family's fiancé. Don't you think your actions are a bit inappropriate? Murangshe smiled. Mr. Jang is outstanding. What woman wouldn't be moved by him? I am no exception. If President Su is unhappy, just say so openly. There's no need to act so wary. Suwanru's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Of course I'm not unhappy. Jang Yicheng doesn't fancy just anyone. Internally, why drag me into your boast? Murangshe dropped her smile, looking slightly uneasy. President Su, there's no need to be. Today's cooperation, I'll agree to it for Mr. Zhang's sake. President Su's unreasonable can be treated as a favor to Mr. Zhang. Suwanru interrupted him. He doesn't need anyone's favor. Murangshe stood up. If President Su isn't willing to cooperate, then this partnership can be put on hold. When President Su comes with genuine intention, we can continue our discussion. After saying this, she left the private. I knew Murangshe was upset. I nudged Suwanru's arm and said, Suwanru, what's wrong with you? Why are you always so rude? You're here to discuss not to argue with people. Suwanru's gaze fixed on my face, and after a long pause, she said, are you stupid? I was stunned. Why insult me? Suwanru couldn't be bothered to. She stood up and walked out as well. Suwanru returned to her hotel. I didn't want to go back, so I wandered alone in the garden outside the hotel. Reaching a quiet corner, I dialed Jiang's number. Who is this? Jiang's weak voice came through. What bad luck. He had only set fire to Sushi, but that very night, someone burned down his house. He was sleeping in his room at the time. Fortunately, he survived the fire. Zhejiang, do you know who I am? He immediately recognized my voice. With a cold laugh, he said, Zhang Yicheng, are you here to mock me too? Zhejiang, you sent someone to disgrace Su. Do you think I'd let you off so easily? Zhejiang was confused. He repeated, don't slander me. I sneered, you know whether you did it or not. Laughter erupted from Zhejiang's side. Zhang Yicheng, could you have been set up by some, and now you can't, and now you're trying to pin it on me? Zhang Yicheng, oh Zhang Yicheng, why do you have so many enemies? If I were you, I'd just be done with it. Hearing him say this, I suddenly felt something was off. Was it really not you? Zhejiang sneered. How could it be me? I've already been ruined by you people. My house is gone. I lost my job. I can barely afford food. How would I have the money to hire anyone? I hung up the phone. My thoughts scattered. From the way Zhejiang spoke, it appeared that this matter wasn't his doing. But who would use Zhejiang as a pawn? Someone capable of doing evil in his name? I quickly locked in on the answer. Understanding the situation, I returned to the hotel. I knocked on Suwanru's door. Suwanru, I need to talk to you about something. Before I could finish speaking, Suwanru coldly interrupted me. I'm busy right now. I don't have time. It was clear that Suwanru wasn't in a good mood. I stopped talking and said nothing. We stood awkwardly at the door for a moment. Suwanru, realizing her tone had been harsh, was about to soften her stance, when suddenly her phone rang. Suwanru answered the call. On the other end, Suluoli's voice came through clearly. Suwanru, Sumufan is back. Those 3 words were like a stone cast into a calm lake, creating ripples on Suwanru's already troubled mind. Suluoli and Sumufan were college classmates, and they were on good terms. Suluoli wouldn't be wrong about this. Without thinking, Suwanru instinctively blurted, where is he? Tell me. The surroundings were quiet, and I heard everything clearly. Her first love, whom she had liked for many years. It seems Su Xinyan was right. Suwanru really hasn't forgotten. On the other end, Suluoli's voice continued. He's only staying in the country briefly. His flight back to the U.S. is tomorrow. Suluoli's words were very clear. A flight tomorrow morning meant there was still time to meet him now. Suwanru replied and said, I'll head back in a bit. She hung up the phone. Lowering her head, she suddenly noticed the expression on my. She felt a sudden tightness in her chest. I took a deep breath and asked, what about, will we still pursue? Suwanru's gaze deepened, and she replied, cancel it. I was taken aback. Working with the Murong group is hugely profitable for Sushi. Do you really want to give? The Suwanru I know wouldn't do that. The Suwanru I know cares deeply about the company's profit. But at this moment, she nodded. I have an urgent matter. Let's cancel it for. I glanced at her and said, your so-called urgent matter is meeting him. Go ahead. I can handle the partnership on my own. Suwanru frowned. It's not what you think. I waved my hand. Do as you wish. It's your business. After saying this, I turned around and left with behind me. Suwanru's gaze darkened. She resisted the urge to chase out and stayed put. I returned to my room. At that moment, Guqinghan called. I answered, my tone slightly irritated. Guqinghan was taken aback by my tone. What's wrong? I frowned and replied, if you have something to say, say it. Guqinghan continued. Brother Chen, Lanxiang's operations have encountered some issues. I think you need to come back and take a look personal. His tone was serious, as if the situation was. I recalled Suwanru losing control when mentioning Song Mufang. It made me decide to. However, the collaboration with the Su family. I decided to meet Murong Shui. After securing the collaboration, when I found Murong Shui, he was drinking coffee behind a screen in. Mr. Jang, I knew you'd come to find me. Murong Shui appeared confident and expected it, but I couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind his words. Mr. Jang is a smart man. Naturally, you know that work will create tremendous value. I smiled and replied, so Miss, what do you think about collaborating with the Su family? Murong Shui deliberately kept me guessing. President Su's reluctance has left me disappointed. However, Mr. Jang can offer me an enticing bargaining. I might consider working with the Su family. As for the bargaining, Murong Shui continued, I think Mr. Jang himself is a significant bargaining chip. My expression flickered slightly. I don't understand what you mean. Murong Shui smiled and explained. No, Mr. Jang, I admire your capability and want you to join the Murong group. At that time, I will definitely give you an executive position. If Mr. Jang is unwilling, I won't force you. However, regarding we are not willing to compromise an inch. Hearing this, I stood up, wearing a faint smile. I understand your words, Miss Murong. If that's the case, I won't insist. With that, I turned to leave. But behind me, Murong Shui called out, Mr. Jang, please wait. I turned back with a smirk. What? As expected, Murong Shui would not miss this collaboration opportunity. I had made the right. Murong Shui sighed helplessly. It has to be Mr. Jang. All right. The collaboration between Sushi and the Murong group. I will send you the contract shortly, Mr. Jang. Looking forward to working with Sushi. I revealed a genuine smile, Then let's have a pleasant. Morongi smiled and said, Mr. Jang, to be honest, I like you even more now. Thank you for your admiration, Miss. I hope you not only like me, but also sushi. With just one sentence, I dissolved. Morangshe smiled. All right, after dealing with Morangshe, I booked the earliest flight back. I returned to and planned to take a few days off to handle some matters. Unexpectedly, I ran into Suwanru and Jang Yi. Suwanru spoke first with a but I couldn't help replying sarcastically. At this hour, shouldn't you be rekindling your romance with your first love? Why are you here? Suwanru explained, no, it's not what you think. She had just hurried back recently, only to be told by Suluoli that the world Song Mufan hadn't returned. Moreover, his abrupt departure wasn't due to lingering for Song Nufan. Instead, he had an unresolved doubt that required confronting Song Nufan to resolve it. As Suwanru tried to explain, I interrupted her directly. President, there's no need to. I don't have time to discuss your old flame right now. With that remark, I walked away without looking, not bothering to record. Suwanru watched my resolute figure. A ripple stirred in her heart. Just then, her phone rang. Suwanru saw the name Murong Shui flashing on. She answered Murong Shui's voice. Did you receive the contract? Suwanru frowned. Didn't Mr. Jang tell you? Didn't Mr. Jang tell you? If it weren't for Mr. New City wouldn't have agreed to collaborate. This deal could have been delayed for a long time. Didn't you know? Murong Shui suppressed and continued. I thought Mr. Jang would have informed President Su first. I didn't expect him not to. It's truly surprising. Suwanru ignored and asked, why was Miss Murong initially so unwilling but now agreed so readily? Murong Shui chuckled softly and lowered her voice. Thanks to Mr. Jang offering me an irresistible bargain, Murong Shui always showed fondness towards me. But her words now sparked unusual thought in Suwanru's mind. She couldn't believe her own suspicion. Calmly, she asked, what happened with Murong Shui smiled faint. You should ask Mr. Jang yourself. President Su, I have other and can't continue this conversation. With that, Murong Shui hung up, leaving Suwanru with an unsolved mystery. Unable to make sense of it, Suwanru decided to take a starting today. After much thought, Suwanru called me. Where are you? Her voice carried a hint of interrogation, to which I replied with a cold laugh. Suwanru was almost certain that I had agreed to some condition. Otherwise, I wouldn't leave so abrupt. Cancel your leave and return to work. I responded instantly. Suwanru, my leave was approved. You have no right to interfere. Suwanru's voice grew colder. Don't make me repeat myself. I was speechless. Suwanru, what's wrong with you today? Suwanru suddenly let out a cold laugh. Jang, you're on your way to Murong Shui's company, aren't you? I was stunned, unable to understand why she thought. Suwanru took a deep breath and said, I know. Murong Shui must have offered you great benefits. That's why you left Sushi, right? I replied angrily. Even if I do go to Murong Group, it's simply a matter of seeking. There's no need for you to be so furious, President. Fine, go ahead then. Suwanru said curtly and hung up the phone. Of course, I wouldn't tell Suwanru that I returned to deal with some. It's better to let her misunderstand. After all, she never cared about me, only criticizing and doubting. I returned to the head where Gu Qinghan was waiting for me. Seeing me back, he visibly relaxed. What's going on? What happened? Gu Qinghan asked urgently. Recently, there's been an issue with our collaboration, but that company is peculiar. They specifically I frowned. Meet me? Gu Qinghan nodded. Yes. They specifically asked to meet for tea and discussion. They said if you don't agree, they'll terminate the collaboration, regardless of how much they have to pay in pen. Gu Qinghan finished and sighed. This collaboration is a major deal. If it's terminated, although they'll compensate us heavily, our company will also incur significant. Longxiang recently invested in new and cash flow is tight. This could deal a heavy blow to Longxiang. Hearing this, this meeting was unavoidable, whether I wanted to or. Chen speculated that the president was skilled in tea. Are you sure? Gu Qinghan quickly stopped himself and changed. I gave him a reassuring smile. Have I ever embarrassed myself? As soon as I said that, Gu Qinghan, who had been frowning, Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, is there anything he can't do? I smiled and said nothing more. The president of the Genesis made an appointment with me at a tea house. There weren't many people in the tea. When I arrived, only a few people were scattered. I stood at the door of the private room. A strong voice in English came from inside. Only then did I push In the middle sat an elderly man in his 60s, yet his posture was as upright as ink bamboo. He turned his cup and took a sip of tea. Seeing me enter, he smiled and said, the president of Longxiang truly lives up. Every move exudes an extraordinary aura. I smiled. It must be Mr. Li, who doesn't look a day over 60, looking so youthful. Ha! Mr. Li laughed heartily. Since we're here for tea culture today, let me see your insights. I had anticipated this, so I smiled and said, tea culture involves selection, pouring, serving, and drinking tea. Tea has unique characteristics. Some are bold, some are mild. China's myriad teas reflect local customs and traditions. Mr. Li chuckled. Very good. You've mastered the fundamentals of tea brewing well. Who taught you the art of tea? Hearing this, my thoughts drifted far away. It was my father who taught me when I was very young. He learned it from my maternal grandfather, who was skilled in tea. Many friends who, like you, loved tea culture. Mr. Lee suddenly became interested. What? Ji Huifeng, I replied immediately. Hearing the name, Mr. Lee seemed struck by lightning. Gradually, his eyes moistened. You're actually Huifeng's grandson? Your grandfather and I were like brothers. He couldn't help but grasp my hand. To think you're the president of Longxiang. So young, yet so accomplished. I'm sure Huifeng can rest in peace now. I tentatively asked Grandpa about this collaboration, but before I could finish, Mr. Lee decisively interrupted. Forget this. From now on, every collaboration will be with lunch. His assistant widened his eyes. Mr. Lee, this won't do. Some partnerships require evaluating the partner's comp. Mr. Lee glared. What's that supposed to mean? Are you doubting Xiao Chen's abilities? Or questioning my judgment? The assistant shrank back in fear and said no more. I couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Grandpa Lee. No need to thank me. Come visit my house more. You really carry some of your grandfather's charm. Mr. Lee held my hand and shared heartfelt words. Finally, as the evening, he reluctantly let me leave. I left feeling a crisis and gaining a strong supporter. A weight lifted from my heart. Now I should get back to the dorm and work. But as I thought about that and Su Wanru's words, I didn't want to return to. After all, Wanru was likely rekindling her romance with her first love. They must be inseparable now. It would be awkward for me to go back. As I struggled with when to return, a call came in. Brother Yicheng, Su Xiaoxiao's voice came through. Where have you been these? Why haven't you come back? I hesitated, about to explain, when Su Wanrong's familiar voice came from the background. Su Xiaoxiao, why aren't you studying? The exam is coming up, you know. Su Xiaoxiao replied pitifully. I know. Big sister, I'm just asking Brother Yicheng for. He'll definitely help me review. Su Wanru continued, you never study always cramming at the. If you fail, it'll be well deserved. Su Xiaoxiao shrank back and asked, Brother Beak, when will you come back? I really can't keep study. I heard Su Wanru's voice and was about to hang up, but hearing Su Xiaoxiao's pitiful tone, I couldn't bear to refuse because of Su Wan. All right, I'll be back tomorrow morning. Su Xiaoxiao immediately beamed. Great. Thank you, Brother Yicheng. I gave a brief response and the next day, as promised, I returned to. Su Xiaoxiao wasn't up yet. Only Su Wanru was having breakfast in the. So you're back, Su Wanru said, eating breakfast leisurely, but not without her usual sarcasm. I didn't bother to respond kindly. What I do is none of Miss Su's business. You should mind your own affairs. Su Wanru dabbed her mouth with a napkin. I'm only looking after you because Dad told me. No one wants to play housekeeper every day. Hearing this, I felt a surge of annoyance. If you don't want to, then stop. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes as she walked out of her. She looked at us curiously. What's going on? Why do you both look so upset this early in the morning, like you're sworn enemies? I smiled at Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, go eat breakfast quickly. I'll help you review in your room. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, quickly finished her breakfast, and rushed back to her room. Brother Yicheng, I've barely studied any of this stuff for the past. Can I really finish? Sitting in her room, Su Xiaoxiao biting her pen in front. I bluntly pointed out the truth. Of course not. Su Xiaoxiao let out a wail. Snapping out of it, what do I do then? Am I going to fail? I sighed, rubbing my forehead. Fail? Of course not. Your foundation is solid, so failing isn't likely. But getting a high score might be hard. Hearing that she wouldn't fail, Su Xiaoxiao immediately smiled. Then, let's start quickly. I opened the book and began highlighting key. I was so familiar with the material. I highlighted fluently and confidently, as if I were the one who created the. Su Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. After all, her teacher's highlight covered entire sections, but I only marked small sections every few. In just 10 minutes, I had finished highlighting the key point. Trust me, these are the most frequently tested. As long as you spend time memorizing them, scoring above 80 shouldn't be a problem. Su Xiaoxiao nodded somewhat understandingly. On the day of her exam, Su Xiaoxiao went to take the test. I hadn't even made it downstairs when I heard an exclamation from below. It was Su Jingyao who cried out. I went downstairs to ask what was and Su Jingyao frowned. Su Xiaoxiao was reported for cheating. She's in the principal's office now. The school says they'll handle it. They might expel her. I thought back to Su Xiaoxiao's stubborn. She didn't seem like someone who would cheat. I asked, where is Su Xiaoxiao now? Su Jingyao frowned. At the school. The teacher called the house. But I have a project launch ceremony that I can't skip, otherwise the impact would be huge. Suddenly, he seemed to think, his expression showing a hint of hesitation. How about you go check on Su Xiaoxiao and find out what's going on? I didn't expect Su Jingyao to make such a request. Suddenly his phone rang, and he glanced at the urgent message on this before walking out. Yicheng, I'm counting on you. I'll come to find you as soon as I'm done here. Although I felt a bit at a loss, I decided to check on Su Xiaoxiao. I came to the school. When I reached I heard Su Xiaoxiao's voice from inside. I told you I didn't copy the note. How many times do I have to say it? Hearing this, I felt it seemed very likely that the principal was furious. He slammed the table. Su Xiaoxiao, is this how you Su Xiaoxiao smirked coldly and distinct. I told you it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. Ask me 100 times and the answer won't. The counselor chimed in. Xiaoxiao, even though your primary identity is that of a student, no matter how strong your family background, it can't shield you from everything. I couldn't bear to listen any. I walked straight in. Hello, principal. I heard Su Xiaoxiao. I came to learn more about the situation. I gave a polite smile. Su Xiaoxiao seemed a bit repressed. The principal and counselor, naturally recognizing me, were noticeably more courteous. Mr. Jang, you're here for this child has always been a bit, so it might be better if you ask her directly. I calmly asked the principal, are you certain Su Xiaoxiao is the one who copied? Of course. This note was from Su Xiaoxiao's desk, and the handwriting matches hers perfect. Most importantly, it was personally reported by her good friend. Personally reported. I found it suspicious and asked, can I meet this person? The counselor, it's basically a foregone conclusion. I immediately felt some personally reported. Can I meet this person? The counselor quickly summoned Qin Yao. Seeing so many people, Qin Yao immediately started acting. Teachers, principal, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? The counselor gave Qin Yao a reassuring look. Don't feel too much pressure, Qin Yao. Just tell us exactly what happened with Su Xiaoxiao this afternoon. Qin Yao swallowed nervously. This is what happened. This afternoon, I know that Su Xiaoxiao was acting strangely, so I paid special attention. To my surprise, I saw her cheating during Xiaoqiao. I felt very conflicted. As her good friend, I thought I should help her break this bad habit. For the fairness of the exams, I decided to take the cheat sheet from her desk and hand it over to the teacher. Upon hearing this, Xiao shouted directly at Qin Yao. Qin Yao, we've been friends for so long, and this is how you betray me. Qin Yao looked pained. Frightened by Su Xiaoxiao's angry expression, she shrank back. I didn't betray you. Su Xiaoxiao, face it. Cheating is wrong. The principal decisively concluded. All right, Su Xiaoxiao, there's no need to argue anymore. Qin Yao is your friend. Her words are more credible. Su Xiaoxiao plagiarized and showed. After discussion among all the teachers, we've decided to expel her. After saying this, the principal glanced back at me, apologetic. Mr. Jang, I'm sorry, but the impact is this is the only choice we have. I looked at the principal speechlessly and said, isn't it too early to draw a conclusion? I personally tutored Su Xiaoxiao, so I believe her abilities shouldn't be so poor that she. The principal smiled helplessly. Mr. Jang, that's not how it works. You need to. I interrupted the principal. I continued. If you think it's necessary, why not have Su Xiaoxiao take a test? There should be backup test papers. The principal froze as if caught off guard. The counselor responded, there is indeed a backup exam version, though it's a bit harder than the original. Without hesitation, I said, let her take it. The principal nodded. All right, if it convinces Xiaoxiao, she won't have any grounds for complaint. If the teacher placed the exam paper in front of Su Xiaoxiao, this test is slightly harder. I'll give you 150 minutes, an extra 30 minutes. Su Xiaoxiao pushed it away coldly. I frowned and looked at her. Do it. Su Xiaoxiao was a bit annoyed. In an exasperated tone, she said, brother, I didn't cheat. Why should I do this? I smiled and gently patted. Just focus on the test. Leave the rest to me. Seeing my calm smile, Su Xiaoxiao's nerves settled. I'll do it. As Su Xiaoxiao worked on the test, everyone else waited quietly nearby. An hour and a half later, Su Xiaoxiao handed the completed paper to the principal. The principal checked the answer and was stunned. Did this test get leaked? She only got 2 questions wrong. The counselor, in disbelief, took the paper and double-checked the. No way, this can't be possible. Students had no idea there was a backup test for. At this point, I spoke cold. Now Su Xiaoxiao's ability has been proven. Next, let's talk about Qin Yao. Qin Yao, suddenly addressed, was startled. What is there to talk about? Maybe she just got lucky this time. Qin Yao muttered. My voice grew colder. Su Xiaoxiao certainly chose a great friend. Qin Yao looked uneasy. Her eyes avoided. There should be surveillance in the class. Let's check the foot. That will reveal whether Su Xiaoxiao was framed. Hearing my request for the footage, Qin Yao let out a sudden deep sigh. The principal shook his head. That's not possible. The surveillance system had some issues. The footage wasn't saved. Without surveillance, Su Xiaoxiao had no way to clear, and with her usual rebellion, the principal instinctively believed that Su Xiaoxiao must be lying. I waved my hand. No worries. Let me take a look at the principal's computer. I walked over and checked the system. Sure enough, the footage wasn't. It had been maliciously deleted. I adjusted some code set and restored the deleted data. The deleted surveillance footage. Principal, take a look at this, I said, pointing to the video. This figure looks familiar, doesn't it? I smiled faintly. Could it be Qin Yao? The footage made it clear. Qin Yao, during the break, secretly placed a note on Su Xiao, then left, as if nothing. The principal was stunned. Qin Yao was the one who framed Su Xiao. Su Xiao smirked coldly. So it was you? I knew it. Qin Yao's voice trembled. It wasn't me. This video is fake. I raised an eyebrow and smiled knowingly. Whether it's real or not, Qin Yao seemed to realize she could. She suddenly burst into laughter. I know. Why should he have such a privileged background? Why does he get everything handed to him? We're all human. Why does he get wealth and status? Even for this test, no, but he still scored so high. I shook my head gently. No matter, hurting others is always wrong. His cheating accusation was mine. The accusation of his cheat falsely accused others. This is not a small matter. At this moment, the principal naturally understood everything. But I didn't stop there. I turned to the counselor, Teacher Xiao Dao. You seem to have some connection with Qin Yao, right? Since you came in, your gaze hasn't left her. And just now, when Qin Yao was exposed, you were just as nervous as she was. The principal felt ashamed of his earlier misjudgment. He first apologized to Su Xiao. Then he turned to Qin Yao and sternly scolded. Qin Yao, I really didn't expect someone as obedient to do such a thing. From tomorrow on, don't come to school. For something like this to happen in the school is truly a big scandal. Qin Yao's face turned ashen. She turned and prepared. I was clearly dissatisfied with this out. I reached out to stop Qin Yao. Wait a minute. Falsely accusing someone is a criminal act. I smiled, but my tone was colder than ice. The police should be arriving soon. You'd better think about how to explain yourself to them. After saying this, Qin Yao completely collapsed. She slid to the ground like a pile of mud. After wrapping things up here, I took Su Xiao home. While walking, Su Xiao looked at me for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but say, looking at her shy expression, I couldn't help but laugh, thinking about how she looks now. It's almost like she's a little wife. What little wife? I'm just thanking you. Su Xiao's face flushed red, and after a moment she quietly said, Brother Chen, thank you for helping me out today. I smiled and patted her head. Just focus on study. Looking at me like this, Su Xiao suddenly felt something strange. No wonder big sister likes you. I was stunned for a moment. When I realized, I laughed. Your sister? She has someone she likes, don't you know? Su Xiao was a bit surprised. Are you talking about Song Mufang? He's my sister's first boy. She hasn't liked him for a long. I sighed deeply. Then you don't know. A few days ago, for his sake, she even gave up a part to rush back to meet him. Su Xiao looked confused. Meet him? My sister has been staying at the company. She hasn't met any men at all. I suddenly froze. Could it be that everything I thought was just... When Su Wanru heard about this, she saw me on her way to the school in her car. We both slowed down and stopped. Big sister, it's all fine now. Thanks to Brother Chen. Otherwise, I might have been labeled a plagiarist and kicked out of school. Su Wanru turned her gaze to me. After a long time, she softly said, thank you for... That sentence created a gap between us, as if we were strangers. I felt a bit uncomfortable, but I still replied, it's fine. If there's nothing else, you should go home first. I have something to do. Su Xiao immediately asked. Brother Chen? Su Wanru spoke indifferently. Mind your own business. I forced a smile and turned to leave. As I walked, I grew angrier. Why does Su Wanru always wear a cold face? Who is she trying to I suddenly didn't feel... I even thought about moving out of the Su... This way, I wouldn't have to have any interactions with Su Wan. At that moment, a voice called out from behind. Brother... I turned around and saw Su Xiao running up, out of breath. What's wrong, Xiao? Su Xiao quickly walked up to me. Her gaze flickered. Brother Chen, did you have a fight with my sister? I smiled slightly. No? You're overthinking. Your sister and I don't have much of a... Why would we fight? Su Xiao pouted. Don't say such. I know something seems to have gone wrong between you, but why can't you try to work things out? I sighed. You don't understand. Su Xiao interrupted me directly. I'm only 3 years younger than you, and I understand my sister. Even if she speaks to you coldly, she still cares about you. I waved my hand. Xiao, you don't need to say anything. I've already decided to move out of the... Su Xiao widened her eyes in shock. Move out? Seeing her surprised expression, I calmly explained, as you said, your sister and I don't get along. Staying together will only be more awkward. Su Xiao glanced at me. You like my sister, don't you? I immediately denied it. No. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. Why are you avoiding her? The Brother Chen, I remember, would never avoid anything. For a moment, I couldn't find any words to refute. After thinking, I still decided to go to... As soon as I arrived, I saw a familiar figure. It was Yicheng. I stopped in my track, intending to turn, but Yicheng noticed me and smiled. Long time no see, Brother Chen. I forced a small smile. I thought you were still undergoing reformation. I expected those words to anger him, but he just smiled. Thanks for. I know I've made many mistakes in the past. I know I made a lot of mistakes before. So this time I came back to atone for what I've done in the past. I replied coldly, let's hope so. I knew Yicheng was no ordinary person, so I didn't take his words to heart. Jang Yicheng, why don't I treat you to lunch today? And take the opportunity to apologize. I immediately refused. No, I have something to do at noon. And Yicheng looked disappointed. You don't want to go. Is it because you still have a grudge against Jang Yicheng? I've really changed. Can you forgive me? His appearance evoked sympathy from those around us. Actually, I think Yicheng is pretty pitiful. After all, he just liked someone so that he lost himself. I think Director Jang is a bit cold-blooded. Don't let Director Jang hear that, or there'll be consequences. Hearing these murmurs and seeing his pitiful yet detestable, I instantly understood. This time, Yicheng returned playing the simp, trying to win everyone's pity and improve his image. Indeed, after spending months with old Lee, he had changed a lot. So what should we have for lunch? Yicheng instantly brightened up with a smile. I already invited Wanru for. The three of us can decide where to go together. When I heard that, my heart skipped a beat. But before I could back out, Yicheng had already left the office. I had no choice but to have lunch with Wanru stayed late for a meeting at. So I waited with Yicheng. While waiting, he brought up some topics. During the time you were away, I heard that Su Corporation reached new heights. It's all thanks to you. Not at all, I waved it off. Thanks to you. I waved my hand, saying it was all sushi. Hundreds of employees working together. It's the result, not just my achievement. Before I could finish, Yicheng said, stop being modest. Wanru already told me. She said you're very hard and very capable. Wanru, we're over here. He saw Su Wanru waving, signaling him to come over. Su Wanru didn't expect this to. Her gaze flickered slightly. Wanru, just now, Yicheng and I were discussing what to eat later. Do you think we should have Japanese, French, or Chinese food? Suwanru glanced at me and said, anything works. Yicheng turned to me again and asked, what do you think? I casually said Japanese. Who knew? And Yicheng's expression became conflicted. But Wanru's stomach isn't. Japanese food is too. She can't eat it. This remark was obviously meant to stir up trouble between Suwanru and me. I knew it. In the past, Yicheng wished I would stay far away. Now he's inviting us to hang out. He must have bad intentions. I glanced at him and said, whatever. And Yicheng suddenly looked hurt. Jang Yicheng, do you dislike me? Is that why you don't want to eat with me? I felt annoyed. Stop pretending. Are you eating or not? Who knew Yicheng's voice would turn even hoarser? I already apologized to you. Even if you don't forgive me, you shouldn't treat me so coldly. Listening to these words, I felt extremely repulsed. Is this never ending? Suwanru suddenly spoke up. Okay, don't be mean to Yicheng. I sneered. Suwanru, I don't need you to lecture me. Since you all think I'm being unreasonable, then go eat by yourselves. Suwanru gave me a faint look, then turned to Yicheng and said, let's go. I was stunned. I didn't expect Suwanru would actually let me leave. Surprise, but more than that, the disappointment. She actually couldn't hear the meaning behind Yicheng's words. I went back to the office and wrote then directly sent it to Suwanru's email. After finishing all, I returned to the Su house, packed my things, carried my suitcase, and prepared. All of this was witnessed by Suluoli at home. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Now you don't even want to stay at the Su house, I replied calmly. I just feel like I don't belong here. Nothing more to it. I've said it before. Suwanru has no real feelings. Her heart is entirely focused. In other words, her heart died 3 years ago. Even if she does have some feelings, they're insignificant. You're smart? You should understand what I mean. I nodded and asked, so? So why not consider being with me? I promise I'll be 1,000 times better. 10,000 times better than Suwanru. I looked at his smiling eyes and asked seriously, Suluoli, do you even like me? Suluoli's smile froze slightly. Does liking or not liking matter? Hearing these words I found it somewhat amusing. Of course it matters. If you don't like someone, why be with them? Suluoli in this world. What could possibly be so important that you'd abandon feelings? Suluoli was momentarily. It seemed he hadn't expected me to say that. Of course there is. Living in this world, how could you only care about feelings? In Suluoli's worldview, feelings are the most useless thing. In fact, he doesn't even. All right, I hope, before you figure out what liking someone really means, don't say such things to me again. I gave him a small smile, then picked up my suitcase and prepared to leave. As soon as I stepped out of, I was stopped by the Su family's butler. Mr. Jang, this can't happen. If you leave, how can I explain this to the math? The butler looked troubled, watching me drag my luggage and prepare to leave. He looked so worried. I'm just moving out of the suit. It doesn't mean I'm cutting ties with them. Butler, there's no need to be so. I looked at the butler blocking my way, helpless but also. At that moment, Suwanru returned. Seeing me seemingly about to leave, she frowned slightly, then returned to her indifferent demeanor. Where are you going? I ignored her and walked straight ahead, and Yicheng looked shocked. Jang Yicheng, why are you moving out of the Su family? Looking at his fake concern. I found it somewhat no need to worry, Mr. N. Me moving out of the soup should be a good thing for you, right? And Yicheng immediately looked aggrieved. Jang Yicheng, you misunderstood. I really didn't mean it that way. Her voice cold and distant. Stop bullying, Yicheng. Su Wanru, I'm not interested in bullying. I won't interfere with your love story. I'll leave now so as not to disturb you. Whatever I do is always seen as, since that's the case, I might as well leave early. Hearing this, An Yicheng immediately said, don't overthink. There's really nothing between me. I just came back to find Aunt Wanru just gave me a ride back. It's really not what you think. I replied coldly. I'm not overthinking. What you do is your business. Suwanru watched as I resolutely walked away. A chill ran through my, what? Are you moving to live with Murangshe? My anger flared up immediately. Suwanru, stop talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with Murangshe. An Yicheng, standing nearby, immediately chimed in. Bicheng, you have someone. I thought you liked Wanru. Looks like I was mistaken. I looked at the two of them singing and I couldn't hold it in any. I said goodbye and walked towards the door. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it or found it helpful, please don't forget to like, subscribe to NiceGamLii channel, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss any new content. Your support is a huge motivation for me to keep creating better videos. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next video.